All right. What is up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to another stream. We fell off the wagon a little bit over the course of the weekend, but we are back in it. And even though we are still up with some mid streaming assets, we still don't have channel emotes. We are at least here. We're logged in, and we're ready to do some VOD reviewing. Hey guys. Thanks for stopping by. Streamers alive? Yep. I had to buy myself some time. 2 minutes of classical music while you guys sit there in silence behind your monitors and I get stuff set up because I didn't do it an hour ago when I should have. That's the way we do things here on this show. Welcome, guys. Thanks so much for being here. What's the surprise match? Well, that's a surprise. You can't really see a surprise looming over the horizon and be like, oh, what's the surprise? I can't tell you that. Imagine prepping for a stream. I know, couldn't be me. Wait. Hold on. Hammond Gurkha. Hello, Hammond. Hello, welcome. Thanks for swinging by. I appreciate everyone stopping in. It is very cool to have as many people out in support as there regularly are, no less. And the cool thing is it's some slightly different. I can't waste too much time today, and so figure might as well not, and just jump right into VOD reviewing. We're gonna have to take a map or two to warm up the brain. It'll be really good because here in about 40 minutes we'll have a surprise feature for you guys. Guest starring another Overwatch player that we know. I've got the loot box bug. Yes, I do have the loot box bug. It shows that I have one notification, even though I don't. I don't actually have a loot box in there somewhere. It's not there to be opened. I don't know what's wrong. And it irks me too. It's like when you've got one of those little red exclamation things in your gacha game. But it just takes you to the shop screen, and because it's the shop screen, the game is coded to not actually clear that ping. So now you just got this little red exclamation mark hanging over that item that, started at $80 and got marked down to $14.99. That's like a 79% off deal. Kind of a steal, if you ask me. Shout out to the Infinity Nikki publisher, going absolutely bonkers with the greed. I love it. I'm all about the greed. Why do you guys think I'm streaming on Overwatch, running 22 minutes of ads per hour? What is my streamer doing? 22 minutes of ads per hour. I was fiddling with that dial earlier, and it was so funny to think about doing it. I'm a VA tech. Hello everyone. Hello Root Beer Gaming. Hello VA tech. Come help with stream. We got to see so much really cool stuff last time we were here, and we're gonna just jump right back into it. No need for me to alert anybody that I'm going live with a replay, because he's gonna end up being able to see the stream one way or another. Guys, we are actually gonna get to a treat of mine today. Former player of mine on an alternate account submitting a code. I think that shows kind of him getting back into the game. So, pretty excited to see what it looks like to, this is a retired Tracer player. So this is Whooper, aka Mudkip. We're gonna change the song to something a little less, I don't know, a little less drowsy, I think. Okay. Alright, so a little bit of background info. This is Mudkip, aka Whooper. He's a Whooper on the alternate account here, and this is gonna be some mid diamond, like low masters DPS gameplay, I think, or at least that's gonna be the rating of this particular match. And oh my goodness, Knackman, you are here. As well as the One Baptiste and Dow. Oh god, we've got like half of my viewership in this one lobby, which is insane. So you guys already know off the bat, I'm really looking forward to seeing Desired, HI, Karma, Edgy, ZSib, all coming out on top of this particular matchup. But right now, we're going to be taking a look at the Tracer gameplay. So shout out to Mudkip. He was actually super excited to have this VOD reviewed, and I don't think he's actually even here to see it live, which is absolutely comical to me. And but this is gonna be like right on the cusp, right? This is going to be, we're going to get to see some really great fundamentals, but also see some really good angles towards improvement, direction, decision-making, structure, framework, all this stuff, all those silly little words that that I've used endlessly here on stream so far, and that I'm prepared to use endlessly again today. I can't lose, I'm on the cast, and he's hungover. Yeah, I know. I got the picture at 2 a.m. Of drunk Kip and V. So we're gonna be watching, like I said, some like right there on the cusp of absolute greatness kind of Tracer gameplay. Be ready to take some notes. Or at least I've got my pen out. Control some map really well on Tracer, not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm actually really liking this early map control, right? Getting there on the high ground. Now, I actually don't, I kind of like the idea of a slightly longer wait time for the engage phase there. I don't mind the idea of understanding kind of how they want to play. Now, as soon as you peek your head out, you are noticed, and so if they engage on you, you won't really have a choice to do anything. So ultimately, I'm not gonna nitpick here, but I also don't mind the option of waiting just a little bit longer so that we have an engage with our ball on the timing that he has. Let's see. Or does he engage too early for us? Let's find out. You don't do that when I queue with him. Oh my goodness, yeah, our bowls rolls in and out with adaptive shield. So yeah, you're a-okay. And so even then, especially because he is he's rolling in and then out, I think that you can especially kind of like play a little more patient and see if you want to duel this Genji from this position on the high ground after breaking a couple of these banisters. Okay, playing this position and favoring it, going after the Sojourn here. Dueling the Genji, maintaining map control over here. We've started to lose the fight. Reading the kill feed, we understand that we have to get out. I'm curious about, like, what more there is to be doing in the greater fight. Your ball is in and out. You know, at this point, Mudkip, you're probably looking to just, like, be active with the rest of your team. So, like, I think that you are controlling the map really well here. But it's interesting how the fight changes, right? So when we're starting out in this position, right? We're out here, the rest of our team is out there, and their whole team is out here, right? This is actually a-okay. This is that 4-1 split that you've really liked. Instantly sign in to see an ad. Oh, GG's. And so this is actually really, really nice. I like where we're positioned. I like the options that you'll have access to. And so now I think is just where we start folding back towards our team composition, just because you and the ball can't do anything over here because you guys aren't really well synced. I wonder how much else there is to do elsewhere. And honestly, damn, yeah, the Suzu comes out there, and you don't have to worry about that on the Moira ROM. Now you would have to worry about a lot of other things on there. Might help to alleviate pressure on Dao. You might give Baptiste a couple of mobility angles. And you just end up forced out by the Genji here. So yeah, I think that I don't mind either a little bit later of a start to be a little more in sync with the ball, a little bit more patience in the duel with the Genji, really goad him into that matchup while you're maintaining that map control, a little more uptime on the Sojourn, or just actually bailing on this map control. That is really well worth having, but bailing on this map control so that you can go and try to play some timings with your teammates. You still end up in a really good spot here. Oh, beautiful. All right, perfect. Nice. Oh, that's marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Miles, random silver commentary being recommended to me. Come on Twitch. I don't know. I like silver commentary, though. They're funny. They say some pretty interesting stuff. And honestly, they tend to be a little bit less boring than the low GM players. Oh, that doesn't get anywhere? Oh, man, I really thought that was going to be a stick. Yeah, waiting, and then looking for our mark. Here, Suzu go out. Oh, and she has Bash to get out. That's tough. As far as making this a little bit easier for you, think possibly a little bit is gold on a good day. Yeah, actually my absolute best days, in fact. Rats actually got it right. It's silver commentary. But like I said, it tends to be a little bit more entertaining than the GM commentary. Stack of Doom. Oh, I know. I would hate to go again. I mean, play with this stack. Yeah, as far as making this pulse a little bit easier for you, I honestly think it's a little bit like further in a little bit earlier, so that you're actually operating off of a scouting profile. You know, you have a matrix of information by which you can abide, as opposed to just kind of being in the shadows, and then having to emerge in a light that ends up kind of blinding you for this pulse bomb. So I don't mind being a little bit more forward, a little bit earlier, and if you have to get out from there, you can. But at least if the plan is to be in with pulse, to go for that pulse, then I think that you end up in a really good position to do so if you're operating off of some better scouting info. I was watching a VOD yesterday with a player called Intense. Shout out to you, Intense, if you ever get around to watching this. Had an absolute blast in our VOD review yesterday, and we had taken like maybe 10 minutes of talking, observing, kind of theory crafting, just to come to the conclusion, oh wait, you just need scouting info. You just need like an actual just a profile that tells you, this is what the battlefield looks like, and this is how I can afford to play. Because I think that you end up, with the recall, you end up being forced out. So you can stay out. Oh, we get the revive in. Baptiste goes down. We get a nice pick on the ROM, but we're staying in. It's just like we're really forcing some really challenging things here. And then going for the repeat. That's A-okay. Sometimes doesn't edge into being bronze. I know. I play with a lot of bronze players. I got a Lifeweaver OTP that I need to catch some games with. Chunky chicken. Let's see, scary to take the Sojourn spam there. But you also know that you're going to take it, right? Because you have her marked, she has you marked. So, like, the early spam onto the Sojourn is great, but after that, like, getting from point A to point B, because you have just as clean of an angle on the brig here as you did back there on the Tracer. And you can probably play a little bit more patient. Play your corner, get to point B so that you know where your point C looks like from there. Overclock goes out. Careful about jumping around the corners. Holy mudkip, the jumping is like actually so bad. Holy smokes. It really looks like you've been in retirement, because like you're jumping. Oh my god. I remember at one point you stopped doing that. And look at you, you're so easy to hit because you're jumping. Oh god, stop. Oh no, the commentary matches the gameplay, guys! Okay, playing space against the brick. Yo, this is such a tough side of the map to get stuck on, though, isn't it? Like, wouldn't you rather be over here? I would rather you be over here. Like, you can actually do damage over here, meaningful damage that isn't being, like, mitigated. And like, you do have a lot less of the Kitsune Rush to be in, but you've also got a Kitsune Rush to blink through. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You see it, see it coming from a ways away. It's better setups. Better setups early on to give us better setups for the consecutive phases of the fight that we end up in, that sometimes we don't want to end up in. Nice little jump onto the ledge there, looking for Pulse onto the Kiri that you've seen use Pulse, but we go for the Sojourn instead. That's A-okay. Want us to make sure that we're observing, because that's the first step to any observation, or to any experiment. Isn't that the Dotori voice line? You do freak. Oh, you're the freak. JCV stealth. Oh my goodness, send me a VOD. I'm bored. We can look. I'm not actually bored watching Mudkip's gameplay. But send me a VOD so that I can get mad about something. Oh, nice stick. Okay, yeah. I really like that pressure. That's really consistent. You're jumping. Oh god, too much jumping. And like not enough like corner play with the tracer. Not enough like blinking to a corner to get to a corner to be in that corner to operate that corner. You're just kind of like blinking to be in places, and that is just like the absolute most surface level basic bitch ass blink that that we could actually ask from our tracer players. And it also ends up making it to where your resources expire by the time you would really want to have them. Surprised you haven't talked about the Bone Bad Tees. They are well, they're playing Mercy, so there's not really much to, there's not really a mention. That was the silly game where Matt just felt the need to pocket me. That's kind of funny. Oh, it's JCB Orwell all over again. We got the bans being dropped. No, that's deserved, though. That's deserved, patient. Can't talk about the Knicks losing in my chat, apparently. I didn't know that was a rule, but it's apparently a rule. It's not allowed. Otherwise, you get timed out. Suppression of your rights, not the right to diss the Knicks in my chat. I'm not even their fan. If JCV Stealth could time me out for saying that, I'm sure that he would. So yeah. Body boost. People have rights here? No, they don't. Only JCV Stealth and Chunky Chicken have rights here. All the rest of us are peasants. I'm not even the king. You know, I was making stream assets for some of the show that we got later, and I used colors for our guest star. I used like the purple, the royalty, like even the people who like get featured here are kings. Not even me. I'm peasant like the rest of you guys. That's why I have to endure 22 minutes of ads per hour. All right, let's see. Let's focus up. Let's get back to the VOD. Fighting the Sojourn is a-okay. Careful. She was ready for you. And I actually love the idea of I'm gonna go watch her POV because I know, and obviously with the benefit of hindsight and the replay viewer, like we do know, but like I actually like playing the corner so that you can just jump on her, right? I like blinks to this door instead of to that door because it's just you know that she's gonna be looking at you. She marked you. Bam. Really, really good opportunity to just understand or remark on how important it is to understand and how observable it is for players to see when someone is looking at you, right? To see when someone is going to pick you, and to understand when they want to kill you with that glance that they send in your direction. So Sojourn POV here, she marks the tracer. And she sees you blink, she's ready for you, right? So, you know, proper lands that headshot on you there, and you manage to get the drop on him by going to the door that he is less likely to mark you in. Is it a 50-50 shot? No. Not in these high diamond, low masters lobbies, guys. I promise you that the Sojourn will always think that you're going to this door every single time. Now, once we get up to low, mid GM, right? Once you start reaching the point where it's proper, you get the absolutely sick hospital flicks that are just completely and utterly alien in by all the standards of human performance metrics. Then we can have a different conversation. But right now, just do the things that your enemies don't expect you to do because they are things that occur to you to do second yourself, right? Don't do the first thing you're inclined to do all the time. Unless that first thing that you want to do is the simplest, most accessible, most structured thing to do in an easy or a fashion which is not arduous. Oh no! I am the last person to talk about using blinks for traversal. Yeah, which is why I won't talk about it here. Blinks for like, actually, yeah, no, I will talk about here. Blinks for traversal, I don't really like doing that, but if it's traversal from corner to corner, I like that. I like that a lot. Bro, just be the jester of the court. I know. Yeah, that is me, actually. I am kind of I'm the court clown. I sing and I dance in a little app with the bells that jingle, have a little dangle off at the ends there. Oh my god, like shooting the Lucio from that far to like just to reveal yourself is really interesting. Okay, all right. Sending codes in my Twitch chat, patient, is such a liability because you are running such a legitimate risk that I just never see. Adding you to the spreadsheet, you requested 5-5 though, so like homie, you ain't getting VOD reviewed until like end of the summer at this point. What are you? Low Masters support at this point? Are you GM now? Alright. I've got it added. Here we go. Masters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that place is tough. Ooh, okay, nice stick. Is that blind? Did you just, like, go for it? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Really interesting. Let's see. Did you have pings? Had, like, a basic marker. And then you yeet. Okay. Yeah. I really like that pulse. I like that pulse if it's, like, if there's just a little... If I know for a fact that there's, like, just a little bit more scouting info that makes you know for a fact that that is absolutely the pulse to be going for. Ultimately, if you have it, use it. Use it. If you don't know where to use it, then use it in the general position that you know to use it in, and hope for the best. And I'm glad our hopes pay off there. That's a nice stick. Diva flying like around the battlefield to avoid the mines is always so funny to me. I like the duel with the Kiri. Just make sure you're playing your corners. I think there's blinking for movement here as opposed to blinking for all of the different things that you get out of blinks. So, like, do you dodge by blinks? Do you get yourself to a corner with blinks? See how, like, it's interesting. It's really interesting. So, like, okay, I understand that the aim is to kill the diva here, right? But when I'm talking about making decisions early in fights that structure these fight phases so that it is easier to make more structured decisions in consecutive phases of the fight, guys, that's a lot of abstract terms, but there's actually a very real science behind it. There's some really real stuff to that, okay? So let's demonstrate some of the abstract here. You are going to end up on the Kiriko, right, in this late phase of the fight, after ultimates have been exchanged, right? Your pulse, their minefields, and it is actually very winnable for you guys, no less. The call right now is to shoot the diva, right? We are getting picks elsewhere. We need objective progress. You have minefields to play in, right? And you just need to shoot the diva, right? You're going to end up shooting the Kiriko there. And I'm curious about, playing in the minefields as Tracer is really good and awesome, right? But you do have a blink. You do have corners to play around. And even though the mission objective is to shoot the diva right now, and even though Edgy Toast is being occupied somewhat by the Wrecking Ball, right? And even though we do get the DMAC on the diva, if the aim is to shoot the diva and then eventually end up on the Kiri, then doesn't it make sense to shoot the diva from a position that the Kiriko can't disrupt us, so that eventually when we need to shoot the Kiriko, we not only haven't used blinks for movement, for like ambient dodging around bullets that are whizzing in our general direction because we aren't playing closer to corners, but we also just have cleaner movement onto her, which possibly makes our shots a little bit cleaner too. So when I talk about like setting up the consecutive or concurrent, fight phases, this is what I'm talking about. Like, shoot the diva, but do it from a corner, like, without using blinks to move around because you don't need to, because you're playing in your effective range, because you should be next to a corner, like, so much longer ago. Closer to walls covers corners. And that way, when you need to move on her, you're not wandering out in the open, you're not taking spam from the Sojourn, or at least when you're taking spam from the Sojourn, all you have to do is go from playing this corner to playing this corner. This is where you want to end up anyways, and honestly, it would be nice that by the time you get to this corner, you have 2 blinks instead of 1. You end up having 2 blinks here, which is really nice. Could you have 3? Would have been nice to have 3 blinks so that you could start here, put yourself here, and then blink around her however you want, like all the other Tracer players tend to do whenever they want to break ankles. You have to like adjust your crosshair like for the stairs and for the jumping, and it's just like you're really not making this easy on yourself. And there's like 100 different things that you're like not doing here that would make this VOD review very long. Ultimately, at the end of the day, play your corners, shoot the targets that matter, but make sure that while you're shooting your targets, you're playing this fight phase where you're shooting that one target in a way that makes sure, that guarantees that while using as few resources as possible, you are able to just as easily or with just as little disruption shoot the next target, right? You want to set yourself up. I think that you die here because of the mistakes that you make here. And I'm going to call them mistakes because I'm a hard ass, especially when it comes to my actual players, right? Or retired players, retirees. And so, dude, you're like fumbling around in the middle of the objective, like deluded into thinking that it is a safe place to be just because the minefield is present on the point. Like, no. You don't have map control just because you're in the middle of a minefield on the point, right? Map control is a lot more than just that one variable. So, retirement home? No, more for me than my players, to be honest. They're still young. They're still young people. I'm the fossil, guys. You guys read the title, Ancient Unwise Elder Fumbles at VOD Reviews? That's why I was glad Rats stopped in to make the silver commentary game comment. It's like, someone's reading the someone is reading the stream titles, guys. I'm glad. Oh, what are you doing here? Was I not paying attention? Except for me, I'm old. JCV Stealth, you are, yeah. You are. You are actually really old. I remember knowing you when I felt a lot younger. So yeah, you are actually also old. I gotta stop pressing the so I was doing a VOD review for a team last night, and I came to learn that the replay viewer still isn't working. You thought I was 20 max? No. I am so incredibly old. We're gonna reach 845 million years here in a couple of years, and that's gonna be a big milestone for me. It's probably gonna be a pretty small celebration though. Hey, Rats, thanks for hanging around, dude. Appreciate you. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna chalk it up. Like, it feels like force. Like you're like throwing yourself like you got acceleration at objects that will break before you, but like really you are just one tracer, and you're down your resources, and you're having your resources forced out of you like this entire time. Okay, now that I'm actually like, okay, I'm paying attention to the VOD. We're getting back into it. 40 is an understatement. Yeah, it is. I like a much more clandestine approach where you're like kind of ratting out around this corner. You see your ball there, you mark the Lucio. If the Lucio's around, you know, odds are that he's ferrying people around because that's what Lucios tend to do here. So getting forced out of that duel just because, like, we take it down the path that I would want to be taking it if I was playing, like, Soldier or Cassidy or something like that. So, like, just make sure you're playing Tracer like Tracer. We've given that feedback before to Mudkip. So it makes sense that that's something that we would kind of, like, cover as we take a look at the old retiree gameplay. Bros old when Lincoln was in office. Yeah, you know, I don't tend to remember too much of Civil War era United States. I was probably in Europe at the time. Can we get the one bad tease banned? As long as they aren't saying anything bad about the Knicks, there's nothing I can do. So, I don't know. You'll have to get me some receipts about them having some pretty negative sports opinions. Okay, see, I like this setup, right? Like, I like this setup so much better, right? So, like, this kind of setup that you're doing here, this is the kind of engagement that you can take here, that you can take, like, on this objective. And this was some of the engagements that you were taking on this objective, but, like, if you have the option to go for a head-on 1v1 or a head-on, like, something with Tracer, it's possible that you're actually in the best position to just immediately reconsider. I'm not gonna end up clipping that to post on TikTok as like an endlessly useful piece of insight for Tracer players. But if you are in the position to take an engagement, to take an engage phase head on as Tracer, I'm gonna tell you, Mudkip, at least, and until I watch more Tracer gameplay and develop more opinions on Tracer players that play it around this level, I'm gonna tell you, reconsider. Right, go for a different angle. Like try doing something else because I think that if you start head on, you have to get a blink to get head off, and I would rather have you use 3 blinks to, you know, yeah. See how you're head on? See how you're head on here? Like she has you marked. As you marked early, like just bail, right? Because now she is going to walk at you, and your only option from this position is to either A, walk back at her, which you don't want to do, rule sets of Tracer, or walk away. So if you don't want to take that head-on fight, which I don't think we want to, benefit of hindsight and the replay viewer gives me the evidence that I need to add to this pile to confidently assert that you could be taking a head-off approach with Tracer. The head-on thing is the stuff I told Cardi to work on. Oh, okay, so I'm giving bad feedback then. Okay, all right, thank you, JCV Stealth. I jest. Actually, it's especially when JCV Stealth is also saying it that you know I'm probably on the right track. So yeah, I really like that. Thanks, James. Oh, sorry, I doxed you. All right. Hey, nice fight. It's still a little too head-on for me, but, like, it's just not enough, not so head-on, that, and the difference between the games where I told him to focus on it was a lot. Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. Hey, that's awesome. I love coming to the same conclusions as smarter players than myself. That's always really, really fun. You're head-on. like I could go and pick apart like all of the different details, which normally I would really love to do, but guys, we're on a little bit of a time budget today since we've got a little bit of a show, and are looking forward to some action later this afternoon, and then we'll end up coming right back to the VOD reviews. Still head on, like set up the map. Oh wait, you guys are in control of the point. You kind of have to like see about touches, so never mind. I'm talking about butt. Builds his ego to unprecedented heights. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. When I say something that a smarter player has said, or that when I make a conclusion that a smart player has already come to that I didn't know, or that a smarter player eventually comes to, as is in the case of the Spilo April tweet incident of 2025. I'm kidding. I got to meet him in person. It was so cool. Spilo is such a cool freaking dude. Nice Diva Bomb timing, but like, do you have blinks that you could just like, I don't know, blink up? I'm all about like doing the fun like showcasey stuff like the I know tracer timings, but like isn't it also just like safer, easier? Don't you just guarantee that you just absolutely don't? If you just, I don't know, is this blink up here possible? I think this blink is possible, especially if you like just, I don't know, take one step and then blink up here. So I don't know. Recall is a silly investment to make against this bomb, and like, is it an ult versus your recall, like two very, very powerful cooldowns, each in their own right? Yeah, 100%. Am I making a huge deal out of what really is supposed to be featured on this stream when you sent me this code as a, haha, look, I know this tracer timing. Tracer players can, who are watching can take notes. Yeah, 100%. But like, dude, just blink. Just like do the easy things, right? Or I guess actually do the like less costly thing, because I bet it's absolutely so freaking easy to sit here and be like, right? Because that's what all the tracer players do. Oh God, Mudkip, you might just be like the rest of them, right? Where you blink and you're like, oh, I'm over here. Oh, I'm over here now. You can't get me, right? And you're doing that with your recall. Stop! I also think that, like, if you blink over here, as opposed to sitting in the corner of the objective while a Diva Bomb goes off with your recall, like while you have blinks and recalls, you just set yourself up for consecutive fight phases. Like, we're doing everything that I've asked, like, every single player who has ever been VOD reviewed on my stream here today. I'm just asking you to do that instead of this. Oh, I didn't go back far enough, but we get the idea. 36 minutes might be a new record for fastest Lord the Mad. Yeah. I have to make some changes to the stream so that we can get Lord the Mad popping up when my microphone reaches a certain volume. JCV Stealth has told me to do that, and I'm like, I don't know how. And I haven't bothered to learn the skill. I might. I may. Alright. I like the setup here. We are looking for something. Okay, interesting. I wonder why I didn't just, like, stay in, but, like, just blink across. I don't mind, like, the timing for all of this. Obviously, with Godspeed going down, you greed for the blink melee, too. Ball gets the grapple. Okay, and then you recall. Okay, alright, super fine. I also think that, like, as opposed to blinking, like, to the Curie, where you are out in the middle of the open, you can take steps while shooting the Curie, blink to the corner, and then you have options. So, like, again, making decisions in earlier phase of the fights to structure best decisions later in the fights is very, very important. It's like here, you end up recalling, confronted with the Genji, 2 blinks in your pack, and you have to go get a Mega Pack at 124 health, right? I'm not going to bash the disengage or bash the health pack grab, right? But doesn't all of that seem pretty inefficient, right? So and I think that it's predicated off of some pretty poor, like, earlier fight decisions, right? Which is like drawing the Genji over to the section of the map that he is more than happy to compete in. That honestly, I'm not a tracer player, so maybe I'm wrong, right? This is where Rats, who I hope is still watching, this is where Rats would be able to chime in and call me a fraud. But like, I don't think Tracer wants to be here. And so So, like, I don't mind the blink over here to open up your options over here on the section of the map. And I think that over here, you still get the opportunity to stay connected to your Wrecking Ball. And you still have health pack options. Not any that are, like, super proximate, but you've got a mini over there. You've still got a mega out here. This one is really disengaged, though. But I also wonder which one is more disengaged, right? That mega over there or this one out here. There's definitely a lot of corners around where this one is. So, I don't know. You're just not making enough options for yourself, and the reason that you don't have enough options here, and you're blinking into banisters backwards, is because we just, oh my gosh, we just like had our options like diminished. Like, oop, no, okay, well I can't do that anymore, and now I can't do that, and now I can't do that. So I guess I'll just run. I guess I'll just disengage. I guess I'll get inactive. That's a tough spot to be in for Tracer players. Yo, be careful. Even through my classical music, I hear Zarya right-clicking, and oh my god, and I even have the visual indication that she's lobbing spam down this corner. I am not walking this corner if I'm Tracer, because what do you think I'm doing as Zarya while my team is shooting a full HP ball, and I'm just trying to get bubbles, and I know that I can't kill him? I'm spamming corners, and you end up at 119 HP before you even have the opportunity to engage, and you force your Baptiste to heal you instead of tethering to any one of your other full HP targets. Wait. Point aside. Like, this is a head-on approach. Like, why didn't we just come over here, crouch walk over here? Because your engage timing isn't even an appropriate one. Your ball has been forced out, right? So now you're all being forced out. Now you all have to spend resources. Now the angle that I would have sent you down to, like, from the very beginning, is actually being monopolized by your ball, which forces you into the head-on approach, right? If we're talking about the 3 rule sets by which we have to abide by when playing Overwatch, and those rule sets being the hero, the composition, and the matchup, then, like, bro, you aren't playing by your hero or your composition rule sets right now. This is tough. It's actually just like, and it's so funny because the stuff that we look at here on stream almost every single time, the really principled stuff that I'm always calling out, as opposed to like the, oh my god, it's so funny to imagine like how much more authentically good advice players can get from coaches who are willing to not bog themselves down in as much principle as frequently as I am. Because we look at this kind of stuff, and at the end of the VOD review, we really just end up getting to the, oh, yeah, okay, so this is like just some all really, kind of like, I don't mean to dismiss anything, but like some really basic, fundamental, like easy stuff. It's really just about thinking. It's really just about making sure that your brain doesn't turn off and that you're not, see how you're not taking a head-on engagement here? And you have options for not just the first, not just the second, but also the third blink. And because you have options, you know exactly which ones to take. You have your scouting info. Well, you don't have as much scouting info as I would like, but you know that I like playing longer first fight phases, so I'm willing to see our differences there. But like, you have pulse. Why not? Like with a scouting profile, don't you just know to just hit the banister here, drop pulse onto the Ana, and then blink over here and see who contests you, right? So, like, I think that you have options that are more than this. But I think that the options that you take here, you know to take because you have a much better setup for this fight than you have for previous ones. What's funny is that this isn't even the setup that I still challenge from you. But at least this is your setup. At least this is a way that you wanted to structure this fight, this particular phase of this particular fight, outside of being forced to do decisions, right? But now you're blinking out to the in middle of the open against the Sojourn, right? Not away from walls and covers, as opposed to just shooting the Kiriko, whose cooldowns you really want to elicit anyways, right? Because either of them are suitable. It doesn't matter whether you're shooting the Ana or the Kiriko or the Lucio or the Zen. And how they have force supports is absolutely beyond me, but honestly, all that matters is that you are occupying one of their times, one of their attentions, forcing one of their resources, making one of them think about how they're going to use one of their ults, or forcing one of them to make one mistake, right? And you do that safely. You do that from corners. You do that like off of a good fight setup, which it happens when you have good scouting info. So if you're not going to get that from your team, then you're on the Tracer, bro. Be industrious. Nice. Good. I like the uptime. I like the participation that we end up seeing from you, that you have on your ball kills. It almost makes me think that, like, especially in these compositions, when you're playing with a dive tank, you gotta stop playing according to your timing. You are so absolutely beyond thrilled to, like, do everything according to the stopwatch that you've got on your little wrist there, right? But, like, where's your team, bro? And when I say where's your team, right? Normally we're saying that like, oh, where's your team or where's my team? And we're saying that as if like your team kind of let you down. But like, bro, you are letting your team down. Where are they to help you, right? Like, who can actually engage on your timer here, right? Like, are you really aware of what your team is doing on like based on what we're seeing here? So yeah. This is really tough. Like, stop playing on your timings. Holy smokes, they're lying to you. You're steering yourself wrong, thinking that you have to play a certain way on the Tracer character. Like, how about instead of carving out a path for your tank to go in after you fed and died, how about you just go out on an angle, get your scouting info, tell your ball what's up, watch him roll in, and then follow up. It's actually that easy. And all of these positions that you end up being picked out of, right? Like this room that you played in earlier, this engage that you had on in the middle of the open on Kiri earlier, or even all the way back here when you're playing in the middle of the minefield out here. Like, it feels like all of these instances that you're getting caught out, it's because you're just doing your own thing, which you kind of have to do on in a ranked game, but man, I would love to see what it looks like when you have pockets of safety created for you by the presence of your ball. How does their Genji know you're there? Is he doing the same thing you were? You jumped. Ha ha. You jumped. You jumped and he heard you. I hope you die. I hope you die for it. Bro just said industrious for Tracer gameplay. Yeah, I've really liked that word lately. Recall, forced instantly, uncomfortable duel with the Genji, where you have to use not one, but 2 blinks to escape. Third blink to get out, you pick up a mini and a mega pack, and you haven't forced Genji. Hold on, I want to look at Genji's health pool. Oh my goodness, that's unfortunate. So like, this is just like in almost every sense of like these the metrics that we would use for duels, fight phases, engagements, engaged timings. It's just really challenging. It is really challenging what you force yourself to do here. And again, this is just like off of like a bad fight setup. I'm not going to tell you that like sitting here as Tracer is like not the right call, but I think that when you were sitting here as Tracer, like I think that your whole team is like out here. In fact, your whole team is set up to fight out here, and you get brought in this room, and then in this hallway, and then on this mega, and then onto this objective, which we are positioning ourselves to deny them from being able to walk to and control. So, really, really interesting. This is probably showcased the #1 like issue with this whole VOD from you is like, you just got to be aware of your team. You have to look around and know what they're doing, how they're moving, and what that means, where they might want to move or be at, because because otherwise you just end up lost and alone. And you deserve to be lost and alone here. Oh my goodness. Get to your team. They were fighting. And ironically enough, it's not even ironic, because irony is like the opposite of what we expected. It's not even ironic. It should absolutely be expected that the #1 safest place to play in your fights when teams are fighting each other is right there next to your team, even on Tracer. Because guess what? Next to your team doesn't mean away from corners. Dude, what are you doing? Taking a head-on duel with an Ana. Like, who wants you taking that head-on duel? I'm glad that you win, but you don't deserve to. Alright, whoa. Holy dementia, Batman. I have to send a message very, very briefly. Let me see. Okay, awesome, awesome. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, you guys are already getting a hint. Hey, ball diff. The time for casting? No, not yet. What does VOD stand for? Video on demand. Oh, okay, was that an age test? Were you doing that to see how old I was? To double check, like fact check that I was 845? Oh, okay, that's so frustrating. I'm so mad. Mods, time that guy out. Time Dow out. 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Oh my, I'll do it myself, Dow. Oh, you freak. You're getting timed out. 10 seconds. Oh, you deserve it. Oh, wait, that's a 10-minute timeout. Hold on, I'm untiming you out. Oops. I don't know how to work the buttons. Oh my goodness. Video on demand. You got me. Oh, I deleted all of your messages over there too. The ones that were like, haha, how old are you? Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mons. Take that gallop back. Crush the skull. Their Ethanisms scrawled out on ancient cave paintings. Yeah, I saw an image the other day that I drawn that they discovered. It was pretty funny. I would post it. I would show you guys. But it was just of like you know, these just cave like stickmen and that they saw in caves, like just like wallowing basically, like grieving. We're going through some tough shit at the time. Ah, that's all right. Let's see. All right, setups for these angles. Where do you start? Where do you end? You're probably a little far out, right? Yeah, your timing is like really weird. So yeah, like you're all the way out here. You're setting up for a fight that like you don't actually know is happening. So like, oh my goodness, scouting. Ends up being so incredibly powerful. True, me type shit. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, so like, see how like you being out of sync with your team, like your team's getting forced out by them as you're trying to approach. Like you should be in with your ball at a corner, right? So I don't mind the option of forcing the duel with the Genju, who you've already proven you're absolutely willing to take some really competent duels with. So better timing, off of some better scouting info, off of like less like, oh, let me pull out the Tracer rulebook and read it real quick to figure out how I should be playing, and more, let me define based on my play style, based on my experiences and my observations that I'm able to make of this game that I'm playing in, and no other game that I know has ever been played by any other Overwatch player, because hey, guess what? That's not the game that we're playing right here. Right? And like, go out and do something, right? Set up for the fight. As opposed to lingering on a corner and waiting for a fight to break out in a position that it doesn't actually even end up playing in, because you didn't realize it was going to end up in there because you didn't do any scouting information beforehand, and you're not using any of the information that your teammates generate to convert into your own scouting matrix. So, cleaner. And the way to get cleaner is to give yourself more time, give yourself more information, because time and knowledge are power. And some really good resources for Overwatch players. Alrighty, guys. We are going to send for a very short break. I have to get some setup done on my end. It's just going to be a couple of minutes of me being away, and then we'll come back, do a couple of minutes of VOD review, probably some hanging out, just, you know, normal talking, chatting. Little Gummy, thank you so much for following. I'm super excited here in a little bit. And so yeah, stick with me, guys. I'm not going anywhere, so we'll be right back. Oh my goodness. Lego's already going bonkers. I don't think we can hear him. Because we probably can't hear him unless I'm talking. But hey guys, thanks for sticking around. Really appreciate it. We probably don't have too much time to launch into any particular VOD reviews. I'm still probably gonna pull one up and get through just a little bit early observations and go from there. We do have to mention Mudkip. Thank you for the code. Thank you for the VOD. And very fun to get re-immersed in your tracing gameplay. It's kind of funny. It felt very familiar. I tell you. And so that was kind of funny. Kind of reconnecting to all of the Mudkipisms, mannerisms, habits, and strengths. Like that blink melee distance. I formally recognize that you're very, very comfortable with that. Ba-ba-ba-ba. All right, I'm actually pretty excited for this next VOD, and this one is gonna be interesting because, like I said, we're only able to get to like basically a minute's worth of this VOD, based on how long I'm willing to yamp and rant about gameplay. So this is one that we're gonna start. We'll come back to. We are not gonna make it very far through this as well, and so we'll end up coming back to this, probably saying some of the same stuff. Actually, you know what? You know what I want to do? If we're actually not VOD reviewing, actually just watching something to kind of pass the time, this is actually one that I wanted to watch. This is one that I also wanted to VOD review, but this one I have to wait to VOD review. Not necessarily for anything other than not for any other reason than to just get early observations. And then take a closer inspection, with the magnifying glass to it. Your chest so empty, it's giving 404 error. Well, that is terrible. Hype not found. Oh, that is. I'm glad that I can fix it with dogehype.com. Wow, that's amazing. The forest gonna speak? Yeah, actually, this is Scuba Steve. I'm not gonna give you guys any background info. We're actually just gonna watch this. We can make comments. You guys are free to type. Keep things positive. And we're just passing a little bit of time. Like I said, I'm just taking some early observations. This is some high-level gameplay, and we're gonna be able to see a couple of habits, things like proximity corners. How active everyone is, right? Look at the overhead and see how pretty much everyone is engaged in doing something. So that's a little bit different. Clear the tumbleweeds. Yeah, clear the tumbleweeds. Oh, I love that mark on the Sombra. Things very easy. Look for the read, get the pick. Oh, marvelous. Looking to bounce to the mini pack as well. Actually, really like that. Is that the real repull? Yes, it is. This is GM3. Yes, it is. It's pretty high up there. I believe that this is mid GM. Some mid GM Pharah. Oh, nice directy. I love that. Yeah. You know, it takes a certain kind of metal to be up here, and it's not just the aim. It's actually a lot of it is brain, and that's only part of the difference with some of these players, is you've got the brain with a lot of them, but also with a lot of them, and once you reach certain levels, it also starts being the aim. And at one point, you know, if someone is aiming better than you, you can definitely think around them. If someone is thinking better than you, there are definitely opportunities to aim better than them and get the drop on them, right? But if someone is aiming and thinking better than you, then well, I'm losing those games. I'm heading right back down to low masters. Hey, Patrick! Oh my goodness! Finally got a proper VOD. Yeah. Yeah, you know, proper VOD, you know, this is one that I'm really excited to take a look at. This is a player, actually, I think that this is a player I know. In fact, I think that this is even a player, that I have unfortunately, maybe tussled with, like, once or twice, where we have, like, a little, you know, just one of your, like, typical ranked disagreements or whatever. But actually, I'm a true fan of this particular player, and so when I saw that they had sent me this VOD review, I was pretty excited. So, you know, a proper VOD review, like, or a proper VOD, like, yeah, 100%. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this. But really, you know, all of my gold, platinum, diamond, low masters players, my console and controller players, I love them so much, and so even though this is a VOD that I was really looking forward to, it's still you know, I'm gonna get these high GM, really spectacular games every once in a while, and they're always fun. They're always going to be fun, but nothing could ever fill the void in my heart that gets filled by you know, just some regular good old fashioned looking for fun in Overwatch gold gameplay. You know, that's I mean, that's the kind of gameplay that sunk me into the game. So. That's how I was playing for a very, very, very long time. I still play that way. Finally played a match where I wanted to have reviewed. Oh, I'm sorry, Nackman. Yeah, I'm sorry. I turned you into a real mean person there, didn't I? But yeah, go ahead and send that code over, Nack, and I'll take a look. You're not getting a VOD review until like next week, though. Holy, they're starting to stack up, and I haven't stopped posting ads either to continue generating codes. I've been really excited to possibly play some games on stream, to hit the grind on stream. I have some. I actually really like. Communicating in these games. What a mean person. I know, Space Worm. What a rude person digging on console and low-ranked players there, being like, aha, finally, a VOD to review. Oh, no, Naxman's talking about themselves. We'd love to watch a Lord of the Ranked ladder. Yeah. Or even some Stadium, which I've really, really enjoyed Stadium so far. And, but it is, but holy smokes, there's so many people to elevate and recognize here on stream. And so it is, it's tough. It's tough for me to, it's tough for me to be okay with playing a game myself, right? Where we can sit here and, you know, there's going to be like the one in like 14 games that were like, whoa, Lord Ethan is kind of good, right? And then all the rest of them that we're able to, you know, kind of like have some joy in the chat by taking some digs at the coach who's constantly being cruel to everyone else in the VOD reviews. I would love to do that. I just don't know that I can in confidence when there are as many people as there are, and not just like asking themselves to be recognized, right? Like, hey, can you VOD review me on stream, stuff like that. But like, who just deserve the shot, you know, who deserve the chance to be recognized. Like, we've had Scuba Steve's gameplay going in the background, and I haven't commented on as many of like the really nice shots like that one, right? On the Pharah, on the Ashe, the really smart positions or the smart engagements that they've taken, this one aside, right? And so yeah, Lord the Ranked ladder is hard. If you play Stadium, can I please micro your build? Yeah, I'm gonna work on making sure that I don't let people get to me. Because, oh my god, I had some build micros on Stadium off stream the other day. I mean, I don't play on stream. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, get out of my face about my build. Like, I'm just playing the game. So if I play Stadium on stream, and you guys want to micro my build, I will absolutely be a good sport. And I'll be like, you guys are right. I should be picking AP items. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I guess on Genji, I do need to just be fully armor. You guys are right. And we'll do that. I just use our channel points to use your build. Yeah. I actually want I want people to be able to use channel points to, like, you know, like pick like skins and like the Lord Ethan icon that shows like Lord the Yap, Lord the Mad, you know, stuff like that. We actually have like so many So many things. We also need to get a crisp emote like that. Oh my god. Okay. I'm so sorry for opening my my energy drink in the middle of my microphone. Sorry, I did not mean for that to be loud. I was not even thinking about that. I was not being considerate of you guys. I see. 315. Yeah, so we'll end up having to go in here momentarily. Okay. Back to Scuba Steve. I like the kinds of DPS that we have actually gotten to see from this VOD. It's been a little bit of the Pharah, it's been a little bit of the Freya. You got those projectile characters, but we also got to see some really cool stuff from Scuba on the Ashe, and I really liked that. I really like getting to see that. Those are, at least for Freya and Ashe, those are two characters that I've really enjoyed playing. For Ashe, I really enjoyed learning her, and for Freya, I actually just like playing her. And I've actually really liked the characters that we've gotten to see Scuba play. It's been fun. If we get around to the, you know, if Scuba gets around to watching this, Scuba, we're not VOD reviewing quite yet. We're just taking a look and passing some time watching some really, really excellent gameplay. You probably need to stay off the Freya. What do you mean probably? I definitively need to stay off the Freya. I can send you guys. I mean, I can't post it on stream. But I can send you guys the certificates that tell me that I need to stay off Freya. Executive orders signed by U.S. congressmen. There's actually a couple of international legislates that have ruled against me on the Freya. So yeah, probably no. Actually, under threat of prosecution, I need to stay off the Freya. Scuba Steve is not under threat of prosecution on Freya, though. This is some really excellent stuff, and honestly, I might be able to leverage watching Scuba Steve's gameplay as against the government, so that I can, you know, so that they let me play her. The bit has already gone on too long, but I promise you guys, in future streams, we're gonna get to learn more about the about Lord Thethan v United States on playing Freya. So you guys have created a canon. Man, I love how I actually give them so much flack. But I love GM players. Not more than I love Platinum players, because Platinum players are tenacious. You never know what they're gonna do next, right? And all of your metal rank players have such interesting, intuitive reads on the game, even if at times the rest of the read is not quite as precise as you know, that intuitive portion, right? But holy smokes, I love GM gameplay, because there's so much principle, but you still have just a little bit of that creative edge that you know, the GM players haven't lost even from years of playing Overwatch, having our creative senses and capacity dulled by the mendacity of Overwatch. I think that this VOD has been particularly entertaining for me to have in the background. Not only because it's a character that I really like, not only because we're going to see some pretty fun, slick moves from Scuba and the enemy Freya. Whether Scuba's on the Freya or the Pharah, we got to see some pretty slick movement there too. But also, like, dedication to the corners, how we're selecting our targets, where we're using our ultimates, and honestly, how little we're willing to do all of this for. I'm a big fan. Any game that I've ever lost with Scuba Steve, I know exactly why I lost it, and I am that reason. Especially after watching this, I feel really, really confident in the notion that that Scuba's going to be able to keep climbing pretty easily. I'm actually so impressed. Nice. Freya is really hard, in my opinion. So it's really, really cool to see that there are players like Scuba. We've gotten to see Digital a couple of times on stream, and I've really enjoyed seeing how quickly we've got so many players that are really competent at her. That has been an absolute blast. I love it. I love GM players, bro. You guys are so talented, and like the rest of them. And even despite all the talent, it doesn't stop us from like literally doing things the exact same way over and over and over and over again. And man, if there's anything I hate more than that, that is so funny. Man, maybe it's not just like a certain type of player. Maybe it's just all of them. Man, I love you guys. All right, guys. Despite my overflowing and unconditional love for all of our Overwatch players and spectators, I am going to condemn you guys to a short ad break and then an even longer intermission. It's still only going to be a couple of minutes while we set up our show, but we are at the surprise show section of our stream. So my go live notification read, tune in for reviews, stay for the show match, and then stay even a little afterwards for even more VOD reviewing. But for now, we are going to take a short-ish break. This is more than enough time to go order yourself lunch, take your dog on a walk, go use the restroom, take that poop you've been clenching in for the last couple of hours while you listen to the VOD review. And when we come back, it'll actually be a very fun, entertaining, energetic show that you guys will not want to miss. Hang out, guys, and I'll be right back with y'all. Thank you guys so much. And welcome back on the break, everyone. All right, so a little bit different than I had expected for the show to run today. It was going to pretty much just be 6.5 straight hours of yapping, VOD review, looking at Overwatch gameplay, but we actually have a really, really big treat in store for us today. We are going to be getting to bring a showcased tournament playoffs match. It actually might not be playoffs. I might have to do some fact checking. This might be just before playoffs. This might be the first round of playoffs. But this is going to be a match between two high school teams for an esports competition over in the greater Johnstown area of Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching today the West Branch versus Reach Cyber match. Here for you guys, I am, of course, Lord Thethan, doing the typical caster intro, and joined in me by the booth and looking as schizophrenic, I'm sure, on the other side of his monitor as he looks in this little cartoon image is none other than the illustrious Liam. How are you?
I am fantastic. It is so good to be back in the booth. It has been a long time since I've gotten a cast, especially for Overwatch, but I'm really looking forward to this match. And you are right. I am absolutely ravenous behind this mic.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Actually, for some good Overwatch gameplay, and in a really good, it's a really good scene as well. I've gotten to cast with the organization that runs the tournament, that broadcasts the tournament for the last couple of years, and it's absolutely incredible. I think that it's not necessarily a direct inspiration for the angle of my channel, and honestly, it's my personal convictions anyway that lead us towards the whole point of this channel is to elevate and recognize players, right? And holy smokes, War, I don't know if you remember, because I don't, I was like 840 something million years ago. But I don't know if you remember being in high school. Like, were you getting recognized and elevated as like a student, as a player, as a competitor, and as a person, right? So for
Oh,
me, this ends up being a real treat being able to do this for the high school teams and organization that has put on this tournament and done these broadcasts. I think is actually being like kind of an underrated service. Sorry, what are your thoughts?
no, you hit the nail right on the head. I completely agree. I mean, when I was in high school, I really wanted to do something esports and to get involved how I could, but I didn't really have that opportunity until I got to college. So the fact that we're able to bring that opportunity to a bunch of high schoolers, I couldn't be happier. It's what I would want.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We do have a couple of more minutes until it looks like we're jumping into the first match. I have to let them know that that prod is ready whenever to jump in. Um, and Prod, I actually kind of like this war because normally if I'm casting for like if I'm doing the casting for UB where I'm doing the production, the casting, and the observation, which is what I'm doing today, then I always feel like I have to like uphold a certain standard. But it's kind of nice. It's actually just you and me in the booth, semi-professional casters, each of us with our own depth of experience. Oh my god, I've actually been seeing the work that you and the good folks at Revolution Gaming have been doing. And I always feel a little bit of like full twinge of pride that you're able to be involved in that kind of stuff. Anyways, um, uh, oh goodness, what was I saying? Oh, anyways, we're both semi-professional casters, but we don't have to, we're not running a professional show. This can just be us relaxed watching Overwatch, which is essentially what we're doing. And it is
I mean,
essentially
yeah.
what casting is. I feel like that's glorified watching. Um,
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all nerds who like video games, so whenever I can.
yep. We got I got a ping actually from DPS Diff that says we're about to put on a show for you for real. I'm sure.
I cannot wait.
I know. You haven't actually gotten to meet either of these teams. West Branch is a consistent Lord Thethan favorite. And that's not to say that Reach Cyber is not also a Lord Thethan favorite. I think that I actually got to cast them once last season. That was fall of 2024. And it was actually really fun. They emerged for me as one of my favorite teams. So I'm gonna be really interested to see, regardless of who wins, which one ends up being your favorite team to watch for. Because I think that we may end up being a little surprised by the answer. So, but is there a certain style of Overwatch that you're excited to see played? Because you told me that it's been a while since you've been in Overwatch.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but I've always been a brawly boy. Like I love those like scrappy extended team fights where you just kind of get in there and get your hands dirty. You said that you're Looking forward to seeing which team that I might be leaning towards, and it might be West Branch specifically because of the matching profile pictures. It's also my profile picture on Overwatch as well, so
Oh,
big points for
way.
you guys there.
Okay, all right, yeah.
The
Reach Cyber
Sausage
here with a little more
Warriors.
personality. They've got the various ones. What had you said?
Nothing. I call them the Sausage Warriors.
Okay, I think it's like one of the Pachimari sidekicks, or something. Alrighty, guys. Well, we're in Overwatch. We are in the match, and this is gonna be this is the feature. On the blue team is West Branch. I don't have fancy streaming esports assets here, so we're still running with the chat. We still got Lord the Yap up there. Sorry, War, I didn't put a PNG for you. Maybe I'll try and make one during a break.
That's all right. Don't sweat it.
And we're starting on Legion Control Center. Oh my God, War, I didn't lay this out. Do you want to do color or play-by-play casting?
I mean, dude, I'll do either. I'm just here to talk about Overwatch.
All right, fair enough. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of hybrid. For Control Center, I'm really excited because we're going to get to see two really brawly styles of composition, and it's in West Branch's portfolio to run the Symmetra. I'm really excited to see not only the Symmetra run, but see the Symmetra run down something, right? Someone on the enemy comp that you can start these fights with.
Yeah, I'm seeing on both teams a bit of setup here. You have Torb v Symmetra here, so I guess it's a matter of who can control this side area, like adjacent to the point here. That's going to be the make or break point here.
Yeah, we get a little bit of spam going there, and the game slice is able to walk off with the early damage. Some nice picks here. Looking to wall to close out this fight in a really good setup spot, but it looks like things are not quite going the way West Branch wants, and are gonna have to suffer a couple of losses here. Or I adjusted your audio, so you have to say a couple of lines here so that I can figure out how loud you are.
Alrighty. I mean, if you're Reinhardt right now, you are not too happy that you're running into a Roadhog right now, or the Reaper as well. They're going to eat that man alive. But honestly, I do see the potential in here. If Blue can run them down harder, especially with that Lucio speed up, then I don't know. I think they got some potential for success here.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, I think you should be louder, guys. Let me know how loud or quiet War ends up being. And we get some really nice picks there from your band and Devout. Some nice participation from Connor Zombie as well, trying to help regulate the fight on Baptiste. Make sure that that here Reach Cyber is ready to continue pushing in here. War, this is an important match because, like I mentioned before, this is kind of like this is a playoffs match, and so I think this is one of the early rounds of playoffs. There's an opponent that West Branch is really excited to fight, and so part of the motivation for winning this match is the opportunity to fight that opponent. This is only round one, but Reach Cyber is in control of this pace right now, and I'm curious about how things start swinging back. But it's not going to be an ult exchange here, where it actually might be. That's an insane Blizzard that actually layers over the objective, helps lead to a couple of picks, and gives West Branch some of the agency that they need. That was awesome.
I was gonna say it was an insane Lucio beat by Super Monkey because he was able to get everybody on that team to survive through the duration of the Blizzard, but it didn't matter because the rest of the blue team was able to just full sweep them. I will say I'm a fan of the swaps by DPS Diff and Ball Diff coming out with the... Oh, but I'm forgetting their name. I know JQ, but that is Venture. That is Venture. Big Venture fan, honestly.
Yeah, Venture's actually so much fun. I like to rat out on the Venture. Play a corner and like jump out to someone like, surprise! Anyways.
Oh, dirty.
Yeah, actually, that's the point. They're the excavator. So, you got ultimates to fall back on here if you're West Branch as well. That's a comfortable position to be in. So I'm glad to see tides kind of equalizing here between these teams. Although I'd love to see what Reach Cyber, what it looks like for them to win here.
Ooh, offensive beat drop here. Countered by the wall, unfortunately, or the window rather. They can't really push in because of that.
Yup. You got a Blossom in the back lines. Devout ends up going down to Bailey. And that is a huge boon here for West Branch. But the point ends up flipping here, War. And there's only a couple of seconds to get a touch and a contest.
I'm actually a really big fan of the Lucio speed boost here because it allowed Red to get in onto the point, but it also gives Blue the potential to get back in there, especially with that BAP window, giving them a lot more damage. JQ getting her hands dirty with a really nice carnage.
Yup. And using the window as well to try and get a little bit of extra damage. You have some really frenetic playing here from both teams, trying to stay in cover, trying to do all the damage that they need, place the ultimates that they need, and and ultimately West Branch is able to win in the scuff, right? That's all the fights we're going to watch tonight, by the way, War, is just going to be the scuff. But holy smokes, it certainly looks really close at times.
I cannot wait. Well, let's JQ Reaper won't be one here. Honestly, I've been seeing a lot of your band and Devout are playing together a lot of the time, and that gives them so much damage and so much brawl potential. They are a force to be reckoned with right now.
It's a nice little burst, right? You get the Roadhog, place down the trap, throw the hook, and then Devout is there to follow up on the damage. But it's actually Game Slays who's like, yeah, I wanted to be hooked because the plan is to blizzard this space.
Aha, fools!
Ah, you fell right into my trap. It was, and it leads to a fight that that isn't unnavigable for West Branch, but it's not one that they're winning yet.
And Red is able to regain control of the point here, but they really gotta get that overtime. Maybe at least he'll get that last second touch.
It's a last second touch though. And the Celebratory Blossom to end it all as well. Over the window. Oh my goodness! Ultimates out the bank there from those cells. Really, really interesting stuff. I like the way that West Branch is trying to play these matches or these team fights. But I actually think that what I would want to see from them is just running even further in a little bit faster. War from Reach Cyber, which is our red team. What do you see? What do you see that's giving them an edge?
I see extremely survivable supports, and I think it's adding a lot of value.
Interesting.
A lot of value to their team. I mean, if you're Baptiste, you basically have 3 health bars with your shift and your lamp, and then Lucio is just the goat. I'm a big Lucio fan. If you've seen me on stream before, so I think just the versatility that both of them are bringing to the team right now are letting your band and Devout thrive. Because Lucio gets the 2 of them in there to do what they do best, and that is sticking a shotgun right in their mouth.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you're absolutely right. That is what your band and Devout. Okay, I see it now. I see your vision and why you've recognized the strength. Oh my goodness, that turret is so sinister and out of the range of out of the range of a lot of the characters on your team, but also now like they're playing in the turret's blind spot, and I really really like this from West Branch. I do want to see them move onto the point with some of these cooldowns that they've got before Reach Cyber is able to seize control of the objective, and some really nice Orisa timings help surge the team forward. There's a turret to dispatch, and there's picks to make sure that you're not losing the process from the rest of your team members, right? As Blue and Red fight for the objective, Reach Cyber looking to strike back and ultimately seizing control of the objective until it's only those 2 survivable supports left. Super Monkey will end up being pushed off to the side, and while Connor is able to equalize a pick with the Game Slays, it is ultimately possibly a losing battle, especially now that the Terror Surge has been deployed. But holy smokes, you feel good about that resource coming out from West Branch if you're Reach Cyber, and you feel even better about getting picks and maintaining control of the objective the entire time.
You know, I'm blanking on the names of the teams, but if you're Red, you're pretty happy with this exchange because you got that early control over the point, so you can kind of just keep throwing bodies at it so long as you're maintaining control. A very nice 28% for almost for free.
Yeah, it's Reach Cyber is the name, and you can just keep calling them Red and Blue War because this isn't a professional broadcast, and I don't have assets up for you. So, and honestly, and this is what I actually got to meet with West Branch a little bit last night and talk to them. And they were just really excited for their playoff run, and one of the things that I told them was I was like, look, you guys are here tomorrow, that is today, just to get in and play Overwatch. And so honestly, taking away the team names and just bringing it down to Blue and Red might not be a bad call, to perpetuate that narrative. There's a lot of ults coming out here, War.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now. I mean, Red, everything is fine right now. Both portals get popped here, but the Firelord responding with the beat of their own. Oh, unfortunately, getting booped by your band with a really nice 3-man whole hog. Your band is on fire today.
Yeah, really nice stuff from the Roadhog. And I don't know what it is about him, but Roadhog is, I guess he's kind of good right now or something. He seems fun or something.
I mean, last time I was playing Hog was meta, but then went right back down to F tier, so he's kind of all over the place. He's either top tier or bottom.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess he just constantly oscillates between those two things. You do have a West Branch approach onto this objective. Devout's going to be looking for an opportunity to go for the Death Blossom, seeks the Sanctuary of the Immortality Field, and ends up going down to a really brilliant Terror Surge cast from Baldiff against a team that was all grouped up by the rest of West Branch. Wow, say rest and west and the same sentence, and don't sound like a clown challenge. Difficulty level, at least for me personally, very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's quite a combo there.
Or it's a
I
great
gotta,
fight
I
for
gotta
West Branch to
say,
win.
I gotta hand it to Baldiv here. He is very excellent pacing. Like they know exactly when and
Mm-hmm.
when not to go in, and it was demonstrated in that last fight there. They were able to just run in there, get the picks they needed, and really secure the win there with that Terror Surge as well.
Yeah, I really liked that as well. There's another fight that you kind of have to be ready for here, and you won't have ultimates to use it for, but holy smokes, getting an opening
Nice
pick on the
spear.
Baptiste is so nice, right? And now you're
We
looking
love
for
to see
more.
it. Yeah, of course, because you can get away with it too, especially with only the Lucio for heals, and he
Mm-hmm.
fell too. Now all damage is permanent, and the rest can kind of just get in there.
Big stuff for West Branch to win that fight. For Reach Cyber, oh my god. War, I really just want to keep seeing the teams go back and forth here. I don't want either. I don't want a single one of these maps to re-roll one way or the other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's so much more fun when it's neck and neck, especially like this. I mean, Red's coming up on that overtime. They're looking for something here, and they're gonna find it in the form of a Blossom there.
Yep.
Nice trade, but they take down Fire Lord, which is really good for them. But Baldiv responding with a double with that spear.
And then going for the Terra Surge, pelting into the Roadhog, equalizing, actually more than just equalizing, winning the fight. West Branch managed to take round 2 on a map a little more open than the previous one. Do you think that that was an advantage that they had, or do you think that they... Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps. Hold on. Yo, one thing I told them last night is I was like, yo, you guys have to get in tomorrow and just be ready to lose. Be ready to lose like as quickly as possible in as many different ways as possible so that you guys start figuring out how to win. If that round was that feedback taken into consideration, then like wow, kind of cool to see feedback that isn't too terrible pay off for players that I want it paying off for. But I don't know. Maybe it was the map. Maybe it's just Reach Cyber not meeting their win condition, which I also want to see happen because Reach Cyber is a super talented team. What's the difference, War?
I'm liking the performances from both teams. I mean, both have something that's really giving them an edge. I mean, I think the Lucios on both teams are making this an extraordinarily fast-paced match, which I'm a big fan of. If you're red, you have a ton of upfront damage. But if you're blue, you can kind of afford to stay back and poke a little bit, especially because you're Sojourn, maybe even your Kiri as well. Gives you a little bit of value there. We see that with the DPS getting that first pick onto Super Monkey.
Yeah, and that's just a
they
big
got
one.
that first pick, they're able to just take the point and keep control over it.
Dude, did you notice how West Branch just like, they kind of got caught up here in this white room and then they just moved 2 point? That was insane.
I mean, yeah. They kind of knew what they were doing there. That must have been like calmed or something because they got in there and just went right to point.
Yeah.
That gave them so much value too.
It was weird too. It was shortly after they went under pressure. It was almost like they wanted to fight in that white room and then they just decided that that wasn't the place to be and they all rotated. So that was kind of scary, in fact, to watch witness, or to bear witness to.
We love seeing the adaptability there. I mean, it was a good call overall.
It was, yeah, and I think that it sets them up for a really nice fight here. Look at the angles that all of them are able to play, and how much, oh my goodness, like, think about how much pressure that is onto Reach Cyber.
Keep my eye on this game's Slays because they got the overclock there, and if Red keeps clumping up in this building here, then I'm going to see, I'm expecting a lot of collateral.
Yep, looking for the hook. Does find one here, you're banned. Elicits the Terror Surge, it procs the Immortality Field, and the Terror Surge slams into the earth and takes down 2. Super Monkey booped, tasted their own medicine, back across the barrier, the Koi Pond, and fight will reset once more. Wow. Things have really turned around for West Branch.
Yeah, I was expecting that to go a lot better for Red there, especially hooking the tank right at the gate. I mean, I thought they were going to get the pick there and then just steamroll point, but nah, that Terror Surge really put in a lot of work.
Yeah. We'll have to see a real, like, touch of the objective from Reach Cyber, who are looking to engage here. They're doing it without their Lucio, and so maybe it is now time more than ever to really get in there and see about using the whole hog or oh man, I wanted to say the beat, but we don't have it yet. You're fighting into ults though. The Kitsune Rush is in play. The Deadeye is going into effect and makes the point a dangerous place to be for both sides as the whole hog emerges and is dispatched. It's ultimately only Devout left on the point as it is sought to be cleared, but the sound barrier makes this a safer position and buys Devout just enough time to work up to that Death Blossom. They are not going to be able to get it off though. The sound barrier drops, the better beat, as we sometimes like to call it on my roster, drops just in time to make sure that if Devout had been able to pull that Death Blossom, it wouldn't have been able to get anything. And West Branch does take that first round.
These are some extraordinary beats, especially towards the end of that match. I thought Red was gonna get a second chance there because they popped that beat, and while there were only 3 members on point, sometimes that's just enough to help you find that extra pick. But
Yeah.
then Blue responded with a beat of their own, and that was a wrap from there.
I really like both of these teams' styles. It almost looks like they're both kind of making some of the same mistakes as well, and or at least if you know maybe you don't even want to call it a mistake because like in the context of high school esports, right? It's all pretty gray. But it almost seems like the same things that slowed West Branch down in that first map were what was slowing Reach Cyber down in those latter maps. And so for them, I actually just want to see like again, kind of same deal as with West Branch. I want to see like what does it look like when you play like really fast, really in, really hard. Um, so um, so maybe we'll get to see that. Do you think we get to see your band still in the Roadhog? I would not mind that. I'm actually kind of surprised at how much I ended up liking the Roadhog from Cyber.
Me as well. I've always been kind of a Roadhog slash Mauga hater because I feel like there's such a drag.
Oh my
But
god, yeah.
Reach Cyber made that work really well. I mean, so much value with those hooks and a lot of upfront damage that really cannot be ignored. It forced West Branch to really keep their eye on your band much more than normally.
Yeah, actually, I have to figure out. I think that, oh yeah, because they are doing hero bans. Like
Ooh,
it looks
okay.
like we're banning a character per team, and then we're doing map picks as well. So that's interesting. You kind of unwittingly added one of the elements that there is to consider, or made us realize one of the elements that there is to consider, which is like, who are you banning and how? And I guess, ooh, I don't know if the bans or the map is rolling in first, because I feel like that also changes things, right? If you ban Rialto, do you want to run the Hog? If you're banning Ilios, do you really want to be on the Lucio? Well, who am I kidding? You always want to be on Lucio, but
Of course.
you get my point. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, if we're going into Ilios, I see a hog ban without a doubt. I mean, you have to ban the character who's going to give your team the most stress, and I feel like it's hog in this situation because if he
Yeah.
finds that hook on the right target, then it allows Reach Cyber to just get in there and do what they do best, and that is put a bunch of damage right in their face.
Yeah, I do 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 do. I I almost wonder as well, like if you end up in right, do you actually ban like the Life Weaver, right?
No,
So that nobody can grip people out of the well. You said no?
I feel like there's just better picks. Life Weaver, he just makes me laugh, man.
Someone bans Weaver and you chuckle. You're like, I didn't want to play him anyways. That's no skin off
Yeah, it's
my
like
back.
not a
And
problem
then
for me.
and then your support picks Mercy, and you're like, oh my god, you wasted our ban on Weaver.
You
I
fool.
I jest, guys. We are huge Mercy fans in the chat, or at least we acknowledge that they get a lot more hate than they. Um. Okay, interesting. Well, we haven't had the map selection roll in yet. Reach Cyber, I think, who does get the map pick. They haven't picked yet, and based on the way that I see them playing, I think for one, by the way, they can pick any of the maps that Gummy listed. So, Blizzard World, Kings Row, Umbani, Circuit, Havana, Gibraltar, Esperanza, Runasapi, and Saravasa are all selectable right now. And that's a pretty extensive pool. And honestly, half of those maps I kind of look at, and I'm like, if you want to run the Roadhog strategy, it's really, really difficult. And honestly, it's kind of interesting because I think that you could pick a lot of those maps to also counter the Orisa strategy that West Branch is running. And it's less Orisa based, and it's more like a let's just all move from point A to point B and make sure that the enemy team is on the line on our way to point B. We roll over them and set up for the next fight. So it's less Orisa than it is just walking. But like, do you really think Circuit Royale is the map to walk on?
Ah, maybe if you're playing Sigma, but I don't know about Orisa or let alone Hog. I mean, it's such an open map, so I don't know. Picking those closer range characters, I feel like you put yourself at a disadvantage. But it looks like we're going King's Row instead.
Yeah, and that that honestly makes a lot of sense. I looked at that map. I gave a little eye to that map, and I was also thinking Blizzard World in the back of my head, or even Saravasa, which is interesting. It says Flashpoint /push and Esperanza Arena Sapi and Of
There's the
no new
Orisa
drip ceiling.
ban.
Yeah, they banned Orisa. Baldiff says frick. Oh shoot, banned the Orisa. Oh,
Can't say
that's what I wanted.
can't say I'm surprised. I mean,
No.
once they swapped to Orisa, they were putting in so much value.
And think about the options that you give yourselves. Like if you want to run the Road Dogg strategy, which you can do on King's Row, which you're kind of motivated to do, especially for third point King's Row. Then like yeah, 100%. I think that the Orisa ban ends up being kind of good because then you can not worry about getting speared, booped off by Orisa as you're trying to go for hooks in the Foundry. Or even just like if you want to play certain positions on King's Row, the choke, the hotel, start in theater, then I'm gonna drop a Prodar here real quick. Then by axing the Orisa out of your potential opponent's composition, I think that you. I really want to see Reach Cyber take this map, War. Maybe it's just my bias against West Branch, being a West Branch hater. But I really want to see Reach Cyber win the second map.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty indifferent. But I want to see some brawl. I love Lucio. I love Bat, and I love Ramatra. I think he is my #1 tank. Just I think he's so much fun and he's super cool. If we could see some of that, that would be a treat.
Interesting. I wonder if we'll see Ramatra or not. Here, go and say a couple of things, War. I'm checking your audio again.
Sure. I mean, you know, King's Row is like the king of brawl, in my opinion. It's always been like one of my favorite maps, period, just because that's how I roll. So now that they banned Orisa, I'm wondering what the pick here is going to be.
Yeah.
If it is a Reinhardt 1v1, I am going to cry tears of joy.
Well,
that would bring
you
me
know,
so much happiness.
let's not cry on my stream. We are a macho, masculine, unfeeling, steadfast, stoic men here on this stream, and everyone in my chat is like that too. So no crying, kind of hurts my brand a little bit if you do that, but honestly, a lot of joy to be experienced here. Look at okay, yo, a little too much joy, a little too much joy. Get down from there. Monkeys on the bed cracking their heads, and that's what's gonna end up happening. Who's the first to crack open? I bet it's Firelord.
I'm expecting a ball diff pin here right at the gate.
Don't pin. Do not pin. What are you doing?
It's gonna be so funny.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my lord.
All right.
I'm glad we're having fun, Camp. Oh my god, I almost called you Campfire. I'm glad we're having fun, War. That's a compliment for you.
It is.
All right, Bat, Lucio, Ryan, everything that you wanted, but is this first fight really the way that you wanted to see it happen? There's a sim at the choke, bro.
You know, if you're blue, actually, you're pretty happy with this defense. Oh, look at that! You wall them off right into the sim turrets. I see the vision.
Yeah. Devout is fighting Baldiff, but, like, you aren't going to win that 1v1, so I'm glad that Reach Cyber is, like, starting to push through, but I really want them to make a decision and figure out where they want to be, so that they can start applying some pressure. See how Super Monkey just ends up going down there, and it's really to glorified spam. And I think that Reach Cyber, like, you guys just push through and walk on West Branch, because you're on the comp, right? So, you know, these identities that you wanted to see, War, from these teams, we just get to see them run into each other, and so yeah, I'm really excited to see Reach Cyber kind of realize, like, ooh, we can just run, we can just get it. They have to be careful because they're going to a shatter.
Yeah, if they walk into that shatter, it's kind of gonna spell out GG's for them. But
oh my goodness,
my god, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I love that window. I love that window, and I love that charge from Reach Cyber. And it's tough. It's tough that you lose your Rhine there, but you force the sim wall, which is huge, and the Ant Matrix.
If you're blue, you're pretty happy with this. So you have the picks. Now it's just a matter of like retaking the point.
Yeah, absolutely. West Branch played that really well. I still really love that Reach Cyber gets that tick.
Yeah, honestly, that's really good for them. You were not complaining about that at all. And you're still coming up on ults as well. You have the Lucio B, and you're coming up on 3 more just around the corner. Blue already expended a couple of theirs too. Like you're looking at a pretty good spot aside from the Reinhardt getting picked. But hey.
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's okay. You know, Hadi is the great Ryan player who taught us that like life happens. You know, stuff happens, and when something happens like that, you just set up for the next fight. So, really good opportunity. I wouldn't be surprised to see Reach Cyber kind of like look to push through with the sound barrier, but they've also got Blizzard to open up their options like right off the bat. Thing is, they're playing the Game Slice, who is also ready with this Blizzard. So sooner that one team pushes through the choke, the sooner this fight's gonna end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a matter of who's going to use the Blizzard better.
Oh my goodness, it might actually be the beat better. Oh my goodness, and there's blizzards as well to mitigate some of that damage, to slow down that push. There are beats on both sides in response to, it was a really nice beat in response to Baldiff's Shatter. But Baldiff is the one who gets to walk away with those picks, the old diff duo, Baldiff, DPS diff. And now we're just seeing Reach Cyber slow down at the choke in a position where they are really going to want to get moving through soon, especially since they still have these ultimates. These are really good point-taking ultimates here.
Really good of Loch Nessie to hold on to that Blizzard, because now you have it for this awesome retake.
Yep. A little bit of damage being sustained by Reach Cyber as they walk in. They were able to get the Immortality out from West Branch, and they do get the Blizzard deployed. It's a really nice one, too. Ends up getting 3 frozen, 2 frozen, and an Ant Matrix is used to compensate for it. But there's a really brilliant pin from your band, who is managing to get the jump, only up until the point that Baldiff strikes back. Oh my goodness, so close for Reach Cyber.
That was extraordinarily close. I thought they had that for sure.
Yeah. Yo, Game Slice already has a
bladder swap.
Oh, okay, yeah. You were waiting for this one.
Absolutely, because now they can just kind of punch their way right through the Reinhardt, unless they get shattered. But
yeah, Shadow comes out. There's Blizzard as well, and this is really not a fight closer, but this is a round ender here. So that tick of progress that Reach Cyber was able to get, a really, really important progress. It is what they are banking on for the defense. Sorry, War, I'd cut you off. You were about to say something earlier.
No, you're good. I mean, wow, really good defense.
Yeah,
overall.
yeah.
I mean,
really good
I think that Sim had a lot of room to work with. She was at her max charge. It looked like a good chunk of that, especially towards the beginning. Like, she was able to just farm off the Reinhardt and then pull W and melt everybody.
Yeah, it was, and you got such great positions to play that Symmetra in as well, because it's not just the Sim that's able to do that, or it's not just because you're running the Sim that you're able to carve out that space, right? Because really you're thinking about the Symmetra, the turrets, and the choke, and Symmetra's playing like kind of orienting or orbiting around the statue. And really, that space is only made operable by Symmetra when you start adding all of these other components that you wanted to see, War, right? So you didn't, I think it's funny, you didn't mention the Sim, not once, when you were talking about like what kind of compositions you want to see on the King's Row. Symmetra wasn't one of the characters that you mentioned, right? You said the Rhine, the Bap, the Lucio, the really brawly styles, but Sim ends up fitting really well into this style, and not only does she fit well into it, it's these characters that you wanted to see that make her so good in. It's a really nice realization, or it's a nice acknowledgement of the really creative way that you can play this game, and it's interesting, kind of getting to see like kind of a brawl out between the creativity, at least in this map from West Branch, and the conventions that Reach Cyber are looking to make.
Yeah, Sim definitely won me over with a handful of the plays they made with the They had this TP to get the Reinhardt in the back line, and then that shatter from the top row. I thought that was really
nice.
I just haven't seen that much. Oh, we got your band back on the Roadhog here.
Yep.
Perhaps
I love it.
Just brawl out the Baldiff.
Yeah, it's just a fight that's choke. I'm curious about who walks over the other side first. They're going to be a TP over to the other side. Firelord ends up going down, so even though West Branch was able to TP, they're going to end up losing a member. And there's a trade established, Devout getting a little active, maybe a little too early on, but now there's a little bit of a separation. Wow, drop from the high ground, Baldiff's going to have to move up to the Roadhog, and that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, if you're Reinhardt, you really do not want to be on the face of a Roadhog unless you're getting in there to pin Super Monkey. Taking down one of the supports there. Now all they...
Oh my goodness. Yeah, West Branch is just able to run in. Wow, that was so losable for West Branch as well. You know, up until the point that we got the pin onto that Lucio, which you called, right? I think that it was actually West Branch's fight to lose, and I think that I just think it's really interesting. It's kind of the moment that Baldiff is like, oh my goodness, my Symmetra gotten hooked. I need to actually be it. right? And goes for the pin on the Lucio. I don't think that they were even aiming for the Lucio. I think Baltic was actually kind of like going for the big target or like just kind of like generalized core.
Yeah, that's what
And
it looked like.
ends up getting like one of the big meaningful picks. So I really liked that from West Branch. Again, even though I am a West Branch hater, right? And I want to see Reach Cyber take some really big map dubs. I still can't deny how well they're playing that.
I
Cyber's
gotta
also playing well too. They know what they want. It's just West Branch is like really. Sorry, go ahead.
once again, I gotta hand it to the Sim, especially on the attack there. I think they realize that they can't brute force their way into a Reaper, Hog, Torb. There's just too much upfront damage. So you see the Sim put her TP on that high ground in their back, and then it opened up so much room for the Bastion to just start shredding. And then even though the Sim got picked, it let the Reinhardt charge and get the pick on the support, and the rest was history. I think it was a really good play by them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that West Branch has been. It's been a while since I've actually gotten to see them play because I've been casting with the folks that run this tournament in a while. But last I remember seeing them, they were trying to pick up the Symmetra strats TM. They were trying to run like the TP behind, flipping the map, doing the turret bombs, which I think is like a little less common nowadays, is going for those big TP turret placement bombs. But it's kind of neat to see that they are it's kind of neat to see that they stuck with it. That's honestly kind of
Yeah,
surprising. I don't know how many teams that I've seen at one era like start picking up strat, and when I come back to them like an era later, it's they're still they're not even still on that strat. They've like actually been working on it. I think that's
I feel like it's hard to make those sim comps work because you need so much to happen for it to actually like work well. You need so much
Mhm.
communication and coordination that you wouldn't really see in like I don't know ranked or something, but you do see it in these like in matches like these esports matches. So
Yep.
it's always a treat to get to see that coordination from like a put together team with comms. Like it's just cool watching it all come together.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna end up winning some swaps here as well. So things are gonna keep coming together, but just like a little bit differently. Bayou Lee is going to be swapped out for Nyan Ki, which is one of the D2 players that we've gotten to watch. Some of these schools have like the Division One, the Division and so this is, I believe, a Division One series, which actually should be more evidence to the pile about like how good Reach Cyber has to be to get here. Reach Cyber, who is a new entry into this tournament, at least as far as I know. Like I said, I got to cast them last season, but that was the first season that I got to see them. And they're also competing with teams that have been in this tournament for like a couple of years now. West Branch, I know this roster pretty well because I've watched them over the last couple of years. I'm pretty sure that this is one of their last seasons. Right, so you've got Reach Cyber, kind of new entry to this tournament. Not necessarily as they're not competing with these teams in all of the same tournaments up until the point that we got a big merger that brings a ton of new teams into this into this tournament. I was trying to find flowery words. And so Reach Cyber to be really competitive with West Branch, a lot of experience sports in the tournament, and with these teams is kind of insane. So even though this ends up being a really important match for both these teams, right, to continue moving on in playoffs, to continue to establish a lead against their opponents, it also ends up being a really impressive match because it really is always impressive for teams to make it this far. And I'm excited to see some impressive stuff, especially with Phantom now being swapped in for Reach Cyber. That's another one of the substitutions coming in. Goodness, I'm so sorry because I am not paying close enough attention to remember the names for who they got subbed out for. So I'm terrible, and with that established, Wart, take it away.
Uh, I mean, yeah, you kind of checked off all the boxes. I'll be honest. I mean, Reach Cyber is putting up one heck of a show.
Yeah.
They're they have a lot of like coordination and that they're playing together,
Mm-hmm.
and that it shows. I mean, the DPS are sticking right with the tanks. The supports are playing pretty much like next to each other. Like they're where they need to be at the right times. I feel like.
Yep. The Yeah, I really like that from them. I really like their togetherness. That's something that gets West Branch in trouble, actually. Over the last couple of years that I've gotten to see them, the times that I've seen West Branch like look definitively the worst is when they are not together. I almost wonder if that's kind of slowing things down a little bit for Reach Cyber, right? Where because they're playing together, they're also willing to play like a little bit slower, right? So against a team that's willing to play as fast as West Branch, maybe it's not necessarily the togetherness, but maybe it is that we are not as together as fast as we could be. And that's what I had mentioned, kind of like what might have been the issue for West Branch in that first round. But for Reach Cyber, I really want to see what it looks like to have that togetherness, but also have some like really good momentum, acceleration, like get in, get moving, and go wreak some havoc, sow some mayhem, and level some discord around the battlefield. And Havana, well, this is a really hard point to say do that on, right? Wouldn't normally you be saying like take fights at the corners, wait for them to walk up, play your spacing and distances, especially considering, I mean, look at these comps too, War. Holy.
Yeah, these are something else. I don't think I've seen a Doomfist lock in a long time, but I'm a humongous Doomfist fan. This is very exciting. I'm anticipating that they're
You
gonna
got
try
trolled.
and. Oh, I got trolled. Oh, come on.
It's not the Doom. I would have loved to see that though too. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I see the mentality that they know that that defense is gonna be on snipers, so the mentality of just jumping up there and punching them, hitting them where it hurts is smart. But I guess you can just hook them down instead.
Yep.
Unless you're ball diff. Ooh, it's really nice picks coming out the gate here.
Some nice hooks, nice ability usages as well. I like Devout getting in with the TP and then getting out with the Wraith. I don't think they'll be able to get out all the way. Yeah, so they're sent back to spawn. But I like that these teams really know what they want to do. Oh my goodness, absolutely criminal body block on the Your Band. That is
That was gnarly.
that was so rude. I think Baldiff gets court-martialed for that one here, actually.
Hey, your band is not happy about these snipers. Look at that Winston swap.
Yeah, ready to jump in. Doing some little spinny dances too. I like it. I'm actually such a big fan of doing the spins, the 360s. Like, absolutely make sure that you know where everyone is in the lobby. So get the high jump here.
Yeah.
That's our engage.
Unfortunately, a little short of that high ground.
Yeah, and so that's broad this corner.
Not DPS Devout is still up there, looking dangerously low, but maybe trying to get some value.
Get a TP and then a jump over to the other side. Oh, walking on the Zen. Ooh. I still like that. I still really like that.
Yeah, I did. I wasn't expecting him to turn onto the Zen, but he almost got the pick too.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that the rest of the team fell before he had the opportunity.
Yep. I just realized that skins are on. That's kind of nice. I know a lot of tournaments play with skins off. It's fun to see the expression from the players. Interesting. Okay.
Oh man, if you, that
Solo
is
hold.
It is really tough if you're banned right now, because Baldiff is holding this room extremely well with the hog. Just so much damage. That is his den.
Yeah. It makes me really like the Torbjorn here. I think that's a lot of great pressure that you can put onto the Roadhog. I wonder if the whole team should just fight Baldiff.
Maybe, but I feel like it's going to be a little difficult to do with a Winston. I feel like there'd be more value synchronizing your dive with your Lucio and your Reaper to try and dumpster those snipers.
Oh my goodness.
I'm wondering what they're thinking right now, trying to take this room. There's a lot of ults coming out right now.
Yup. There's a lot of ults, and a lot of it is actually all of it is from West Branch. There, it was the whole hog earlier. It was actually a lot of ults. It was just that transcendence. But holy smokes, that's a lot of action around that corner. Just for West Branch to keep holding here.
We see the swap onto Reinhardt here. Maybe they're really just trying to brawl out the Roadhog and get him out of this room on the side.
Yup. I really like that. Maybe it's the whole team kind of on the same page.
Maybe it's to help set up their Torbjorn. Because if he can get that room to work with, then he can kind of rat in there and keep his turret up.
Yep. It looks like they're playing this straight away, though. And they're playing into a really, really tough one. The beat's going to drop. The overclock goes out. And you got Reach Cyber running in, looking for action to take. It's just they're very spread out. We're gonna pause in. Yeah. I think that we saw a little disconnect coming through. That is a-okay. Yeah. Your band will have to leave in coin. That sometimes
That is
happens.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that actually happens all the time at this tournament. So that's okay, kind of par for the course. Reach Cyber is trying a lot of things to kind of make this work, and I really, really love that because again, like one of the things that I have that I've known about West Branch for a while is like as soon as they start losing, like it gets really, really hard for them to start bouncing back to win, right? So they kind of entrench themselves a little bit, and so one of the things that was helpful for them was just willing to lose in as many different ways as possible. And so I think that Reach Cyber kind of embodying that as well, being like, let's try a couple of different things here. Let's try to brawl out the hog. Let's try to move the objective. Let's try to dive the high ground, right? I think that that's actually some really, really awesome initiative from them. And in the context of a team that that is just playing a little bit slower than West Branch, I think that you actually end up getting to look really, really good as that team. If you're Reach Cyber. So Reach Cyber, absolutely armed with the right idea and just in a difficult position to execute. But that makes sense. I mean, look at the ultimates they have to go into. Look at the composition. Baldiff has had the body blocks, and so it's hard. It's hard war.
It is. It is just difficult. But I gotta give it to them where I feel like a lot of people in hero shooters are so resilient to making swaps or trying to make something work. So just seeing this, at least the commitment or the effort to making swaps, to try something new, to try a different plan is commendable.
Yeah, it makes it also kind of like leads us to this point where we're like the Lucio Zen on Havana is a really bold and interesting choice, right? But I also see where like you've got the beat that was able to be dropped. It buys a little bit of time there, right? And if your band is able to stay engaged, I think that they're actually able to do so much with that sound barrier health. We saw some really glorious pins, some really nice engages from them in the last two maps, and but then even if you don't have the beat, you've got the transcendence, right? So you don't have a lot of healing for these mid fights, but also the mid fights that you had taken while you were running a different support lineup were it was really hard to keep you up anyways, right? So if no amount of healing will save, doesn't it make sense? Go for the speed and the damage and have those defensive ults to fall back on, which generate incredibly quickly as well. It's where I really like what Reach Cyber is thinking. I just want them to have an environment where they can have a better shot at executing it.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about this support comp too much yet, but I feel like you don't see Mercy Zen or Lucio Zen too often. Not to say that it can't work. I mean, we're seeing it work exceptionally well for the defensive team here. But I don't know. They're putting a lot of their faith into their snipers, into their DPS, and they're being rewarded for it quite well. I mean, that damage amp and the Discord orb is giving DPS diff and this game slays so many more opportunities to get picks.
Yep. Oh, watch out. Pops the E, can't get out. Getting the healing from the Lucio and the shield comes up. Oh, this is perfect. Okay. Gotta love seeing the teams help each other out there.
Of course. And now DPS diff is off that high ground. This gives your band the potential to get in there, hit them with the hammer. And we see this now. They're finally taking space back from them.
I love this.
Getting that hog dangerously low.
Oh my goodness, so is our Zen though. And for Reach Cyber, losing that Zen is pretty tough, but you no longer have that sound, or you no longer have that Transcendence, so it's okay. Blossom comes out on the point, Baldiff having to only heal. Oh my goodness, and that's such a meaningful pick for Reach Cyber. They might be able to keep this going. Absolutely,
they totally can. That hog was such a wall for them, but now that he's out of the picture, they have so much more space to work with and get in there. Especially with the Lucio being up, like, if Reinhardt wanted to, he could walk forward and just... Oh, maybe not, actually. They got pretty dangerously low there. Exceptional job by the Mercy here, by the way. Being able to just fly above everything and keep those heals coming.
Yep. Well, there's a Torp turret on the field, no less, as well. Oh my goodness, it was a really nice fight from West Branch to take that back. But holy smokes, Reach Cyber knew what they were doing right up until the point that West Branch figured out how to fight that. That was really impressive.
It's always funny how damage buffing the Sojourn seems to just win games.
Yeah. Well, unless I'm your Sojourn. But yeah. 100%.
Well, good thing we're in the booth.
I know, right? Actually talking about the game instead of playing it. Oh my lord. I like talking about the game a lot better than playing it some days. Okay. I gotta say, War, up until that last push, right? We're looking at a match like this between any two teams, right? Whether you know, regardless of the disparity as well, right? So if it's a bronze versus GM, if it's the professional teams duking it out, right? The number 1 and number 2, right? We look at a match where the payload had only progressed as far as it had up until that last fight, and we're like, okay, so it's over, right? For the defenders or for the attackers, right? And actually, it's not. With that push, I think Reach Cyber pushes themselves into a really winnable territory that they can start eking maps and confidence out of West Branch. The difficulty of that task cannot be understated, but there is some potential there. I want to see what it looks like. Whether we'll get to see it this afternoon, obviously, can't be too certain of until we get the match going. But I think our airtime war ends up wasted on predictions when we can instead talk about these comps. No longer the Lucio Zen on the side of Reach Cyber. It's now that Baptiste Lucio. I guess to move around quickly.
I guess so. I mean, I feel like the two of them on the same team work so well together. I mean, they both do exceptional damage. They both have nice AoE heals and reliable heals nonetheless. Oh, and look at this. And that pick onto the Baptiste early is really good for red.
Yep. But they end up losing. That teleport, I think, was put into a position that the team didn't realize they couldn't move away from. So you end up with a really good fight for Reach Cyber.
Absolutely.
Love it. No ultimates either. That was such a fast fight, so you don't even get the chance for anything to be built there. And so West Branch is gonna have to like slowly but surely move the point.
Ooh, a good TP to take that high ground.
Yep. Got the MO out, and you have trades both ways. It's a nice start.
Bap is doing everything in his power to keep the Reinhardt alive, and is finding a lot of success here. See what DPS Diff able to just clean up these picks as well. Now they have the high ground to work with. They can let the Reinhardt kind of get in there and do his thing. Ooh, but
he's in there.
He fell like right when they were TPing. That is unfortunate timing.
Yeah. This is a nice high ground position, though. Imagine how much you're able to do here from this spot, and it appears as if that actually is the case. There's a lot able to be done here.
Insane pick on that hog, too. Now all they have to do is wait for their Reinhardt to get back into the fray of things, and then they can kind of just walk forward here.
Yeah.
Unless you're Phantom trying to get that stall the point as long as they can. The Sim turrets are not giving him much room to do that.
No, I really like that touch from Phantom as well, and it buys a little bit of time, forces a little bit of attention, but ultimately it's going to be West Branch with the resources that they need to bring this fight to a close, a favorable one for them as well. And at the end of map 3, we will have a playoff round victory for West Branch. Really, really good stuff. I want to mention that Reach Cyber was really, really on top of what they needed to do, especially there at the end. I feel like they had come around to a really good understanding of how West Branch was playing, and they made some really good adjustments. At that point, right, when you're working against that many disadvantages against you, it's tough to keep any realization going, like about how your enemies are playing, your win conditions. It's tough to take that and kind of convert it into those actual fight wins. But Reach Cyber, I could see from the way that they were looking around, from the fights that they were taking, that Havana was a map that they had figured it out. It's just by that point, West Branch had done the hard work to make sure they were set up to win that fight at the very. We got a little ball diff. Love you, Ethan. In the chat. I love you guys. Both my West Branch and my Reach Cyber competitors from Divisions 1 and 2. And War, actually, you get to walk away from this very casual showcased exhibition match, actually playoff match, with some strong opinions. So fire away. What'd you think of my high school esports teams?
You know, of the games to come back to get to cast for Overwatch, I'm happy it was this one because I got to. It was just a really nice segue to get back into the scene. I mean, I really don't know what a lot of the perks do, or I don't know what the metas and the comps are anymore, but it's what the teams demonstrated here today. They played well, and it was just fun to get to watch. I really have no notes. I can't make it any more complicated than it is. I mean, it was a treat to get to watch, man.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're so right about that, War. Well, guys, let's get like a ton of love in the chat for War coming out here. You guys can see in the stream asset, he's very handsome, very charismatic, and very brave compared to the
Oh,
fraudulent, dumb, silly coach that has been taking up all of his casting time. Just make sure that we shower War with lots of love in the chat. And War, do you want to be followed anywhere, like on Twitter or Twitch or anything? You want to plug on my stream? I'll
I don't
time
really
you
have
out
any
for it,
socials to
but
plug.
okay. Well, I was
I
looking
mean,
forward to timing you out, but
oh
for advertising my
wow.
stream.
Okay.
I think you post on Twitter every once in a while, though, right? Or do you not? Do you not say anything funny on that anymore?
I don't even think I have a Twitter account, dude. You made that
Oh
up.
shoot! Okay. Well, we see the fraudulent, dumb, silly coach is doing fraudulent, dumb, silly things once again. So before he has an opportunity to make an even greater fool out of himself, we are going to throw to a short break. Give one last thank you, War, in the chat, and one last let's go reach Cyber, let's go West Branch in the chat. We're going to send to a short break, and on the other side, we will resume. We will be resuming our usual regularly scheduled broadcast. Thank you guys so much for being here for the exhibition of the Overwatch high school playoff match between Reach, Cyber, and West Branch. Yeah, Little Gummy, thanks for being on air. I appreciate you. And all the team. Congrats on the win, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next week. I'll probably end up watching the team. Anyways, go for a short break, and when we come back, it's probably just gonna be. Thank you guys. We'll be
Thanks for
right
having
back.
me, GG's.
GG's. nice. Oh, it's nice having the classical music back in my ears. I'm gonna reduce it a little bit, and you guys is. So for me, it's kind of funny to go live and just have my inner mind consumed. I realize how quiet life is when I end stream. Because my classical music playlist no longer are violas and pianos, cellos strumming in my ears. It's now just the discomfort of my own, I was going to say intellectualism, but really my own brain-damaged thoughts swirling around an endless, incessant void of an echo that has actually just over years turned me into a real shell of a person. What were we doing? VODs. VOD reviewing. VOD is video on demand for those of us who were born before 1987. Replay audio is my list because I had actually pulled it up, but now I have to remember the code. Hold on, let me go pull that up. All right, 5E DZQ. All right, 5E, 5E, 6D. Wait, hold on, am I? Hold on, what did I say? 5E6. Okay, this is the right. Alrighty, alrighty. While we let this boot up, I'm actually going to give you guys a little bit of background info on this game. This is going to be a player called Frozen. Not unlike the award-winning Disney. And they had told me. So this is an Ash player, the Gold 3 on console. Oh my goodness! Let's get a big old "We love console players" in the chat because that is actually true. Man, we love console players. And mainly a QP warrior, because rank has been a very tilting / anxiety experience. I've been working on that, and a big part of that is dropping the win-loss mentality for a improvement mindset. I've been focusing on good dynamites, but if any other issue is a problem, let me know. Freya also farmed me pretty good, so if you have any advice. Awesome. Okay. And, wow. This one ends up being a really important VOD review, so I'll do my best to make sure that we get this right. Okay. QP Warrior, because rank has been a very tilting and anxiety experience. Gold 3 on console. Yeah, I understand. I don't think I have ever heard in my life things that are as mean to me as the things I've heard in Overwatch. Right? And I'm not really too keen on reliving those experiences, those mean things that have been said to me, right? Not to mention, right, even just if I'm not playing in a game where people are being mean to me, there's also the fact that I am generally mean to myself, right? There's the fact that if I miss a shot or if I don't time a cooldown right, the one who's actually calling me a bot isn't one of my teammates. It's some self-conscious, unrecognized, disturbing sentiment deep-seated within myself, so difficult to discern and identify that at the end of the day, I'm better off just continuing to grind Overwatch mindlessly than to address and fix that. Mentality is so very, very difficult and intricate and complicated. It's nuanced, and at the end of the day, I can tell you to just play the game, right? But I don't think that that's going to be enough, and I don't think that that's going to be helpful for everybody. I am a bot, yes, that's true, but a very handsome one. A very handsome bot, if I do say so myself. You are your own worst enemy. You know, Goose, I imagine that over the course of your career, you will develop, far more menacing adversaries. You know, who are envious of your power, your authority, your wealth. Right? That is wealth of wisdom. Right? We don't care about material gains here. And so for you, I imagine that you've actually got some tougher mountains to take down. But for a lot of us, yeah, we are our own worst enemies. Okay, all right. So, we are looking at some metal rank Ash gameplay. So very, very cool. Trying to make me blush. I'm trying. It actually takes me an insane amount of effort to come up with every single thing that I say, so I appreciate you guys appreciating how much time and energy I put into the things that I give you, and to these little nuggets of Ethanism. Although I'm so sorry that you guys don't eat well. It's not very calorie dense. The nuggets I give y'all. You're better off with McDonald's. So the cool thing about Gold Ash gameplay Frozen is I don't have to talk about the aim. I love that. I love being free of talking about the aim because honestly, the aim isn't gonna be what wins you these gold games. And so, for you to be shrugging off some of these hindrances, these encumbrances, about like your performance, your skill set, your capacity as a player, especially your potential rank as a player. Don't even worry about the aim. All right. You just want to make sure that you're playing close to your corners, which you are. Close to walls, covers corners, right? So already you're doing the this is my review. Thanks for doing it. Hey, Snow. I'm so glad that you were here just in the nick of time. I'm so excited to. I've been looking forward to this VOD review for actually a couple of days. I fell off the wagon over the weekend, so you have to understand how we have how excited I've been. Yo, Digital. I got your message today. Sorry I didn't reply to it, but I did add you to the spreadsheet. We're going to have to tackle you later in the week, but we'll get around to you. And I'm so excited to dig into those VODs because you said that you've been learning things about the Freya, and guess who hasn't been learning about the Freya? Me. So I need your VODs to learn some new things. Thanks for stopping by, Digital. Oh my gosh, you are so cool. Oh, you guys are so cool. Okay. Alright, so I know I mentioned playing close to your walls, covers quarters, right? That's when things start out. I am not opposed to Frozen, you using your coach gun to like see about taking an angle on this high ground. This will give you easier shots to land, but even more important than shots, it gives you scouting info. Oh, and you're walking wide anyway, so this is perfect. Since you're not under pressure, since you don't have to push anyone off of you or out of a position, you can actually just use it for your own personal mobility, get up there on that high ground, and look for some really easy shots and dynamites. You mentioned looking to work on the dynamites. What rank is this, Ash? This is gold on console. This is like mid-upper gold as well. So this is after you've really punched through those really troubling gold games, and once you start getting into the realm where you really you got to start popping off. So really excited to see what that looks like from from Frozen. Yeah, my angle took a little too long, I noticed in the moment. Yeah, that's A-okay. You should see how long it takes me to realize that I'm not where I should be or that I should be elsewhere. But you mentioned looking to get your dynamites, and I just think that like the absolute easiest dynamite that you land every single time walking out of this spawn and on this section of the first point of the map, I think is right here. Here's the thing that you want to understand is the higher up ladder you get, the more they're going to be ready for you to play this position. This is a very popular spot when I'm playing defense on DPS. I'm starting up here on the high ground. I'm waiting for the Ash or the Widow or the Sojourner to jump up on that high ground, and I am waiting for them there. And because I am waiting for them there, I'm ready to land the shot where I know their head is going to be when they land. And I know that they're going to land because I know how long those cooldowns are, and I know how long it takes for someone to fall 9.8 meters to the surface of the Earth in Overwatch, I guess. And so because I know all of this, I don't need to make the shot hard on me. I can just go 3, 2, 1, and pull the trigger when I know their head is going to fall right underneath my crosshair. So you want to be careful of this position. But the same way that I'm ready for you to play there, you're ready to use this position to abuse the fact that they're playing on the low ground and that they're not competitive with you on the high ground, right? So I really love this high ground position for a number of different reasons. Those are a few of them, but I like that position, and you might not. You might want to just poke and prod. You might want to get up there and not throw a dynamite. Get up there and get a pick or whatever, right? And so you figure out what you want to do up there, and then let me know how it works. See, I'm into big brain. I'm too big brain, and I swing wide from spawn doors, then peek the windows and ashes from the doorway because they don't expect that angle. And then what is up there? Okay, Digital, are you watching my replay codes? Oh my goodness. I like that. I like that getting away from the dynamite. There's just no reason for you to be taking your own damage there, and so I like that. And I can't relentlessly flame you for the dynamite. I think I was playing Stadium last night, and oh my god, the amount of dynamites that I threw into a corner like that. From first person, by the way. I said Stadium, but I don't even have the excuse of being in third person, right? So I played a lot of Honest. That pause is Not instinct. Okay, yeah. Oh, no, I gotcha. Yeah, with Ana, okay, interesting that you mentioned Ana. With Ana, you do generally want to play safe, but actually, I think with Ana, now is a really good time, especially since especially as you play other characters and other roles, there's actually a lot of things that Ana and Ashe want to do really similarly. So look to do some of the things on Ashe that you might want to do on Ana, and look to do some of the things on Ana that you might do on Ashe, right? I mean, imagine if you walk up here as Ana, right? And even though you want to play this low ground position, you want to go for the intuitive, natural spots that you're really comfortable playing, imagine if the same way a dynamite is really good up here. Imagine the same way that you get a really good scouting matrix to understand how good or bad a dynamite might be up here. You also get those same things on a bio name. Sorry. I don't want to be, I don't want to get too bogged down in details, not because I don't know that you can handle it. In fact, the fact that you're competing at this level means that you can, but I just know that there are some really general points of feedback that we can give. So I do really like my principles, but I also want to make sure that we're keeping things moving and giving you stuff that you can really work on. For now, just understand the advantage of high ground position. So if you're not on high ground, play close to your walls, covers, and corners, and if you can get into high ground, then you can afford to swing wide. You can be wide. You can look for aggro pressure on this Ana. Love you playing your life here. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. If you need, just go to the mega pack. It's totally fine. Think about it. Like you are a medal ranked player in this lobby, right? And so you have to understand that like I will never ask you to solo win this game, right? So if your teammates flame you because you decided to go grab the mega, take the time and be fair to yourself to grab this health pack. If they try to flame you for doing that instead of winning the fight 1v5, I'm sorry, but your teammates deserve to be in gold, right? And so for you, be fair, be kind to yourself. You're low HP and your queen actually shouts, which is a nice little boost. But don't deceive yourself into thinking that this amount of HP is the amount that is appropriate to duel an Ana with. There's only 1% of HP that I think is appropriate to duel the Ana down the sightline with, and that is 100, right? That is 100%, not 100 total health. I think a fun thing I leaned with DPS like Cast Soldier or even Ashe is you can in shots is play perpendicular to your tank. It's a brutal angle if it's given to you, but high reward, high risk. Yeah, actually, you're totally right, Digital. I also like setting up crossfires on my targets, especially my high value targets. Like, and especially with my high value targets. In fact, let me tell you, there's no one that I would like to be at a cross section with than my Zen, because if I'm getting hurt, then I need that orb. My classical music is a little too quiet. Conradin, yeah, he's a little too subtle. Put on some Brahms. Okay. Let me know as well, Frozen, if at any point I lose you. Actually, fun thing I've been learning for Freya is that exact same concept. Okay, I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. Hey, that's a nice pick. That's a really nice pick. Be careful about so just be really careful. You want to be like really intentional with your movement every step for a specific reason. So just make sure that when you're swinging wide, when you're playing narrow, that you're doing them all for a very specific reason. So that way you're minimizing the pressure that you're taking from this turret, and you're able to find something to do without walking too far. That's a nice Bob. I love it. That's my policy. If you have it, use it, and it honestly ends up getting a ton of value. Oh my goodness, look at that, Bob. It gets the nano, helps to clear out the point. Yo, next time I would love for you to get away with this Bob cast without dying. The way you do that is don't worry about the Iyari until she peeks you. Actually, hold on. We'll start from the very top. We'll outline this. Okay, so you dynamite the Ana, dodge the shot, get the 1-2 tap on her. Perfect. All right. Now, you don't actually need to stay. You can stay on this, to leave. You can stay on this high ground, shoot the turret, or at the very least, you want to, fight the Yari without having to peek the turret so that you can fight a one-on-one as opposed to a 2v1, right? Which is what you're doing when you... Right, so either stay on high ground to break the turret, stay on high ground to duel the Iari out of line of sight of the turret, or stay on low ground to duel the Iari out of line of sight of the turret, or stay out of line of sight of the Iari to duel the turret on the low ground. Did I almost say duel the low ground on the turret? I need to take my pills. I don't take pills, that's why I'm crazy. Better Bob on defense. Oh, okay, gotcha. Hard to imagine a better Bob than that one. Honestly, that was an S tier Bob, and that's not even me just like placating you. That's not me cozying up to the metal ranked ego, right? That's actually just me certifiably stating based on my 5 years experience coaching and 5 point actually at this point it's probably closer to like 6.5k hours playing the game outside of just watching over the last couple after the last couple 8.5 years. This is a good Bob. This is excellent. If you have it, use it. You got a spot to use it. It gets nanoed. It's perfect. Yeah. Give yourself some credit. So actually, I think you are. If it's an even better Bob on defense, then I should just skip ahead. But I can't. I think that this is one of the game modes that breaks. We'll see. Well, plus there's a lot in between the better Bob that we get to elevate and recognize. I like this off angle. You only need to move up to this point, right? No need to peek the Orisa, no need to peek the Torb and the Freya. Just peek the targets that you want to be shooting. Oh, okay, all right, you soon went for the dynamite there. I spoke too soon, but that's fine. Every once in a while, coach says something stupid. You actually live there if you don't re-peek expecting Bob to win while he's still deploying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes, it's what, who was it? Oh my god, I cannot believe I said who was it as a way to like buy myself time instead of and I know who it was. It was okay, do I not know who I was? I just don't know his name. Where's the guy I had on broadcast last week? Why am I remembering? Rarest. I didn't forget you, Rarest. I just forgot your battle tag. Rarest was saying, winning Overwatch is sometimes down to just AFKing at the right time, and saying that like, don't worry about moving around and trying to do something at a time where you should be doing nothing at all so that you're not taking damage. Right. So throwing the Bob and then backing off so that you don't take the damages is not a bad call. I don't mind you trading there, especially in the context that you guys end up winning that point. And so, but yeah, there's definitely ways that you can buy yourself a life there. I've noticed that I go forward when throwing dynamite. Yeah. Don't worry. I noticed that I do that too when I'm using my abilities on Ana, and that's always the feedback that I give people is don't feel compelled to walk forward to land that ability. I'm glad that you recognize it because it actually might have taken me a couple of minutes to cover that because I'm too busy focused on my Vayne principles. And generally, I like it when you go for abilities. So I'll call out if there's a better ability cast. But seeing you move forward for dynamite, I'm more focused on the fact that like I'm just glad you're using dynamite. That's what focusing something helped me see. Yeah, okay. Like a magnet in people that makes them walk forward when shooting and aiming at someone. Yeah. I like that. For me, it's like the voices. It's like they're like go, move forward. Ill, walk out into the middle of the open. Take the headshot. You can do it. You can body that damage. And I listen to those voices. The voices compel me to int. Yes. Cool guy named Bob, Snail Bob 2. I don't know what that means, but yes. You get sunstruck there? Hold on, let me go back. Yeah, you're moving probably a little too close, by the way. You just saw your queen die. There's molten core on the objective. Don't feel like you have to be there. You'll stop moving forward if you're on the edge of high ground. Yeah, actually. 1v5 the blade. You can win, don't worry. What are they going to do when you pull your sword from its sheath? I feel like Agent Smith from The Matrix doing that. I'm creeping myself out. Yeah. So yeah. Just be careful, or just be willing to like play your corners or jump up to high ground because you want to wait for your queen to walk back out. You don't need to be on the objective. You only have 250 health, and you end up in a sunstrike anyways. So play your distance. Since you're not on Soldier or Cassidy or anyone that like really struggles with those ranges, then you can monopolize them, right? So instead of playing close to your team, close to the objective, close to the enemy team, I really like you playing your spacing because you aren't sacrificing too much of your damage potential by playing a little more spacing. Exactly. Okay. Goose and Digital, you guys both crack me up. Holy smokes. Remind me of each other in some ways as well. I said of Digital on day one, I was like, Digital, you might be one of my favorite kinds of player. And I think I don't know if I said that about Goose when we VOD reviewed them the other day, but it was definitely something that I had thought to myself. Oh, almost. It's almost such a really, really nice duel. I like these shots, by the way, that you're going for. This is a really nice angle. You do a little stepping forward there, but that's not bad. You're in cover the entire time, right? So really, we just want to be careful. The steps forward that are really hurting us when our ability casts are the ones that we're stepping forward into a crossfire, into a line of sight, into an ability, into an ultimate, into an AoE, something like that. So, hey, be careful. I think that aiming down your sights and like as you're going up elevator and like compensating your aim, like, oop, as I'm going up, I'm shifting down. I think that makes it really hard on yourself. So, I think that if you opt out of going for the hard shot initially so that later you can set up the easy shot, I think that you'll be looking good. So with the Freya here, as opposed to the Freya was frustrating you. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. You definitely want her here because, oh my god, it is so frustrating to turn a corner and be like, click, boom. Like, oh my god, I peaked and I'm already 25 HP. Are you kidding me? Who is this character? I love her. Actually like this map for Ash because I get to... Yeah, absolutely take high ground if I know no one is up there and flip the map on the enemy and they lose second point. Just like that. Ooh, I could not have said that better myself, did you? Make the shots easy for yourself. Go for the melee there. A-okay for her to lose you. A little bit quicker response on the coach gun there. It's actually, like, you win this fight. I think in the future, when you play against Freyas who are like this, don't get frustrated. Don't get perturbed by them. And just make sure that that you're doing your engage tools against her as soon as you can. Just a little bit faster, a little bit sooner, a little bit harder, and you get to look really, really good in that fight. Don't lose the mark on her too. You see her get the mega, and like you know that she's coming right back up there because if we're thinking about the rule sets of our matchup, right, then Freya wants that high ground. She wants you out of that high ground, right, and she also has the cooldowns to get back up there. So don't let her go. Don't lose the mark on the Freya. Don't let your confidence taking a hit be what hurts, be what actually loses you this duel. Because I promise you, you know what? Let's do this. Yo, you think that I'm gonna be so harsh on you right now, Snow. But I promise it's not actually all that bad. Like, you think that you have the right to be anxious in a lobby where your Freya is playing like this? I mean, those are some nice shots. Okay, all right. So like she definitely gets a little bit of credit there for some clean shots there, right? But like out in the middle of the open, using cooldowns, gets bobbed, isn't using cooldowns for cover, not navigating the map, crosshair sinking low, right? So by the way, Gamer Nate, if we ever get a VOD review of you, I can't wait to see it. And I'm sure that we'd learn just as much, maybe, hopefully, just as much from Gamer Nate on the Freya as we have from Digital on the Freya. But Snow, I just think that against players like that, it's not necessarily that you have no right to be anxious, right? You absolutely have every right to feel however you want about every match of Overwatch you ever play. I am not your dad, right? Do whatever you want. But you definitely don't have to feel as nervous about playing these players. They're in your match. They're playing the same lobby, and so when in the duel with this Freya, don't let your confidence be what loses you. Instead, go for your timing, your map control, those only two very accessible principles of Overwatch, and use the fact that you're on the high ground to mark the Freya. Use the fact that you know her cooldowns and how they work, because you've mentioned Freya is awesome. Definitely main her and Ashe. You know those cooldowns, you know those timers, you know those ranges, you know what they do for her, right? And you also know, because of that, how good they are into you in the matchup, right? You know how important it is to take the Freya here, right? So, again, I understand it. Every time I load into a high diamond lobby, I get nervous because I know that there are people who can compete with me there. But I think that that's the point, is we're all competing there. And so take this duel. Look to take this duel. Be motivated to take this duel, because you're playing according to your character, you're playing according to your matchup, you're playing according to your composition. Your team wants you up on this high ground, and they don't want to deal with that Freya. So you are you're doing the right thing. You are doing all of the right things. And the only mistake that you make here is not doing the right things that you do just a little bit faster. Go into every duel with the mentality that you will win, because if you don't think you can win, you've already lost. NTR Pentropy. That's a name, bro. I'm so sorry. Is there any limitations to characters I will VOD review as well as rank? No, no limitations to any characters. I actually really love all of the Overwatch heroes. There's very few of them that I don't play. Let's see. I mean, even my lowest characters have, about 20 hours, and the only ones that I don't have 20 hours on are some of the newest ones. So definitely, I definitely am not the Junker Queen expert, but I've coached. I coach. I have a top 10 Junker Queen on my team, and we've had top 100 Junker Queens on our program. So yeah. I'm so happy to coach all heroes, all ranges. Really, if you're past GM3 or GM2, my insight is not going to be limited, but it's going to be very focused on game to game. So just understand that that there is an upper limit to advice I can give you. But I don't want you to ever feel limited when it comes to being on stream. Because we're in the business of recognizing players. And so if there's an opportunity that I've got to elevate your gameplay on stream, then I want to take it. Thanks for swinging by, Entropy. I really appreciate it. We're going to get back on track. Frozen, I'm sorry to have taken so much time away from your VOD review here. And and Digital and Goose, you guys are cracking me up. I'm gonna have to time you guys out for being distractions, because I'm chuckling over here reading you guys' comments, and I win and lose from 100 meters. I'm not actually gonna time you guys out. Yeah, keep up the chirping. You guys are so funny. Holy smokes! I love people who are able to be funnier than I am. All right, let's see. I don't mind swinging wide. I don't mind, like, starting this fight, like, avoiding the ranges that you don't want to be hit, right? You mentioned not wanting to, like, play around the Freya, right? And so, like, don't play in her range. She doesn't have fall-off damage for her primary fire. And yeah, I think that you can avoid her shots, and also not only avoid her shots, but you can avoid her shots on your way to your comfortable ranges, right? As opposed to playing in her comfortable ranges from a distance while you're still beyond your comfortable range. This is in your comfortable range, but you see how you're less ready for this duel than she is, right? So she's taking it on her terms, and I think that you get a much better duel on your terms if you play from here. Just is use the map. Aaron Keller. Actually, no, it is Aaron Keller. I can't even say Jeff Kaplan, even though this is an Overwatch 1 map. Aaron Keller was the lead map designer for Overwatch 1, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure he was. He's now the director, and so that responsibility is passed on to somebody else, but he's still in charge of it all as a project, right? And he has his map design experience to lean on as well. Oh, hello, Voltar! So, like, Aaron Keller has benevolently bequeathed onto you an entire map. This thing has to be at least, like, oh my goodness, this map has to be, like, maybe, I mean, gosh, this has to be like 200 square meters. This is so much space. Just no reason whatsoever for you to not be manipulating it. And that sounds really, really harsh. And I'm so sorry, because we aren't trying to tear down gameplay. But I want to see how well you can use the map, especially on this character that you really want to use the map on. So navigate those spaces, go through the tunnels to get to your comfortable ranges, to avoid the damage, to be with your team, to off angle from your team. We have Digital and Goose mentioning that, sometimes, hey, playing perpendicular to my tank or setting a crossfire with my Zen is a really good idea. Ooh, I like the primary fire spam. Be a little more patient with your shots, I think, as opposed to just letting loose. Make sure that those trigger pulls are really, really intentional. Less time spent reloading, more time spent shooting and aiming, which you're really good at as well, by the way. Absolutely a stronger aimer on controller than I could actually ever be. Oh my gosh, now I'm actually paying attention to the aim. I'm actually really, really pleased. By the way, you're also, like, looking around and scouting. Shoot the turret. Good. Oh, I like you using your movement to make the aim easy as well. And that's really important. Mechanics is two big components, those including aim and movement. So I really like seeing you using the movement to make those shots really, really easy to land. Love that as well. Just remember, the higher and higher up you climb, because you are going to be climbing at this rate. Higher and higher up you climb, the less time you have down these angles. So just be really sensitive to your timer. We call it the death timer on our team, where we're saying you have about this long until you die. Nice, good coach gun. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that a little bit earlier. So again, just like everything that you do, you're making the right decisions. You generally know where to be. Oh my goodness, you are so beyond competitive in this lobby. You just got to make your decisions just a little bit faster. That's so nice. My mind, of course, goes to my aim is the issue. Yeah. Don't worry, so does mine. And then I have to sit there and watch my VOD back, and I have to be like, oh wait, no, it wasn't my aim. I just wasn't ever making shots easy. And my aim sucks. Okay, there's that too. But yours doesn't. Yours is really, really good. I love console players. You guys take so much heat too from entitled PC players who have our mouses and keyboards, basically our extensions of our arms. If I could punch my monitor through the screen and use that to aim this gun, that's what having a mouse is. And meanwhile, you guys are actually having to use real engineered ergonomic apparatus to finagle playing this game. It's absolutely incredible. So, oh my god, no. Absolutely no aim commentary when you're playing on controller. You're already talented as it is. Be fair. Be fair to yourself. Sorry, I'm getting heated. I'm getting so heated. I like the shield shooting because I believe it's very important to shoot shields. But I also think that swinging wide and killing the Torb, just because he's the easier pick to kill here. Be sensitive about moving from point A to point B. You really want to be in your next position to shoot the next target as early as possible. So a little bit of meandering out here in the open makes you a really easy target to hit. It's going to force you into cover, give you fewer options when it comes to fighting the Orisa and the Torbjorn, compared to if you just play this cover, right? You'll eventually see the Torbjorn move out and be given the time that you need and the space, the angle that you need to shoot him, right? So see how I'm actually still able to see and shoot and kill the Torbjorn. It's actually my Mei who kills him from this angle that is not inappropriate for my Ashe to be playing. So I don't mind the idea of you waiting a little bit longer. Ironically enough, right? I've been telling you to play faster, do your good ideas earlier. But here, actually, I just want you holding on to this angle. You don't have to play at 100 kilometers per hour at all times, at least up until the point that you hit, well, actually, no, you're playing professionally at the point where you're playing 100 kilometers an hour, basically the entire time. So yeah, don't worry about it until you start playing professionally. Which don't forget where you came from. Always looking for work when it comes to coaching. Thank you for the spot on your future competitive Pro Rush team, and I'll lead you guys to ruin. And yeah, slow down. Hold on to this angle. I also like inting here if I'm playing Ashe. I just have to, I only want to int here after I've cleared this. And if Orisa is going to sit in the corner and use her shield, then I'm actually just going to let her sit in the corner and use her shield until she decides to stop my objective, because it's not shooting the Orisa that wins me the game, it's moving the point. And so I know that if she's not pushing me, if she's not threatening me, I don't have to mind her, and I can instead dispatch the targets that are actually being threatening, like the Torbjorn on my Ana here, right? I don't think you save your Ana, and your Ana is inting. Holy moly. But yeah. Look out. He's using big words to try and sound smarter than he really is. Oh my goodness. You might be right. But that's a 2-year timeout, Root Beer. Feel like I tunneled my tank. Maybe. I love that dynamite. Keep working on the dynamites. I want to see what your big dynamites look like. I don't think that your dynamite value is bad either. I think that you're building Bob really reasonably. But I would love to see some more big dynamites. So it's possible holding on to that cooldown, or even using it a little earlier than you're comfortable with gives you those big dynamites, or even being in the position, like we talked about first point, right? Even being in the position that gives you the angle for a bigger dynamite. I'm not saying go only for 5-person dynamites. That is such a waste. But I really like these single target dynamites. But you'll have options when it comes to possibly getting some more pressure. It's interesting that you choose the ER to pressure here. You might want to pressure the Freya, or if you're going to pressure the ER, you want to do it from a position where you're not being pressured by anyone else. So this is all just I think that it ends up just overall being a little too fast is just what it is for me. So take your time and make sure you know what your environment looks like. Imagine doing that in a custom map. Okay. I was about to say the same thing, that if a spawn room isn't cleared, clear it, because even in plat, they would punish this greed. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, they punish me everywhere for that kind of thing as well. So maybe it's more of like a me thing. Maybe it's a skill issue from me. All right, let's see. Sorry, I want to see how we walk out here. The one Ash advice I always forget is wait till you see 2 to 3 people to dynamite. Interesting. Okay, gotcha. I have not... Okay, so I play a lot of Ash. Ash is one of my favorite hit scan heroes to play. And I have been thinking a lot about the dynamite. Not lately, because I haven't been playing Ash lately. But her dynamite has always perplexed me because of how much you can do with it, but how little it often feels like I'm doing with it. I'm not prepared to use this VOD to explore that relationship, but you kind of hint at that relationship. Ooh, nice shot. Okay. Alright, good pressure. I like you playing your corner. I was just double checking. I wouldn't mind jumping in the Kitsune Rush. Alright, good. Yep, and back up. You just get out or don't die. Most important thing is that you don't die. Yep. We've been yelling at everyone on stream about it, the staggers, and even if you had died there, everyone that I VOD review, per VOD review, it's not just per person, every VOD review, you get one free oops, I staggered, right? And then after that, you start getting berated, right? And I'm sorry, not berated, but I start relentlessly cutting into you with principles and disciplines. So just be careful. Don't stagger. That was close, so you actually still have your freebie. But if you use your freebie, then I start, we start hitting the timing map control rule sets. Yeah. Right. And nobody wants that. Oh God, we hate when Lord Thethan just rants about schizo nonsense. One micro thing I'm noticing is this Ash is moving while scoped in, even when not under any pressure. I do it, but trying to just stand still will help so much to get the double, triple dinks. Yeah, absolutely. Knowing when to stand still is a really important skill in Overwatch. It's remember, movement is, mechanics is 2 major components in Overwatch, aim and movement. Yo, nice mega pack grab. Very, very little thing, okay? Very, very little thing. Angles, map control, and timing, right? When you peek, you want your crosshair hovering over where you know her head is, right? And if you don't have your crosshair over where you know her head is, don't peek, because I promise that she does have her crosshair over where your head is, right? And then you peek, and she goes for it, right? So just be really careful. Really sensitive about that. She has a really superior angle on you. You have a very difficult angle on her. This ends up airing towards some pretty high level stuff when we're looking at angles, map controls, health pack control, the timing for our shots or our engagements. And we don't need to bog ourselves down with that. I just need to tell you, if you can see them, they can see you. If you can shoot them, they're already shooting you. I also noticed that they avoid contesting Freya on the height. I think that last fight goes better for the Ashe if the Freya is contested. I'm super cheeky. I'll take that high ground ASAP on the Ashe. I climb up there, start poking her immediately, and then move top right to try and wait for someone to try and contest me. Yeah, 100%. I love from you guys all of the varying levels of confidence, right? Because I promise you, Digital, we get to watch this VOD review where you do jump up there and just get absolutely dumpstered in the matchup, right? But I still, at the end of the day, tell you that you were doing the right thing, right? I tell you, I sit there and I watch you jump up to the high ground, and I'm like, yeah, excellent. You are right in the right spot, right? And then I start seeing you duel the Freya, and I'm like, yeah, you have to clear your threat. You have to get her off this high ground. And even better, isn't it nice that she's shooting you instead of your supports, right? So, yeah. And there's always a monkey or Genji. No one else tries to get me off. Yeah. No one else is going to try and knock you off this high ground, especially if you're able to get this Freya there. Should I just avoid this fight and angle her off? it's an option, you know. When it comes to how you want to take these fights in Overwatch, I know that we think about Overwatch as like a very team-oriented game, and so we see that our tank is engaging here, and we want to shoot the things that our tank is engaging here, right? But really, at the end of the day, the easiest way for us to help our teammates do their right things is to ourselves do our right things, and the easiest way to understand what those right things look like is to evaluate who are my pressure targets, who are the targets that I need to pressure, who are my threats, where are the positions that they're controlling, what does the timing of the map control look like for me to take these certain engagements, and those kinds of questions that you're able to generate any answer to. It's not just the right answer. It's just like if you have an answer to these questions that you could ask, then I think that you're in a good spot to understand if you should just avoid that fight and angle her off. But I'm going to tell you, yes, she's your threat. She keeps you from fighting. She's on the high ground position, abiding by map control and timing. If you don't angle her off, then she will shoot you, and if you don't fight her, then she will eventually be able to either kill you or your team. So as far as like fighting her or angling her off, it depends. If you're in a good spot to fight her, you can take that fight. But honestly, if it's sensible to just LOS her damage and help your team fight, then that makes sense too. You are sorry to not give you a straight answer. If your team's doing okay, do your own thing. If your team is like controlling their characters well and their spaces well on their timings well, then you really are free to just take the duels you want, and taking the duels you want and fighting for the positions that are conventionally powerful for Ashe make things easier for your team and make things harder on the enemy team, which correspondingly makes things easier on you. Fighting Ashe that is bolted on high ground and hits dynamites is so... Hey, thanks for swinging by, Baldiff. Oh my goodness, and thank you for the follow as well. Oh my goodness. It was an absolute blast getting to see you guys, and it was cool to see Reach Cyber as well. I only got to see them once last season, so I was really happy to see that it wasn't actually the Penn Manor game that you guys played today, and that it was the Reach Cyber. I was a little bit worried for you guys this morning, thinking about being a little too disruptive with some of the feedback that I've given over the last couple of days. Sorry guys, you guys have done so much chatting. I'm gonna assume that we're all reading it and continue moving on. I don't feel like Ashe has no fall off and I feel like that Ashe has no fall off and has a bigger projectile. Outside, but I'm poor. That's okay. Hey, we're all a little poor right now. And honestly, you know, those subs could be going to some really cool channels that have some really nice perks for y'all. So, you know, Baldiff, once you end up on Amazon Prime, if you do and have that Prime sub, Cliff Terios, Super TF, there's some excellent channels that are so deserving of tons of support. So, let's see. Yeah, sorry, Snowball. Feel free to type a question if you got it. I see a lot of conversation going, and so if I try to like go back and read through it all and like wrap my head around it and get feedback and perspective, it ends up kind of bogging me down a little bit. I want to keep things moving along. Generally, digital is a great source to take a little bit of feedback from. And so if you want to try out some of the stuff that they're recommending, absolutely, it's well within your agency too. They're a hit scan, a very talented hit scan and Ashe player, who have actually had I would imagine a very similar journey to yourself. And so ultimately, good advice actually all around. But you know, that's the thing about Overwatch is it's not necessarily about right and wrong or better or worse. It's just about making sure that the decisions you're making earlier on make it easier to make the best possible decisions later on. You're a cool streamer. Thanks, Baldiff. I appreciate it. That means a lot. That actually means so much, especially coming from a player as talented, wildly talented. Baldiff has been it's brought me such a great amount of personal joy to watch you over the last couple of years, and I'm so excited to see if you end up playing collegiate. Which, I mean, I don't want to say anything like too rude, but like I think if you don't play collegiate, you're just dumb. You got to play collegiate because you're so talented. Baldiff, thank you so much. I've been mixing scoped and unscoped shots since Freya has been exploiting my ads. Yeah. My aimed out sights. Yep. Who won match? It was West Branch. West Branch won the match. They had a really nice 3-0 over Reach Cyber. Although Reach Cyber had some really, really interesting, really excellent ideas. I think that on a day where West Branch is playing a little bit, just a little bit slower, I think that Reach Cyber ends up eking out some really good maps. Although, Baldiff, you guys lost that first round, and it made me think. I was like, whoa, wait, was that them like doing my advice, and it made me nervous, but it was kind of fun to realize that you guys might have been just trying to lose, figure out how they were playing. And getting the feel for yourselves. Anyways, okay. I feel more survivable doing that. I just need more practice as I've never done it before. Oh, yeah, 100%. They caught you guys super off guard. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's okay. Freya does not want to be ADS against an Ashe. Yeah, that's true. You're hanging up in the air for so long there. Okay, good shots. I like the reloading, right? Even a little bit less reloading, right? So this is a fight, so, you know, you don't want to run out of bullets, right? Which is why you're reloading, but you also want to be shooting, which is why you don't want to reload too long. So it makes sense to, like, take a shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, and then reload, right? Get 5 rounds back in your gun and then continue shooting. If you don't know what the budget looks like for this fight as far as the bullets in your magazine, then I would just keep it generally sustained, right? And that's what it looks like you're doing. So a little more shooting uptime, a little more reloading downtime, I think ends up giving you a little more damage uptime here on this. Careful about jumping off the height. I like to break these banisters so that I don't have to possibly jump into shots that are easier to hit. I can just drop down. I haven't seen ambient jumping from you, which is really, really encouraging. I really love that. It's very, very bad to jump. And that's so unfortunate that you get punished here. I think move back and try to seek cover instead. You could also just coach gun yourself across. Remember, the longer you're up here, the higher and higher rated lobbies you play in, the less time you'll have to spend up here. So this is just you getting punished because you're up here for quite a while, and then you kind of inch up. Remember, matchup and hero rule sets dictate that the Freya wants to jump up there. Hey, Pentropy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I really sincerely appreciate it. Everyone who spends even just a little bit of time here is just an absolute rock star for me. And Entropy, I'm super excited at the prospect of getting to see some VODs. Feel free to look. I might miss your chat here. So Lord Thethan on Discord, feel free to establish correspondence. You can feel free to submit any replays and background info about you, your rank, your competitive journey, and your competitive goals are. It'll be an excellent way to reach me. I'll have to get a Discord setup probably where people can submit codes too, and that'll be fine. It is strange I mained Ashe first because I love her reload animation. Interesting. Whoa, I've never picked up a character because I loved something that like just one little detail about him. I love that. The only reason I ever lose a duel is because I have to reload on Ashe. Yeah. I think you can be on the high ground. You can just let the dynamite explode there too. Usually my policy is like if I miss the first bullet, I'm not messing around with the second and third and fourth. And I also like the shots that you end up here. I like the choices, like the options that you end up here from the high ground. So I would just get up on the high ground. There's a lot of principles. There's a lot of like little bits and pieces of that we could break into and talk about. I'm just going to tell you get on the high ground. And even though I tell you get on the high ground, the fact that you play where you are, take the damage that you do, and then you disengage to try and take a different angle here, I love this. Cannot be understated how much I love this. This is excellent. This is timing, map control. This is you forfeiting a spot where you are threatened and favoring and moving or rotating to a new spot and that is based on a lower threat level and an equal capacity to get something done. So this is excellent. Frozen. Yeah, gold, not for long. Not for long. Excellent stuff. Careful. Yep, there's the ping. Okay, perfect. I'm glad you saw. I like that. You're moving correspondent to the Zarya. She walks up, you're moving back, make sure you're ready for your spacing. You get a big dynamite here, and this is a big dynamite. I was asking this from you earlier, and I love it when people do things, apply my feedback mid-VOD review. I don't know how you leap back in time and do it, but it's really impressive every time it happens. Well done. Well done, Snow. Oh, my lord. Noel Vangodar. Nice shot. Do you need Bob at this point? I like that. You can scope in. At least 1 or 2 of those. Big dynamite. Excellent. Okay. Okay, perfect. Nice. Hey, good stuff. Scope in a little bit of that. Bam, both supports. Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. Okay. Understand, you're in this corner. if you're playing against me, I know you're there. So you do have the option of coming back to this corner so that they can mark you here, so that eventually you get forced out of here and eventually end up in here. But it appears as if, based on what you have said, you get the best possible Bob position from here. So I also don't mind you being here. And honestly, same kind of deal as is over here. If this is your power spot, then absolutely play this. Don't let me change where you're playing, especially since this is your lobby, your match, your rank, your character, your playstyle, right? And then once you get forced out of this angle, just be ready to come back over here. It's a very important principle. It's just changing our angles when we know that they know we are on an angle, when they've marked us, when we have, when we're doing the same thing that we did before. Lots of reasons to just constantly doing things. One advice I got for when to ADS on Ashe versus not is you really only unscope for a target if you can burst down or hard to hit target like ball, tracer, loot. Yeah, I try to aim down sights most of the time on Ashe as well. I'll try and go for like combos, like the unscoped into scope shot, scoped and unscoped. And I know that that's a really, really fun technique for a lot of people to do. Honestly, what keeps me mid diamond is just well, this is gonna sound so basic, but like just shooting my gun. So bad at the unscoped shot and scope shot. Yeah, that's actually why I make the comment that I just made, was to say that, like, I play pretty comfortably in Diamond, and I'm not even good at that. I haven't even put a lot of time into the scope down scope shot, and definitely, if I want to be able to, be competitive and low mid masters, it's definitely a good skill to have. But for me, I'm so happy being in my Diamond lobbies and just, scoping down, and that makes things really easy. Careful about the repeat. I like everything up until the point where you repeat out in the exact same way into the exact same coordinates that they had already seen you peek. It's actually the reason that you take damage here. In fact, not only the damage that you take, but as much as you take. I like the movement that you do against the Freya there, but yeah, you had at that point compromised that you were going to be forced to use a cooldown there, and the thing that gets you killed here is just that you don't use that cooldown in time, right? So it's not even necessarily right. Your teammates might look at this and they're like, oh goodness, my Ashe died first, right? And that's always the outcome that we're looking to avoid. Is we don't want to die first in the fight, right? But at the end of the day, if you're dying first in the fight because you took a risk, that's a-okay, right? And really, for you just want to be forced to make as few compromises as possible, and you want to be forced to make those compromises as infrequently as possible. So just closer walls, covers corners, don't repeat your angles. This is what we call a hard choke, which is on our side of the map we are good, on their side of the map we are bad, and vice versa. Once they move to this side of the map, they can't walk back unless it's a lost fight, and if we're on this side of the map, then once we walk through here, the objective becomes very, very vulnerable. There's a very strong relationship between the objective, its defensibility, and how we're setting up, how we're engaging through these hard chokes in these positions. No need to dig into that relationship. All that you need to know is that it's there, it exists, and its relationship is specifically to the hard choke. That is this choke point. And the hard choke is defined by once you cross over its threshold, you don't get to go back to the other side until the fight is over. And usually, if you're going back to the other side of a hard choke, it's because the fight is losing and likely already lost. And the only reason it's already lost is just because the decisions that we made leading up to the point where we actually had to walk back to our side of the hard choke didn't set us up well enough to do exactly that, right? Where we were set up to just push, right? Just push out and go from there. Mainly I've just been playing Deathmatch and focusing on slowing down in duels. Not much comp so far, but the games I do play have been good. Very good. Okay. Starting climbing Diamond finally. Almost Diamond 4 now. The slowing down is helping. Yeah. That's awesome, Goose. Yo, that's so awesome. I forgot how we lose this. Well, let's take a look, Frozen. We're on the low ground. I just put you on top. I put you on high ground. Not necessarily the starting high ground position, but you can definitely play second floor cafe here. Low uptime here, so you're not able to slow them down with damage on their approach, right? See how where they enter, they don't have as much distance to cross as this long sight line, right? If I were drawing angles here, oh my goodness, I actually have to draw across, I have to point my finger across my whole monitor to draw the diagonal angle to the hard choke point, as opposed to the very, very short line, right, that exists here. So we want to be positioned to either slow them down with damage or just be in a spot where we are less vulnerable to the damage they'll be able to do to us as they approach here. This is actually a really good approach from them. This is like a 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, which is a very important principle, at least for me and my roster. So that's a really nice fight from them. I don't care how we lose this. I want to say, I want to give you guys lots of credit here and say it's less that you guys lose that and more that they win it. And maybe there's not a lot of fights that I actually say that as, or that I say that on. But that's one of the fights that I'm absolutely comfortable saying, like, wow, they played that like really, really well. And your team wasn't set up for them to play that way, which is why you guys lose. It's actually as simple as that. They wanted to play a certain way. You guys weren't ready for them to play that way. So when they played that way and you guys didn't have a response, they got to play that way, right? It is actually as simple as that. Now, it gets a lot more complicated when you start to add in all of the dimensions of Overwatch, and especially as you view them through the lenses of timing and map control. But, yeah. Not like literally, but like a slight pause. Yeah, like a slight pause. I can imagine playing Genji. Makes you want to go fast too? Yes, it makes me want to go fast. It makes me want to go very fast when I'm playing Genji. Careful, do the repeat. Do the peek shoot. Right, peek shoot. That way you're taking as little pressure as you possibly can. And so I start gaining momentum. All logic goes out the window, and it's just time to spam the dashes. Yes, that is exactly correct. Oh, I'm glad that I've got Genji players in the chat who understand. Hey guys, if you're stopping into the stream, thanks so much for swinging by. We're just doing VOD reviews. Feel free to message me at Lord Thethan on Discord. I like my stream name, just all lowercase, and you guys can submit VODs to me there. We go through them pretty slowly though, so understand that any VODs I get sent, you guys might be towards the end of the week. All right, I really like this. I really like the dynamite. See, again, same kind of deal. Like, if you just pull the trigger a little bit faster, right, then you're actually looking really good. You know exactly what you're doing for these duels. You know exactly what you're doing in these positions on this character. You're abiding by your rule sets. This is, oh my goodness, this is incredible. This is like metal ranked, right smack dab, middle of the ladder, metal ranked gameplay where you are doing the things that I've been begging and pleading from my mid-diamond low masters players that I've been VOD reviewing this week, right? I've had 2 GM players that I VOD reviewed earlier this week that I've been asking them to do the things that you are doing, right? Now, you're in a lobby where you can really get away with making sure that you're abiding by these things, right? And that you know what you're doing. But I'm saying it to make sure that you know to be confident in the things that you are doing, because I think that that is going to put you in a really good spot to win your games. And also, if you have an easier time shrugging off that ranked anxiety, oh my goodness, my back just cracked shrugging it off myself. I'm under pressure. Then I think that you feel a lot more free, not only to make the decisions that you do and commit to the plays that you're committing to, but also to do things just a little bit faster. Because again, you are on the right track. You are doing the right things. I hold my breath the whole round and then I breathe when I win. Yeah, that's a nice motivator. I also like to hold my breath up until the point that I win. And if I haven't passed out, then let me tell you, that win was so worth it because I've gotten to keep going. Hey, Emmy. Yo, what's up, Emmy Fish? And, what's the elo right now? Yo, we're looking at some, like, right smack dab, middle of the ladder, ranked gold gameplay. It has been, oh my goodness, it's been so much fun. Yo, holy smokes, Goose. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. That is so incredibly meaningful. I think you get a little founder's badge, which is so cool. But man, I mean, let me tell you, there's some very, very cool stuff that you guys could get on, there's so many other incredible content creators. So hey, yeah, like you guys absolutely, oh my goodness, Digital, Digital, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Here, we'll go back a little bit, because we're like right smack dab at the end of the VOD review, Emmy, but I'd love for you to see a little bit of the Ashe gameplay here, because it really has been spectacular. I actually want to go back to this Bob that we got to watch earlier. This was a really excellent Bob. And I didn't even talk about that. I glossed over this, actually. So, yo, holy smokes. Yo, yo, guys, thank you so much. I actually just don't know what to say. This is some seriously incredible kindness that you guys are showing. Yeah, and so we hit the goal. Wow, guys, y'all are so awesome. I will, oh shoot, I'm gonna end up bawling in the shower tomorrow, thinking about how cool, oh my goodness, thinking about how cool you guys are. Okay, oh, you guys are distracting me. And I really want to make sure that we are that we're giving plenty of credit. Okay, yeah, the Bob. Okay, all right. I actually want to zoom out here because, like I said, we did gloss over this Bob, and this was the Bob that we had said was like really, 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 really good. We get the Bob. It slows them down. It shoots the Zarya, keeps them from being able to follow up on the Sunstrike. It isolates the Mercy and the Freya. It pressures out the Torbjorn. You're able to stay on this angle because they're looking to the Bob and not you. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely incredible. Yeah, that was an excellent pop. So Emmy, that was actually one of the big moments that we got to watch was Frozen One's Bob. And it's actually so funny, Emmy. I think it was when you joined that I was rambling and yapping about like how Frozen's actually doing a lot of the stuff that I've been asking for my high level players to do. You know, we've got some like apparent mistakes, right? Which is like really easy fixable stuff, right? Like here, dying on our side, or I'm sorry, their side of the hard choke. But holy smokes, we've gotten to see some really excellent stuff where Frozen absolutely clearly knows what they're doing, how they want to engage, and they just gotta trigger pull a little bit faster on their stuff. It's been so much fun. Oof. Yeah. Absolute cinema. I know. Wow. No, Emmy, Digital, and Goose, you guys are pillars. Thank you guys so much. Wow. Holy smokes. I'm gonna start sweating. Big picture, what should you work on? Doing things a little bit faster. So it's interesting, right? I've told you to slow down at times. I've told you to be fast at times. And really the things that I want you being fast in are the things that you know to be doing, right? If you don't know to be doing something, then you don't have to concern yourself with doing the things that you know to do faster, right? But again, we've looked at a couple of duels here on the high ground, right, where you're playing the Freya. We've seen you rotating from point to point, or from position to position, right? And so you're doing all of this really sensible stuff, playing things differently, taking and measuring risks. And so big picture, it's just about knowing where you can slow down and where you can speed up. And I think the place I want you speeding up is in your duel. The Ash scope trick. I actually might know it myself. Are you talking about the scope unscope shots? And then unscope to scope shots? Yeah. So they do know it. We haven't got to see any demonstrations of it. Just because they've been working on the dynamites, is what they had said. So we've actually gotten to comment a little bit on some of the dynamites, and actually the work has been really. So yeah, they do know the trick. We just aren't able to see much of it, just because they had other stuff that they were working on. We actually got to talk about it a little bit, and I mentioned how like even I'm not like too great at it. But it's fun to get the burst damage instances that you're able to whenever you're able to get those whenever you're able to get the one scope shot, one unscope shot. Yep. Play deathmatch and just practice dueling. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really reliable way to go. All good. That's just the repeat hurting you there, and that's a-okay. Again, like really easy thing to tackle is just want to be careful about the repeaking there. I can't seem to get the hang of it yet. Hey, don't worry. I mean, I've also been playing for a while now, and it is actually so incredibly hard, even for me. And I'm not even. I mean, I'm pretty grossly mechanically incompetent, but not even as much as I like to think I am on my worst days. And it's still hard. I like this outground position. You're playing for your Bob, so just get your dynamite. Get your dynamite. It's your Bob building tool. Yep. And that's a-okay. If you don't have the timing, perfect. If you don't have the timing to build that Bob, go for that. Then that's a-okay. Don't go for that Bob. Save that, and that's really discerning. I really love that. Holy smokes. Guys, 3 gifted subs today is like so big. You guys actually have no idea. Never mind, thought Mercy won. No. You had a really good handle on that. You knew the position. You're walking out. You want to make sure that your movement is really deliberate, right? So that you're moving at that point to like make sure that you're dodging shots, dodging pressure. But you play that really nice. Be careful shooting a Valk Mercy. Some will yeah, you're actually so right. You're so correct, Digital. Do be careful about shooting Valk Mercies. If you're anything like, if your Mercy that you're shooting is anything like Root Beer, they will whip out the Glock. In fact, we VOD reviewed Root Beer the other day, and like the feedback that I was giving him as a Mercy, basically OTP, was like, yo, whip out your pistol. So yeah, 100%. Love getting the Bob there. It's a little bit of a compromise. Did you get forced out of this position? Okay, yeah, so you have your Bob here, right? So if your team isn't ready to engage, it's actually possible that you don't want to reveal yourself up here, and that you just want to hang out so that you can throw Bob from this position, or even throw Bob, even like let cart pass underneath and then drop down behind them. Bob, oh, you're trying to prevent Golden Box of Victory touch. Yeah, actually, never mind. I eat my words, and I am hungry. You do need this Bob, and I don't. Ooh, guys, I actually don't think that there's a way for you to not compromise here outside of just not revealing yourself a little earlier. Because it's because you kind of reveal yourself that they're able to mark you on the high ground. So, again, I think that like just a little bit more quietness, a little bit longer helps you. And that's in the setup phase. Okay. Yeah. So overall, when you're setting up, look to play a little bit slower. When you're engaged, play a little faster. It's actually that's it. That's all I have you working on right now. When you're setting up, play a little slower. When you're engaged, when you're fighting, do everything you're doing a little bit faster, right? So the dynamite, the coach gun, the rotation, the engage, disengage, all a little bit faster. And then setting up for that, you want to take a little bit slower. Make sure that you know your environment before you're going in there. I love the dynamite on the run. That's so much good pressure. 19 seconds. So all we need to do is live and don't die. Yep. Okay. All good, all good. Looking for some aggro, looking for some damage. Okay, greeting a little bit with the dynamite, but I like the fact that you're taking the time that you're taking to make sure that you're landing this. You greet a little bit for the Iari. They get the revive. You're now in their spawn. Go get the mega. Yeah, like absolutely worth it to just grab the mega real quick. You've done your damage. You've traded. Remember, we are trading. We're always if you're losing health, you want to be getting something out of it. So getting the Iari out of this is awesome. But now the next duel that you take, you want to make sure you're taking up from full HP. So I don't mind you grabbing the mini there. I'm sorry, the mega. I love that they didn't turn around and fight you here. Holy smokes! I absolutely expected them to fight you. And so the fact that they don't is awesome. I think that you can actually drag them away from the objective where they want to be and into their spawn if they choose to fight you. So being over there is actually really, really cool. I really like you being over here. Go for the dynamite. Yo. What? Okay. All right. Hey, you don't do anything wrong this whole time, by the way. Everything from this, it's a lot of egoing. It's a lot of ego greed, and you deserve it because you should have the ego for this kind of greed, especially in a match like this one. But so although I want you playing a little closer to your corners, make sure that you are compartmentalizing your objectives. So instead of just walking around this corner and being like, oh, there's two people here, I should dynamite, right? Think about like, okay, there's two people here. If I dynamite, I can force Yari to shift away, and then I can either chase her or I can go after the Torbjorn. I can isolate the Torbjorn. I can play this cover and make them come to me as opposed to them moving the objective, which is where they need to be in order to win the fight, and where if less of them are, my team is stronger. You're behind them, which is really nice map control this entire time. You have a really excellent pick on the CR. You force the revive out of them. Ramatra ignores you because he has to touch that objective. And you're able to get some free damage here. You don't bother yourself with the Mega Pack grab, and you instead rely on your passive regen. You actually bring yourself in proximity to health packs, right? So you're not doing anything wrong here. Your team C9'd and they shouldn't have, and I think that you actually do get to win if your team doesn't C9. The only one using a headset. yeah, I know that you are. For a boost. Oh, yeah, and Emmy's actually, Emmy Fish is so incredibly talented. So it's definitely worth it. Yeah, Snow, when you're setting up, a little bit slower. When you're engaged, a little bit faster. Be confident in yourself. You have a 5-year-long, coach of a collegiate team that plays at pretty much the second highest level, telling you that you're doing the right things. So be confident. That's all that I wanted to get out of this VOD review, not gonna lie. We could give you tons of feedback, right? We could tell you how to take duels with the Ashe, which corners to play and stuff like that. But really, I think in your post, you had said it. You were like, yeah, I'm trying to shrug off the win-loss mentality, and I'm telling you, just get in there, go play the video game, and have fun doing it, because that is Coach, yeah, actually. I VOD reviewed Digital and Root the other day, and they got together, they duoed that afternoon, and Root sent me the screenshot of the replay codes, and it's just defeat. I think it's up on my Twitter somewhere, amidst the existential dread is a screenshot of Root Beer and Digital's games immediately after getting coaching, by the way. So yeah, let's get some hashtag fraud coaches in the. Oh my goodness, Spilo is so good. I've gotten to meet him in person, by the way, and he is just as down-to-earth cool as he seems in his videos. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever... Man, no, Spilo is so awesome. Him and Hottie both are, like, so actually... not quite as cool as you guys. But... No, thank you so much for the for the replay code. I'm gonna be really excited to get more from you. I know that I keep things pretty ambiguous. I make things so simple that you end up walking out the other side of a VOD review and you're like, wait, what do I actually need to work on, right? And I want to make sure that you're getting plenty of that out of here. Yeah, Goose, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. No, you said it best. Like what we need to get out of that VOD review, in my opinion, is like, yeah, there's some like setup stuff you can do better, right? There's moments that I want you playing slower, moments I want you playing faster, and that's what I want you working on. But really, the point of watching that VOD review was to examine how you are a gold player competing in gold, and you're playing against gold players, and you're gold for a reason, not bronze. Yeah, 100%. Thank you, Goose. Yeah, you said it. You said it way better than I ever could. Thank you. I'm so glad when you guys take my words and shrink them down from like 200-something thousand to 8. It's incredible. You're plat for a reason too. And you're not plat for a reason. Oh yeah, absolutely correct, Emmy. Oh my goodness, and that's so awesome as well. I love knowing that there are reasons for me to be or not be something or somewhere, right? So yeah, you are absolutely right. Entropy. I did get your DM. I'll be able to look at it here in a couple of hours, and thank you so much. Super fun to listen to your thought process on that VOD. Hey, I appreciate that. It's always such a blast to hear that someone thinks that hearing me out is kind of mildly entertaining. Because I'll tell you, when I get on Ranked Ladder and I open my mouth, there's a lot of people who really just want me to not. Well, not. New Freya tech just dropped. If you're one of primary shots, if you dash, you can ADS with her. Interesting. I need Freya to die. Yeah. She's kind of tough. Okay. All right, guys, we got another treat for us today. We're going to keep things moving for those of us who are here, who were listening. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on to the next VOD, and we're going to be moving on, actually keeping up with the DPS gameplay. We're going to be taking a look at Grognak, their platform and DPS, and their goal is to hit Diamond. They played a game on Oasis here that we're going to look at where they feel like they played better than usual and still ended up losing. So actually, let me see if... I actually can't remember if Grognak is remember if Grognak had DM'd me. In any case, I'll be able to send them the VOD. But I know that they follow. Thanks for doing the VOD review. Yeah. No, big shout out to you. I'm only able to have a show here because you're willing to throw yourself out there, right? And put yourself up on the stream. So it's actually, you are the one who gets the shout out, Frozen /Snow. It's your gameplay that we're celebrating, and you're the one to whom I am grateful for sharing that. Because without you sharing, I can't carry. Wait, okay, let's move on before our fraudulent coach continues murmuring. All right, Grognak, let's see. How do we get you to push into Diamond? Oh man, what keeps me Diamond and not Masters on Deeps? Target prioritization. Really, really important. Who am I shooting and when? So Grognak, I'm probably looking for to see, just that. I'm probably looking to see how you get to the positions where you're shooting your targets. And I'm probably looking to see what the observations you make that lead you to some of these conclusions that you come to are. Okay, so as far as getting out of Platinum and into Diamond, and especially playing in a match as well as you play here, because I know for a fact that you play well, even without having seen it, and still losing, there's got to be something we can do. So let's take a look. I like you being in the context of your team here, right? But you are also in with your team, right? And although I don't put you right next to your Genji there, I also don't necessarily put you in front of a Diva Matrix, right? So am I possibly comfortable sending you off literally by yourself to hold this angle and wait as your ball rolls into the objective and the rest of your team kind of moves forward? Yeah, 100%. I have you playing safely, quietly, close to walls, covers, and corners, and making sure that, as you're moving out to carve out your space and possibly even set yourself up to move high ground and position yourself in a position of power here, I don't have you feeding to do so. So, I don't mind you doing your own thing for a little bit, long enough so that when it comes time to play with your team, you can. But But be careful about being here in the Diva, right? Because not only are you in front of the Diva defense matrix, but you also end up being in some really good spam territory, not only for the Junkrat spam that we just saw you take, but also for the Ash Dynamite that you want to make sure you're not pressured by, mainly because Diva has actually just taken one of the tools that you would need to cleanse yourself with that Mega, and you don't want to yourself. You can't ever trust your solo queue ranked teammates, right? This is a, I think this is a Plat Diamond lobby, right? But the fact is, all the way up to GM, you can't trust your teammates, and so you don't really want to trust Lara to go for the Suzu here, and Lara also trusts you to not have the Suzu forced from them here, right? Don't climb to Diamond, just gets worse. I question how something in Diamond, bro. You actually watch my gameplay, and you'll know. You'll actually, no, I'm sorry, you'll question how I'm in Diamond as well. Count the skins bot. Yes, yeah. Actually, I find that whenever I'm like sinking lower and lower into Platinum, all I gotta do is just hit the shop real quick and go there. And then I start winning. You know, open up the wallet and everything is Jin. You could have the lowest of low expectations for your teammates and still be disappointed. Take a shot and go there. No, wait, Emmy, no. We aren't. Today isn't a drunker watch stream. I don't know that we'll ever get that. Maybe we'll get a drunk VOD review. But honestly, those just end up being flame reviews. But we do need to do flame reviews. I need to do riding before I hit the flame reviews. Because actually, you got to get creative when you're coming at people's gameplay. Can I cast drunk? No, no, you may not. Rainy6. That's an excellent question though. I'm glad that you asked. My Ash skin was from a loot box, so I lost. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You gotta buy the Ash skin. You gotta buy the skins, guys, to win an Overwatch. I can't VOD review. I feel like I'd be so mean, dude. Oh my goodness, I feel like such a dickhead sometimes to you guys. Oh my goodness, I say some of the rudest things to y'all on these VOD reviews. So I get that. Yep, just a little bit too late. Like you have a really good flashbang here. And so if you just like go for that like as soon as it occurs to you, and that'll keep them from being able to do much there. I actually also really like you just staying close to your walls, right? Just staying close here because this is actually you are this whole time playing in Cassidy's effective range, and so it's not necessarily that you don't want to not take the risk here, right? Killing the Junkrat is so worth a risk. But I don't necessarily want you running to their side of the map and making yourself vulnerable, and possibly even forcing resources out from your team that they would want to be committing to other places, right, for you, right? Especially if your time to get this pick is or airs on the side of being too long, right? So play close to the walls. It's going to make your shots a little easier. It's going to make your positions a little bit easier to get to, right? So again, when I sent you out here at the beginning of the map, it would then be easy to end up here at a certain point, right? So understand that like where you start affects where you end up. Hey, whoa, I'm glad that you started and ended up where you did though, because that is a clean shot. Absolutely. I gotta watch that back. That's perfect too, to inject some confidence after not getting those connections that we want on the Junkrat. So you're playing exceptionally well, land that shot there, and now I just have you rolling towards the stairs so that you can go high ground with your Moira, right? Because it's your Moira and you can move with her, and if you take any damage, she'll be able to mitigate it. Nice headshots there. Ooh, I love that flash to the side of the Diva. That's really nice. And then once you get that flash, you're turning around and looking to roll away, right? You can fight her here, but you had just gotten finished looking to pressure the Ash. You don't want to die here. You definitely want to be careful about being in the middle of the objective. So I have you once again just closer walls, covers, and corners, and that way you're under less pressure while still being able to do just as much. Also, don't mind the context of a fight where you're able to jump up to that high ground position a little bit earlier and contest the Ash from that spot, especially since it's with your Moira, with your team. Whoa, your Kenshi's in. Where was he? Is he in? Oh, he's in there. What? Oh my goodness. Rolled. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That Genji playing like me? No. It's closer to me, Goose. It's a lot. It's a little bit closer to me. You at least have some professional standards on your Genji, Goose. Mine are not pro and they're not standards. They're like, it's not even substandard. It's just abnormal. It's just straight abnormal Genji freak play. Is what you get out of me. A better starting position. A better starting position that just makes it harder for the diva to get up on top of you. So you can start all the way back here. You can start on high ground, and that will help you know, right? If I'm up here on diva, I'm sorry, if I'm up here, I was watching for 3 minutes and already got an ad. I know we're running 22 minutes of ad per hour today. I'm kidding. Hey, we aren't actually. It was very tempting though when I was fiddling with the creator sliders earlier. I thought to myself, I slid it all the way up to the right, and it's like 22 minutes of ads per hour, and I was like, this is funny. This is one of the funniest things I could ever do if I did it. I'll do it one day. Yeah, Lord, the ad is brutal though. Especially if you're the one getting VOD reviewed. More ad than gameplay. I know. It's actually like 1 minute of ad per Overwatch that we get. 22 minutes of ads per VOD. Okay. I cracked myself up. We gotta focus. So if you're up on the high ground, like, okay, if I'm up on high ground, Diva wants to come after me the same way that she's coming after me if I'm on the low ground. But if I'm on the high ground, I have options to get away, as opposed to on low ground, I only have more low ground to traverse. And so I really like the idea of being up here. Ads with the side of Overwatch, just like the NBA. Stop, Jay. I have to focus. Stop typing funny stuff. Love it. Oh, that's awesome, Grognak. Let's go. Oh, that's beautiful. Why you just have to look at you doing the right thing? Actually, hey, that drop to low ground, giving you the pick on the diva, that is not a problem at all. So I like that. Can't believe they put this VOD review. Stop. Guys, I need to VOD review. Stop. I'm gonna start typing people out so that you guys can't be as funny. What is your team engaging in, and why aren't you with them? Overwatch between the... Stop it, Rainy. I'm getting serious. Okay. The other thing that I like about not dropping from the high ground just to kill the diva is the fact that from this high ground position, you can like finagle your way towards this section of the map, while your team is, okay. That's such a goated reference. Uber instincts of my Uber autism. I can't even do the sound bite correctly, but oh yeah, so I like you being on high ground there, so that you can end up, navigating through this hallway, kind of meet your team, because your Genji's in, your ball is in, and you don't have to be right where your Genji ball is, because you're not Genji or ball, you're just cast, but like, you end up getting some really nice shots on the Junkrat from this angle, and you have a really good pressure, and you can also force them to like make a decision on you, so the same way that, you're on the low ground, so the diva runs up on you, and I would say, you can be up on high ground, so the diva runs up on you, so then you can jump onto low ground and do whatever you want from there. Same kind of deal here. You can start in and then get out, as opposed to starting out and then getting in as your team is being forced out, so that you end up dying as your team looks to get in. As your team walks out while you look to get in. See how Overwatch, if it boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, that timing things with our team is itself timing. So, yeah. Oh man, I love everything you're doing, Grognak. I just have you doing it a little bit more forwardedly, I guess is how I would say it. Hey guys, thanks for swinging by. If you guys are, I mean, shoot, if you're a bot in the background, if you're a lurker, if you popped in for the ads, thanks for swinging by. I'm so thankful to all of you guys. We have had some insanely generous people in the chat today, not only with the gifted subs, which shout out to you three, Digital, Emmy, Goose, but also just with our time. People are being so generous with their time, their attention, giving me the time of day, and helping me to elevate and recognize some of the players that we're getting to watch. So I am so thankful for you guys for swinging by. Be sure to put me down a little bit while you're playing your games. You don't want me over, you don't want me cluttering you guys' comms. But we're gonna tackle some pretty fun stuff here. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to go back and watch that fight. There's no need. You're just like a little out, and like it's possible that you could be in, right? So even if your team's going to end up losing that, right? If you lose with your team, it's not the worst outcome where my team is dying and I'm dying with them, so we're all walking out of spawn. Hey, great stuff. I love shooting the turret. Just make sure that like you're shooting the turret as you're moving in. You want to be moving from point A to point B as soon as fast as you can, so that you're taking as little damage as possible on your way to point B. That is still a really nice pick. Oh my goodness, that's the second time that I've told you to like literally not be where you are, but you being where you are puts you in a spot to get a really good looking pick. So you know what, Grognak, you know what you're doing. do what you gotta do. Great rollout on this map is go coast so that you can updraft to the high ground right away and take that angle easy. Oh yeah, I bet. I haven't gotten to play Frey on this map either yet. Lord thing does not condone bot usage as it breaks Twitch too. That's true. I don't condone bot usage, but if you're a bot, thanks for swinging by. It's okay if you're a bot, you're in good company. I'm also a bot. Hey, Baldef, good luck in your comp queues. Thanks for being here, man. And I'll talk to you guys again soon. Let me know if you guys want a VOD review. And we can see about doing that sometime. I'm really excited for next week's match. Thanks for being here, Paul. And thanks for the match today. Thank you for the content. You guys are so insanely talented. Again, I'm always the lucky one at the end of these transactions, where I'm casting or VODing or coaching or whatever. It's always me who's getting to sit in my padded, luxurious chair, and it's always me getting to learn new things with y'all. I like this off angle. You're playing outside of your effective range, so make sure that in addition, if you're going to compromise your effective range, it's for a target that might be worth shooting. So I don't mind you, honestly, like even a little bit closer here. Blessed with your time? No, opposite way. Chair sponsorship win. Yeah, this stream is brought to you by my dining room chair, because my gamer chair broke, or my actual office chair broke, and so I'm not able to wheel myself around anymore. I can throw in a VOD review, though don't much has changed from my gameplay so far. Yeah, Goose, no, absolutely. I would love to get even more codes from everyone. Honestly, the more codes we get, the less time I end up spending on a lot of these as well, and I'm starting to get highly motivated to spend even less and less time. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, all right, moving on. Sorry, standing ovation in the background. I'm listening to musical recordings. Okay, all right. He is old and needs proper back support. Yeah, actually, Secret Lab, if you guys want to sponsor me, I'm not a brand risk. On the high ground, more to the left, more to the right, where you're not in front of a defense matrix and not taking cold damage. That's all it is. I just have you up, out, wide, somewhere that you can really play Cass. Cass doesn't play into the diva, and Cass doesn't want to take that much damage, that much unmitigable damage from something like Coalescence, and so just a little bit further out in your own space as opposed to the team space, and you're playing main here again, right? So if we're thinking about the map as kind of like a straight line, right, where you have their spawn and then the point and then your spawn, right? I see you playing this straight line, right? But I think that Cassidy, one of the things that makes him really powerful is that here's the thing: how long do you think the straight line is, right? What is it? It's maybe like just under 200 meters, right? From spawn to spawn, right? Maybe a little over. Excuse me, guys. I have to take a drink of water real quick. Oh my goodness. Hydrate or dihydrate, guys, and I might dihydrate. I'm gonna have to drink so much tea later too. Holy smokes! Where was I? It's straight away. It's like 200 something meters, right? And so the thing about Cass is like he is really strong when he's engaging at a perpendicular from like 20 meters, right? And the cool thing is that anywhere along this line you can play perpendicular at a 20-meter distance, right? So play those angles, the perpendicular angles, the establishing crossfires, and generally being in spots. Guys, I'll also get. I promise, I'm also going to get the subscribe and follower things on the stream overlay set up, because I don't understand why that's not working. Sorry, just occurred to me. So anyways, play these off angles, and it's actually getting to this off angle here that puts you in a really good spot to Deadeye. This is actually a really excellent Deadeye. I see it. Do I have you doing something different here, Grognak? I don't think that I do. Like, you have Deadeye, she puts up Photon Barrier, she had Photon Barrier. Like, if we're tracking the ult, we know that she has it. And so, like, we can play, I guess, so, like, we can look to set up a little bit differently based on whatever knowledge we have of how she's going to Photon Barrier. But honestly, I think at the end of the day, walking past it is the right call. It's possible that continuing to move into their formation is what helps you live a little bit longer, possibly reconnect to your Moira. With the benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer, we can see that you actually end up moving back towards where the enemy wants you to be, and so I love the idea of you making it a little bit longer for them to chase you. Let's see. Go to the high ground here. Start on the left side. You can force the D.Va to move on you. You get some really nice shots, and be careful about the re-peeking. So doing this and then this, right? That's a mistake if you're going to do this, right? And then you want to do this again. Make sure that's because you're moving all the way across. You end up deciding not to, and possibly favoring the left side. Actually, you're still fighting this middle angle. So remember, be careful of that straightaway. You have some really, oh my goodness, you actually have some really nice shots too. And I think that what makes your shots even nicer in the future is a position where you can actually just not have to worry about the pressure that you take or the movement that you have to make. Just get up here on the high ground and make those shots easy. And when D.Va pushes you, you can just roll down and still headshot two-tap the Kiriko, right? If you don't want to be on high ground, right, being on the left side, but right now, again, you're favoring just this one main line, and I want to see what happens, what it really looks like when you break off from that main line, and yeah, you play the off angle, and you. It's the main line that gets you here in this fight, that gives you that pick there. But it's these off angles that you aren't shooting into the matrix, that you're cutting through the healing that they have, that you have the motivation to use your flashbang, because they will be inclined, your targets will be inclined to use their mobility to get away from you while you engage from those angles, right? You're shooting at the D.Va here, but I would rather just have you, honestly, not even here. I just put you right here so that you're shooting the Kiri, the Moira, and the Junkrat as they walk in, and you're not even having to tangle with the D.Va. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still a big shoot the tank, shoot the tank fan, right? But if shooting the tank is only going to generate support ultimate charge for blue team, and shooting the tank still ends up getting me pushed out back to my side of the map where my composition and my strategy and my playstyle might not be as strong, then I want you playing that perpendicular. Oh, that's unlucky. That's actually just straight unlucky and nothing else. That actually looked like that looked like a game I that looked like a game I played last night. I died that exact same way. And I was just like I was like 5.3k hours. Like, that's just unacceptable. Oops, my bad. So Grognak, who cares? Life happens, shit happens, and nice. I love reading the trap, shooting that. Look at this. So you're on an off angle. I love this. Absolutely love it. You're still moved on by the D.Va, but you have like an out here, right? Oh, you rat out on this angle too. Oh my goodness, absolutely beautiful. This is what I've been asking for from my high level players. I've been saying, just sit here and be like, I am just waiting for her to walk back out. Beautiful two tap, absolutely marvelous stuff. Do this from now on. Must be a perk glitch and unfortunate. Yes, yeah, I think that what we saw, the death to the bomb there, it is just a bug, a visual error, probably either a replay thing, or if it actually happened in game, it's an engine discrepancy of some kind, probably. Because at least from what we've seen of Grognak so far, there's just never a reason to believe that a player as talented like as this one is just gonna walk into a D.Va bomb without being compelled to do so by their ping. So, yep, I agree with you guys. Perk glitch, map bug, rendering error. Man, I've been telling you to get on this high ground, and then the one time you're on this high ground, like the D.Va comes up and runs up at you. Yep. It's because you changed your direction here. She marked you. You knew that she marked you. Start walking away. Keep walking away. Follow through with your good ideas, right? You know that wasn't there, wasn't necessarily the place that you wanted to stay. And so as soon as you make that realization, you just want to get going. It's really unfortunate that neither of your supports are actually like attentive to the fact that you're in this position, because I think that forcing the D.Va to move on you here, if I'm putting my Cassidy up here, right? I'm also making sure that one of my supports knows he's up here, because I do want the D.Va moving on my Cassidy so that my ball is free to roll in and do whatever, because my ball isn't the one that wants to brawl the D.Va, and my Cass actually, you know, honestly, Grognak, you have wanted to brawl the diva, right? So yeah, 100%. I want the diva on you. So you're doing the right thing here, and your supports, your carry for me is the one kind of letting you down. It could also be your Moira up here. That'd be fine too. But that's kind of funny. You're up here and doing the right thing, and you get punished for it. And that sometimes ends up being the case. You have picked both of the perks that I don't go for. Interesting. That's not a dig at you, by the way. That's nothing more than an observation. I actually really like Cassidy's right-click perk, and I don't even remember what his other one was. Not gonna lie. I did like the 2 flashbangs for a little while though. That helped me feel like I was competitive a little bit more with like Tracers and Genjis, who are like my problem opponents. Which yeah, guys, if you guys want to like do silly, funny, goofy things and like in my elo bring me down to the level that you guys want to send me down to, so that you guys can take my spot, is just play Tracer Genji. Oh my god. It's not even like you have to play those characters well against me for me to lose. It's actually just you have to play those characters, and then I get in my own head and I start losing. It's actually as I have with high ground, and angling supports never heal me. Yeah. And it's tough, Snow, because I'm always going to tell you to go to high ground. Because I also understand that the supports who deserve to be climbing with you are the ones who are going to be aware that you're on that high ground and are going to be looking to manipulate that with you. Not only manipulate that with you, but like make you strong there. Because guess what? As a support player, guess who I'm strong next to, guys? The Cass who has a flashbang, and who, like, as you know, is dad bod now. You guys remember when Cassie was a 200 health point hero in Overwatch 1, and he couldn't do anything aside from play at 30 meters because for some other reason he was like the magic DPS player with a magic 30 meter number, right? That now the devs can't figure out if they want the 30 or the 25, right? And he's got the. We're on the same elo. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh shoot. Okay, Goose. Then you. Yo, Goose, don't please don't play Genji and Tracer against me. I will lose. Oh, that makes me so nervous. That makes me glad I'm VOD reviewing instead of playing Goose. Is the knowledge that I'm VOD reviewing here instead of losing to you on ladder. Oh my goodness. I'm starting to sweat. I gotta take off my overshirt. Oh my lord. Okay, all right. What do we see here? Be careful. You're just not really anywhere here. And I'll have you moving to that spot where you're good, right? You also don't have a lot of coverage here. So, like, in your formation, you are making it to where you're the one who can take most of your pressure. I don't necessarily know if that's the role that I give you here in this comp. I have you looking for openings based off of what your ball and your Genji are able to open up in the positions that you're able to start in by playing, right? So you just end up taking a little bit too much damage here from the poke in this position that you have previously favored, that they have previously marked and poked you on. And if this is a position that they previously marked and poked you on, then I have you starting in a different position so that they don't know to look there, right? It was for my Pharah player this season that I said hey, when you're playing Pharah, start in spots that they won't check first, right? And my Pharah player was like, oh, alrighty, yeah, like that's really easy, intuitive, straightforward advice, but like genuinely helpful to maintain an awareness to not start fights where they will look first. And starting fights where they will look first, sometimes the place that they look first is the place that they've seen you before. A question someone asked on Reddit is if they're better off just playing main versus angling and not getting healing and low elo. I was curious of people's answers. Oh man, that's a rabbit hole from me, Snow, so I have to keep that one really, really brief. But I'm going to err on the side of it is better to go off angle even if you're not getting healing, because you still have options to use the map, use cover, use timings for you, right? But you just won't always have but even if you're with your supports, you aren't necessarily guaranteeing that you're able to get the same value out of your character, especially if your character is the kind that wants to off angle, which, hey guys, guess what, is actually almost all of them. And sometimes even if you're like right there, compromising, like with your team, compromising the fact that your character plays better on an off angle or plays better set up on an off angle, and starting fights on an off angle, sometimes you'll be right there with your team compromising and you still won't get healed, right? Or at the very least, you still won't get the resources that you need to do as much more that you need to do because you started compromising, right? So that's a great question, but I would say it is so unworth playing main with my supports that I already don't trust anyways. I'm sorry, yeah, it is so much worth playing not playing main with my supports. than it is to off angle. So much more valuable to off angle for me, even if I'm alone. Because guess where I'm, like, okay, guys, guess what, like, isn't around on this, like, 200-meter straight, right? Health packs, right? But there are health packs on, okay, this isn't the off angle, but you guys get it, right? On the off angle, right? On the off angle. Is there a health pack in here? Yeah, on the off angle, right? On the off angle, right? So, you have options there. You have a lot of stuff. Should you be hiding more on an off angle, even at the cost of map control? Hiding is related more to timing than it is for, to map control, since angles are going to be what you're manipulating when it comes to a position like that, right? When you're ratting out in a position, it's because you're ratting out to maintain a certain angle. So I would say that as far as like hiding more or like off angling or like controlling that map more is you're actually playing according to the timing there. So the rat out or the hiding is based off of when you know someone might mark, pop out, walk across your line of sight, something like that, and so that's what you're looking to do. That's a really good question. Wow, yeah, you've asked two really good questions. I like this Deadeye. I wasn't tracking the self-destruct either, so I can't blame you for it. They go for tire for Cole. Okay, your Genji moves on the junk. Nice. You're making your move. You're making your shots really hard to land because you're moving. Actually, watch this. I'm not an aim coach. I'm not qualified to talk about aim, or at least not as much as like an aim coach would talk about aim. So I'm qualified enough to talk a little bit about aim. And you are making your shots really hard to land here. So see how you get a really nice shot onto the Moira. Your steps, your movement isn't messing up your aim here, right? But mechanics is two primary components, those being movement and aim. So your aim is good, but see how you're ADing in a way that doesn't help you center your shot. You're glorified pixel skipping here on a sensitivity that actually I don't think accommodates you pixel skipping, because it's not actually that you're skipping over pixels, you're stepping over them. And you're not literally stepping over them, but the way that you're stepping is making it to where your crosshair isn't able to lock on to pixel B between pixels A and C. So really interesting, really interesting stuff. I have you moving a little bit less, shooting a little bit more, and I have you doing it from angles that are a little bit less pressurized. Hey, Grognak, thank you for the VOD. Thanks for letting me be a little bit harder on you. I hope that it ends up being helpful. I'm really excited to share the VOD with you and get some thoughts, and hopefully you're able to catch me live sometime, because I think that you had followed me, and for that I am so incredibly grateful. Snow, oh my goodness, I meant to shout you out. I saw you follow 15 minutes ago, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness, I have to make a huge freaking deal about Snow hitting me with a follow. So I'm sorry that it took me 15 minutes to get around to it. But wow, holy smokes. Thank you so much for the follow, for the chat engagement, for the questions. You're actually really picking my brain here. You're really kind of challenging me here to not only give good answers to good questions, but also give them in a way that lets me get back to the VOD review. I'm not a concise person, as you can tell. So like, wow. Thank you for the follow, the chatting, the questions. Wow, you guys are awesome. Oh my goodness, you guys are every single last one of you guys, so absolutely incredible. Guys, I think I need to go get some tea. So like, give me a minute. We're gonna look at least one or two more codes today. But let me let me go get some peppermintine honey and soothe my voice a couple of minutes. This one's gonna be a 5-minute break. You guys have more than enough time to go grab a snack, let mom know that that the stream is live, and get her to come watch. And I'll be right back. Good luck in you guys' games that you guys are wrapping up, and you guys will hear from me here in just a couple of minutes. Oh my goodness. I am so excited to take a sip out of this tea. Wow. Wow, wow. Whoa, some Champton you guys have been up to. If there's anything that I should read, just reply to or bump it for me. I'm gonna assume that you guys have had some really excellent conversation. What's more valuable, shooting an armor of the runner, the honor healing behind him? That leads into Spark Territory. A lot of the Overwatch concepts bleed into each other, I found. Yeah, a lot of the Overwatch 2 concepts do bleed into each other. How many times have you seen me talking about something totally unrelated to timing map control, and I'm like, timing map control. So yeah, 100%. Okay. Let's see, who are we moving on to next? Oh my goodness, we're moving on to Banana, my goat. Alright. Let me actually message him. Let him know that, that I'm taking a look at his. Looking at your VOD. Handsome. Twitch.tv. // Wait. HTTPS. There we go. Twitch.tv/Lord. Dude, the mushroom typing on a computer is like that. It never gets less comical when you think about it. When you really think about it. Oh, you've been here the whole time? Oh my god, you lurker. You lurker. Ha, my lord. Okay. All right, guys. All right, here's a little background. About this player. We are getting to watch a fellow called It's Over, Bananakin! Wait, okay, hold on, sorry. Bananakin. And they are well, we'll see if they end up on the high ground. And this is actually, I think, the only Champ 1 Junkrat player on the ladder. So this is the wait, hold on. I gotta read my spreadsheet. This is not Champ 1. Might be, guys. I was lying as 18 people roll in. Hello, guys. We aren't actually looking at Champion Junkrat gameplay. But soon, actually, by my guesstimation... Oh, yo, Kitty Toe, what's up, dude? Thanks for the follow. Oh my god, my heart. It warms. Warmer than this tea that is too warm for me to drink right now. At seeing you hit me with a follow. I'm sorry that the animations don't work, guys. I'll get those fixed up before tomorrow. I absolutely promise. The stream assets for the follows, the Twitch notifications, those are all happening. I'll get on top of those. Anyways, this is a really talented Junkrat player. This is actually kind of a Junkrat OTP, and we're gonna watch some. They play like right smack dab middle of the pack, in fact. So this is actually gonna be like Platinum Diamond. I think actually even at times Bananakin finds himself in a low masters lobby, and oftentimes has to kind of figure out, okay, now that Junker has been banned because they know and fear me, or since they swapped onto the Pharah, right, to hard counter me, this is what do I do? And that's what we're looking to find out today. All right, walking out, getting the spam, moving through train. I like it. Okay. Not a bad lineup on the Kiri. I don't mind changing your angle here, right? So going for a little bit of spam isn't a bad thing. You've got the trap up to try and goad someone into meeting you here and then fighting you. This is about the timer that I'm thinking I'm looking to make my great escape here, right? So I love looking to deal with the turret because I am a big turret shooter. But I think for you, do you actually just need to die? Yo, why isn't your team in? Oh, we got demacked. Okay, that's challenging. In that case, I don't think it's bad that you die here, Bananakin, but I also don't think that you necessarily need to be shooting the turret for your team there, especially after being engaged on by a Genji. And like, you're marked too, right? So now you have even less time to do anything. And if you have less time to do anything in general, then like, do you really want to use that less time that you have to do anything at all to let that anything at all be shooting the turret for your team that got demeched as Diva on your side of the choke? I'll let you come to your own answer about that, because there are some games that you play with your, with your platinum, diamond, low masters teammates that you actually do need to shoot the turret for them, right? But there's going to be other lobbies where you could probably do something different, like making your great escape, moving from train to laundromat, or going into the alley, jumping over, because you've realized that your diva is demect. I like the fact that you're up here. You can be marked. Get some nice. I want to know where that spam is going. If you're going to spam Bananakin and you're going to be a Junkrat OTP, I need to make sure that we know exactly where the spam is going. 1. Okay. 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 Yeah, Banana. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more towards those supports. Yeah, you're leaning left on shots against a team that's holding right. So just understand, really understand your ricochets that you're going for there. And honestly, generally, you don't even need to like have gone into the replay and looked at where those shots went. You just, know that like the team is holding right? And you do have to bounce that over the taxi, and that's kind of hard. So, like, I guess if that's really hard, then, like, is it worth it to sit up here for a full mag spamming if you could just drop and, like, land the spam reliably? Maybe. I like the showmanship. Why did you put that trap down? You just yeeted it out there? Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, good. Moving up. Oh, what? He still gets you there? Okay. Oh, gotcha. It's just a one shot. That's okay. Tell me he dies for that, right? Though. You just play your corner. Like, he's trapped. You don't need to move because he can't, and he's going to move. And when he moves, he's going to move away towards aggro, defensive. It's just like at that point, the Genji, at the point that he's trapped, the Genji has to think about what he's going to do to live. And he's got a lot more time to think about what he's going to do to live while he's deflecting and standing completely still, because he literally can't do anything else. So since he can't do anything else, he isn't trying to do anything else, which means the only other thing that he's doing is thinking about what he's doing. Don't lure yourself into a false sense of security just because you've gotten the Genji in that trap. I love that you alerted yourself to him. You get the spam out. He's deflecting. You can just stop peeking at this point, right? So going for this additional spam isn't bad. I would just have you do it from an angle where you don't have to take as much damage as you take. So really nice trap, Banana. Holy smokes, I loved that. Anytime I see, I know, dude. I think that it's Tom and Jerry music playing in my head right now. Oh my goodness. This is oh yeah, this is some public domain Sorcerer's Apprentice stuff. So that's why it sounds like Tom and Jerry. I actually really love this track. God, I love classical music. I love all music, but and really all I listen to now is To Be Hero X. The tracks by Hiroyuki Sawano. My goat. Yeah, just die. I like it. Did you have any options? Hold on. I got distracted by some really excellent commentary from chat. I do love traps, especially when I play Doom. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that you have anything to do differently there, Bananakin, but I'm not, I don't know. Shinzo Sasageo. Oh, so interesting that you mentioned Shinzo Sasageo, because Sawano was also the I don't know what his position was, but he was tackling a lot of the music for Attack on Titan. So like Shinzo Sasageo, absolutely Shinzo Sasageo when Hiroyuki Sawano is mentioned. I know he did Barricades. And I think that he did the track that was used at the beginning of the movie, the last movie. Valid Junkrat skin. Yeah, this one's pretty good. Oh my goodness, yo, what? I don't know if I like the concussion mine for mobility there, just because anywhere that you would need to set up, you can just do that from yeah, you can just walk there. So you end up like out in the position because like you're thinking, I might want to be out here, but I started out here. I used a concussion mine, which I might have wanted to have, and now I'm like still out in the middle of the open. Just get to your next spot. Like get to your next good spot. Hey, nice total mayhem, Banana. That's the way to do it. Banana, I don't mind you like looking to set up a little bit more forward as opposed to standing still on top of the objective. Beyond just the fact that standing still on top of the objective is a big violation of our principles on Yubo Black. Standing still on so you know that alone would make you ineligible. Which obviously your eligibility for my roster cannot be jeopardized. So instead of standing still on top of the objective here, I have you moving. I just have you like getting somewhere, somewhere you can rat, where you can set up. I also really like you being on the objective. But if you're going to be on the objective, be on it differently. Or if your teammates are going to be on the objective because you're playing in, you're playing in bot lobbies. Then like you can be the not bot and find something to do there. Oh, guys, just a little bit of background. I didn't actually mention, but yeah, Kirito, I am Lord the Poach. So Bananakin is one of our exceptionally talented players in the program, and I feel like I'm competing with the Apprentice right now, the Sorcerer. Okay, there we go. So Bananakin is one of our particularly talented players in the program, and every roster that we've ever had that is not my roster ends up at either the end of the year or like every year and a half ends up utterly demolished as I pick. And as I pick at the carcasses of the teams and select which vital organs from them I want to assimilate into my roster, and I have over the years actually had some incredibly gracious. I have some incredibly gracious coaches who are willing to take sacrifices in the structures that they make, so that I can create a roster that I can build something with, right? So Lord the Poach is so based. Now I think we might just have to turn that into a channel icon, because oh my god, Lord the Poach is one of the least based people I've ever known. Especially when you consider that Lord the Poach can't do with Bananakin what Kirito has, right? Lord the Poach can't do with Golf Boy, who is one of our big players, what JJ had. So holy smokes. Oh, wow. And he realized that he was grateful from Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, every single day I'm realizing how grateful I am. How grateful I should be, compared to how grateful I act at times. Which is not grateful at all. I act so entitled. Speaking of entitlement, I think you're entitled. I think you're entitled, Bananakin, to any space that they're willing to give you. So I don't mind a little more aggressive poking here. I wouldn't mind you revealing yourself here so that they're like, oh, we can move on the Junkrat at some point, right? They know that you're there, and that's a spot that isn't bad for you to play in. You definitely don't want the Sig carving up that space, and you don't want to be flashed by the Cassidy, and you don't want the Genji to deflect anything in you, right? But like, you're right here, no one pushes you, you don't really get anything from either position because you're dancing between both of these positions at some really interesting times, right? So at the time when they're walking out of spawn, and you would have a really brilliant angle here for some nice spam damage, you're playing out here, and by the time they've already moved out and on to the point, you've opted back over here. So your timing's working a little bit against you here, Bananakin, and I just have you operating the aggressive angles at the aggressive timings, so that you can either be punished for or pay out for that aggression. Or I guess so that you can get a punishment or a payout for that aggression. And at the end of the day, you starting here, you still have get out options. So I'm not having you move anywhere else. And honestly, open up a third position, right? You have this spot, great. You have this spot, great. What about this one, right? Is there spam that you can get out from this angle? Can you sit in this doorway? Would you like to slide down here and like rip tire from behind them? Do you think that before they had the chance to come out, it might have been nice to, it might have been fun to, or in the context where you have a rip tire, it might be fun to sit here with your tire and see about getting something done there. I really like these two positions. Open up the map. Don't be one of my players today that that we've viewed that we're only looking at a certain section of the map. No, the ads. That's okay. You guys bypass the Twitch, the ads with Twitch Prime. Winky face. I'm kidding, guys. Don't. Oh my god. Go get badges and emotes from channels that actually made them. Oh my goodness, my poor subscribers, like subscribing and then like not having emotes and channel icons and animations to see play. Oh my god, I gotta get working on that. I'm gonna do it. Bot spotted. No, no, don't ban Kirito. He's not the bot. No. Oh, peppermint tea is so good, God. Are you doing the right things here? Hold on. I stopped paying attention for a second. I generally didn't dislike anything that I saw, though. Okay. I don't think I like the spam. I don't think I like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots. Okay. Never mind. I like the spam. I didn't see the cast there. You did. Okay, good. I like that you cross the open distance and then get to cover. I really, really like that. And you're staying in cover too, and now you're out of cover, which makes me a little bit nervous. So you're in like a really weird spot of cover. You moved out of like some really definitive cover to the Sigma and to like kind of like an open space. So yeah, just actually keep playing here and then just use the, you can dodge her with this car, or honestly, even if you're going to dodge her shots and look to like seek cover, like truly seek cover and like just get inside so that you can figure out how you want to engage this Juno in the next phase of the fight, just because you've lost your opportunity and your space to be engaged on her. Oh my god, nice conk mine. That is brutal for that Genji. And I think that you still get that conk mine from a relatively safe starting position. And I say starting position, like as in like starting position for the nade on that Genji for the bomb play, right? Wow. Your teammates just like died during this fight? Let's see. Ray goes out. Oh yeah, the Deadeye. Our Genji dies. Our Juno gets picked. Our Ana dies. Okay, yeah, so you don't have anything to do here anyways, Banana. That's tough. That is tough. Hey, guys. Thanks for swinging by. I appreciate y'all, every single last one of you guys who are here. Just giving me even 30 seconds of your time. You guys are rock stars. And anyone who would like to get VOD reviewed, sometimes we have to wait a little bit longer to get VOD reviewed. But feel free to DM me on Discord at Lord Thethan, just like the channel name, all lowercase, and submit any VOD reviews you guys would like. Generally, if you're submitting VOD reviews, please try to include your battle tag, because sometimes people have different Discord tags than battle tags. Please try to include your Discord tag. I'm sorry, your battle tag and your rank. I suppose maybe a little bit of info, like where you want to play competitively, what your ranks are, or what your goal is, and maybe some of the strengths and weaknesses that you'd like us to take a look at. Although we always end up defaulting back to principle, which is a little bit lame and boring. But we do it. I appreciate you guys so much. Alright, Bananakin. Hahaha, nice. I love it, like jumping on top of the Genji said. I also like your starting position here. I don't, yeah, I don't mind the slide out here. I just don't want you doing anything that's going to make you, that's going to put you in a really unsafe spot, so just be very, very careful. Oh gosh, hold on. I got a, Okay, sorry guys, had to respond to a message there. Bots. Michael, that's one of the cruelest and funniest things I've seen you say. Oh my lord. I almost think that I would have just kept you in train here, Banana. Yeah. Oh my goodness, like you have such a good rat spot here. Oh my lord, like what are you doing playing out in the open as if you were a Cassidy? Like, dude, you are a junk OTP. Like, just hang out here. You do not need to be doing anything other than sitting in the rat spot that Junkrat wants to be in and just getting ready to lob mines out. Do you leave here because you're under pressure? Actually, you don't even need to leave here because you're under pressure. Like, the way to not be in pressure is actually to use this space as cover. I don't like the fact that you're on top of your Genji, that both of you guys would be monitoring the same angle, but it's also, like, first point midtown, right? So, it doesn't matter that bad. Alright, good stuff. Love that you're not dying. I wouldn't mind seeing you dip into a rat space. running off into the Mega Pack room, finding spots to lay traps that will surprise people. Spots that they're like, oh my god, there's a trap there? Because I didn't ever see the Junkrat there. Yeah, see how you jump this Hanzo? Oh my goodness. So yeah, that's perfect. I think it's really well timed. It's almost like fortuitous. You force him out. Tough, 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 tough. I almost wonder if you have, like, easier spots, easier spam. Honestly, do you push anyone? Are you losing because you're not pushing anyone, Bananakin? Like, you're getting tangled up with the Genji here, but, like, you actually have a really good chance to just kill the Kiri here, right? So I think that you're kind of losing yourself a little bit, Banana, on like, where you or who you could be walking on. Yeah, be more aggressive on the Junkrat. Be more aggressive and try to be more aggressive because you're starting positions. That's a little harder to understand that you were there or that you're starting there or whatever. Oh my god, this looks like... Oh, this is the exact same fight. Not Lamau. Okay, yeah, because I would have liked you to push the Hanzo too, right? So pushing the Kiri, pushing the Hanzo. If you're going to, like, boot the Genji around, right, and he's going to dash in, like, I guess... And if he was going to be that much of a distraction to you, I guess you continue chasing him. And I also understand. It's kind of a funny phenomenon to be playing these games and literally not have anyone to shoot, right? Because, like, I'm saying, oh my god, pick a target, right? There's, like, 3 or 4 targets. But because there's 3 or 4 targets in-game, you don't realize that, like, you can just, like, lock one of them down, right? So it's very interesting because that's what my feedback on Tanko is from the people who watch me, is they're like, oh my god, just pick someone and walk on them, right? And so it's interesting that that's feedback that I can apply now to your Junkrat, where I'm like, you're capable of, like, such frag potential, and you're also really scary, and you're also really smart too, Banana. I mean, you are here in the program getting a degree, right? So, like, you're smart, right? And so, so I think that you can be smart about, like, where you're setting up, so that you can jump people, surprise them, spook them, and honestly, even better to spook them, because when you spook people, you make them make a mistake. Good, good, good. Let's take a look. You're going for the Hanzo, and you don't... I would have liked you to go for the Kiri here. She's just easy. She's immediately available. I think you're going in with plans, or you hear them, or... Or glaze before criticism. yeah, actually. Yeah, because you end up just going right over the Kiri's head, and then you lose your chance to actually kill her. Did that? Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. To the next track. This one is Beethoven. Does that one even hit? Does this hit her? Oh my goodness, you don't even hit her. Oh, that's so tough. That's so tough. Yeah. Scouting information. Scouting makes us ready to hit that. Because I could tell you, like, a different hospital flick, but that's not going to help you in this game. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I really liked it up until the point that they killed it. Keep going this way. And then loop around here. And then creep up here. Climb over the top here. Stay in cover, right? Because you're in third person. You actually have some really good scouting. And you do want to get this pick, but honestly, at the end of the day, if you can't get a pick, then, like, what do you want to do? And if there's nothing you want to do, then you can just start by forcing them out. Force them away. Stuff like that. Oh, thought I had the perk? Oh, okay, gotcha. That actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And honestly, traveling all that distance in cover does take time, right? So I understand that you're operating on a budget there of time, HP, target. Oh man, it's over already. Oh, Bananakin, Midtown replay codes are so mid, beyond just the virtue of them being Midtown. It is, that map is so just absolutely so very sinister. And so, man, that's disappointing that that ends so quickly. And honestly, one of these games that you win, that like pushes you up into the next echelon of your rank, you should send that code my way, because I really want to see what that looks like when you're able to just actually move on the targets that you really want to be moving on. And Banana, like when you're on when you're with your team, there are definitely targets in places that we're putting you. But when you're in a solo queue ranked lobby, just go do whatever you want. Like, actually, just go do whatever you want, Banana. You can control spaces. You know, you had really good control of the laundromat the 2 times that we saw you play, even if you died once here, right? You favored control over this choke point and opportunized this pick here. You liked pushing people away from this position, right? So you know, and as well, you know when it's appropriate to not avoid trade at all costs, right? Which for me, I avoid trade at all costs, but you understand that there's a time and a place, right? And if there's a time and a place, then you can play trade sometimes, right? And at some places. So start in those positions that you can get really aggressive from, and then get really aggressive and move on your target. And once you've selected a target, make sure you're selecting your target smartly. But I don't think that I don't necessarily think that we have any smarter targets for you to be picking beyond just the targets that are a little bit easier, right? So a little less time bogged down with the Genji, a little more time looking to force out the Kiri cooldowns, boop the Ana into the air, or displace the tank to open up options or alleviate pressure onto your tank are good places to start. Bananakin, I'm sorry that it took me so long to get this code. I was hoping to get this over the weekend, but because I fell off the wagon, I just didn't have the chance. And oh my goodness, I just got a ping in my D&D chat saying D&D in 20, but like, I'm not in that session. So I got spooked. I was like, oh my god, it's Wednesday? So anyways, Bananakin, I just have you running amok, literally, doing your own thing. And thank you for the code. Holy smokes. Thank you for the code. I'm sorry I didn't get to it sooner. And I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Especially since I don't get to spend nearly as much time with you, Banana. And this is a case for Golf Boy, Jucha. We've had some really awesome new players in the program. I know names that stand out are like Just Jay, River, and obviously we have some mainstays in the program as well, like Exurco, right? And I just don't get to see as much from you guys because I'm so tied up with the Yubo Black roster. And so holy smokes, getting to like look at codes here on stream is such a pleasure. Holy smokes. Thank you so much, Banana. I have the high ground. Junkrat gameplay is so fun. Actually, so fun. And, let's see. Ognak. Anna. Oh my goodness. I never got to this one. But we have to. This is, so this one is another player of mine. Oh, thank you, Banana. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, alright. So this is my... Oh my goodness. I think that this is my Cardi. Yeah. Okay, so this is my player. This is Cardi. I have him in Tracer jail right now, but for some odd reason, he sent me a Brig VOD and said, "Hey, this one is a fun one to review on stream." In fact, actually, let me double check my Discord DMs, Cardi, and see what else you said, because I'm sure it was pretty some pretty mildly offensive stuff. Let's find out. Where are you on my friends list? Okay, there we go. Oh no, you just send the code and say Brig VOD, and okay. All right, let's see it. Brig VOD. TM. Oops. Okay, perfect. And 1 second, guys. I have to update my spreadsheet in real time. Otherwise, I lose my mind and don't do it. Okay. All right, Brig VOD. Let's see it, Cardi. Let's see it. Let's see if you're really worth removing from my Tracer spot and putting in my Brig position, especially when I've got Apollo and Voltar. Okay, good bonks, good stay. Way to drop down. Ooh, I also like the opportunity to break away from DPS a little bit and get to some support principles. We're going to talk some really important stuff here. Hey, Cardi. Thank you so much for letting me lambaste your gameplay in the interest of conveying some pretty entertaining stuff. Cardi, you've always been such a great sport, and it's why you're never going anywhere on my roster. Or why you're never getting away from my roster. See what I did there? Okay. All right, don't bash in the open. What are you doing? You're playing on the open, swing your flare. Hold your shield. Cardi! Cardi, hold your shield! Play your corners! Oh, no, Cardi! Cardi! Okay, that's fine. Get to cover. Oh, no! You were finding your Ana. Get to your Ana. You gotta anchor. All right. Let's see. Also, you know, Cardi, like, when you're on the brig, and honestly, like, this should especially be apparent on the brig, because this is what I have you doing on Tracer as well. Sometimes I have you moving the objective, but a lot of the time, I just have you running coast side to set up a pinch, to set up a jump, right? Especially since you have the diva. When your diva jumps up here, it's really convenient if you are also up here by the time she jumps. So either she's waiting to jump, or she's jumping like a second time, and you've been patient to walk up until that second leap, right? So either way, one of you guys ends up having to wait for the other, and it's really nice to have Inspire healing as opposed to ranged Biscuit healing, right? So the armor packs from low ground as opposed to the Inspire on high ground. One of those is a huge boon for your diva, and one of them is a strain on your resource. So I have you running up right from the very beginning to be able to fight this with your diva as opposed to moving the objective. Cardi, you also know just in general how I feel about supports on the objective, right? So I don't really want you down here anyways. I would rather you be up on high ground where you can fight, generate Inspire, and regenerate your packs. Oh, you're on a oh wait, that's their Ana, might be not your Ana. I'm losing my mind. Let's see. All right, good biscuits. Be a little more on the lookout. Who have you been packing? Okay, yeah. Packed your Reaper. You're down to 1 biscuit. Looking for a pack on your Diva. And again, like, this is something, your Diva isn't critical up here if you are up here with her fighting, maintaining Inspire uptime. So that's another reason that I have you up here on high ground fighting as opposed to on low ground. Up to the high. What are you turning around for Tracer for your Brig? Go to the high ground. Control a Mega Pack. Go find a Brawl to take against a target that doesn't move nearly as well as Tracer does. Cardi, you play that character. Absolutely, you want the Brig looking at you so that you can blink away from her whip shot. Oh, goodness, Cardi. Cardi, at this rate, you're staying on Tracer. In fact, not only are you staying on Tracer, there's just, like, never any hope for you to leave where I have put you. I love that. Bash across. I was waiting for that. Good. Nice in, nice out. I love the corner playing here. This is some really excellent stuff. The double pack onto the Winston who went critical. Sometimes, look, if your tank compromises there, you also have to compromise. The double pack is a little unfortunate in the context of the fact that, oh my god, what are you doing? In the context of, like, your tank just getting fried. But I actually do like the double armor pack there. Generally, we don't want to double pack our tanks. But again, I understand that when compromises happen, we have to compromise. Okay, rally. Rally so much sooner there. As soon as he procs the primal, there's no reason to not go for the rally as well. Good. I like that you're sparing your packs, and then you give your tank 2 of them, so I immediately have to rescind my praise. Oh, Cardi. Oh, you make me mad. Okay. I don't hate you on the objective, but I would have you taking the stairs, because you weren't even on the objective. You're just kind of, like, proximate to the objective. You know how I feel about supports on the card, but hey, if you're the only one on card, then, like, you're the only one on card. But now you're on us on card, so, like, you can be high ground. You don't have to be on low ground. You can be high ground. Yep, perfect. I was about to say it until you went up there, Cardi. That's perfect. Nice, you're in the spot to knock Bastion down. Play your corner. You know that height is a powerful spot to be in. Get the engage on the Brig. Yo, Cardi, let's go. Okay, there might be hope yet of putting you on the support role. I jest, Cardi. You are not leaving Tracer. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure you have, like, several consecutive life sentences in Tracer jail, so. Why do you jump off this height? For your Ana, who's critical in a corner? Oh, you bash off the height for her. And not necessarily that height is, like, where you gotta be as Brig here. Just got back, what are we watching? Okay, so this is my DPS player, Cardi, who has sent me a Brig VOD from his alternate account, where I suppose as a submission of evidence... Hi, Daisy. Stop. Quit your bonking. Stop your bonking. I suppose as part of a submission of evidence that I should remove him from Tracer Jail and put him onto the support role. So, that is what we're watching. It's actually so much fun so far. There's been a lot of flame that I can throw at Cardi. so I'm gonna have fun with it. And Cardi's one of my, like, good sports. Cardi's my player who, like, no matter what I say, he's always like, okay, got it, coach. I'll do it. Yeah, sure. And, oh my god, as a coach, like, you know, for those of us who don't coach, I would want you guys to understand, like, how awesome it is to have a player that even if they don't understand why you're telling them to do what you're telling them to do, or even if they don't understand exactly what you're telling them to do, they do it. Oh my lord, that's so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice to have a player. And Cardi is one of my very first ones that was doing that too, where no matter what I said, no matter how I said it, they tried. I'm very, very lucky to have Cardi on my roster. Beyond very lucky. Hey, Daisy. Daisy. Pumpkin. They're not doing anything. Come on. Okay, like the high ground position. Oh my lord. I have to go maim my dog real quick. Alright, they're gonna keep Pumpkin. That's because they're dogs. Okay, good cover. Play your time. Yep. Okay, nice bonk. I love that. Oh, that's tough. All right, how do we compromise? Do we drop in? Do we just rally on cart? We just rally on cart? We just walk to cart and we rally so that our team jumps. Oh, no. We have rally forced out of us, Cardi? Oh, goodness. You know why I want us ulting first, Cardi. So ult first. What are you taking so long to ult for? Ult first before they have the chance to engage on you. Look at your diva in. You drop from the high ground, and immediately after dropping, you should be thinking to yourself, oh my lord, what terrible mistake I have, what an atrocity I have committed. I must find an answer for this lapse in judgment, right? Being coachable is a great trait. Yeah, 100%. Oh my goodness, and I've actually, I've not had many players as coachable as Cardi. Yeah. I won't say it to his face, but oh my lord, my unconditional love for Cardi is not just because of the fact that he is coachable, but it definitely plays a big role in kind of situating that unconditional love. Yeah. Like I said, beyond lucky to understand Cardi as a player. And having Cardi as a player has made me, by leaps and bounds, a more competent coach. D&T time for you, so you have to go? Yeah, Root Beer, thanks for hanging out with us. Have fun at D&D. I'll join the session if I wasn't a loser. And, but I appreciate you being here anyways. I was playing, I'm playing a Blade Singer Wizard in our main run, and so far, in that run, my character is a glorified prop. I actually want to bring a couple of D&D one-shots to stream sometime. I think that would be a fun show, and I'm not a good one, but I am a fun DM, and I'm not a good one, but I'm a fun player. So my Blade Singer Wizard Vermurin has been fun, but so far he's just, like I said, he's been a prop. He's been a storytelling prop, and honestly at times he's a prop for the fight too. I have a tracker, you know, for like all my resources, right? So I got my blade singing charges and my crystal blade healing charges, and then I have times thrown and or times thrown at allies or near death times that I've nearly died. So my DM hates me and I hate him, and so we're at war with each other, and my character's caught in the middle. It's brutal. I'm stuck on Forever DM, but I have a War Magic Wizard that... Oh, War Magic is cool. And yeah, the animations in BG3 for Blade Singer are really fun. I don't know what animations for D&D you're talking about, Zam. For my Blade Singer D&D animations, yeah, as I Theater of the Mind roll 20, yeah, very fun stuff. Sorry, I think you mean as I get thrown. It's not actually me, it's my little dude. He's called Vermurin. He's a half-elf from an ancient civilization that got, like, demolished by a god. He's very angry. And he wants revenge. And he'll probably die before he gets what he wants. If my DM is, if my DM knows what he's doing, which he does. Unfortunately. Cardi, the only thing that I have from you is, like, probably at some point finding a spot or a place to go high ground. My introduction to D&D was BNG. It was BG3, so forgive me. No. No, I don't think I will, Zamboozled. Are you invited to D&D time? Yo, it's in that call. You just have to ask to watch. Although I'll say that session is mid. Oh, I like you in the cage, Cardi. And I like you joining up with your teammates in the cage, because, you know, generally it's almost never nearly as safe out as it is in, and you go in and immediately get antied to go out, and I like that. Yeah, Goose, you're totally right about that. It would also be a really convenient way to get supplied replay codes as well. So yeah, I strongly agree. Your people being your chat. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think the thing about at that point is, you know, I start have to like really think about, you know, how well, you know, I'm kind of a tyrant, you know, and so the question is, you know, how would I help moderate stuff? You know, how much of an active role would I play? Would doing something like that involve me taking a step back from some of the other communities that I'm really engaged in, right? While I kind of help manage my own, and I would need help managing that, right? So it's also about, you know, kind of helping find some of the personnel or staff that I would need to, you know, help me with that stuff. Obviously, you know, while things are still like a really small operation, that's really attainable. But obviously, once I make it to Hollywood as Big Mr. Streamer Man, there are questions that I might have wanted answers to. Yeah, Cardi's just on the high ground. Getting on the high ground. Gonna get jumped here. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, we probably have to die. Oh, wait, no. Just leave. Just, like, turn around and walk away. Yeah. You just die out in the middle of the open because you weren't playing, you weren't close to walls, corners, covers. That'd be so cool. I could try to help Tool, but I'm not a mod. Yeah. Did I say I was going to mod you if you were in chat, Matt? I don't even think I was. I think the plan was just to never mod you. Matt, do you have opinions on the Cardi Brig? My genius simply knows. My genius simply knows no bounds. My questions and my ideas are truly top tier. That's how my DM would say that. That's so funny. My genius. Oh my goodness. That's how you envisioned it. Yeah. No, like I said, that's how my DM would say it. I hate the characters that my DM writes. Oh my lord. And I can't quantify it for you guys. All I can say is that I hate my DM's characters because they make me uncomfortable. Because all of them talk like that and they all have hidden agendas. And so I'm always wary of them for that reason. And in playing Divinity Original Sin 2 from Larian Studios, that's their BG3, like that's their We Can Make a Baldur's Gate game test that they did in like 2016. And let me tell you, I've run into characters in that game that I'm like, did my DM write this character? Because they are making me heckin' uncomfortable. And so that's been a pretty funny experience is going to other games and seeing characters that I'm like, whoa, that could have been written by my DM. So I am a forever DM. Oh yeah, trying to get a new D&D group going. My campaign is a toothless Timothy. A pirate with a lisp and no teeth. Okay. Toothless Timothy is pretty funny. I love that. I'm a forever DM. My players are always afraid of me. Yeah, I'm also afraid of my DM. So I get that. I resonate with that strongly. Yeah, maybe we'll have to, we might have to get a D&D stream sometime. I think that'd be fun. It's always fun to hear a bunch of, like, not actors try to, like, roleplay, and not D&D players try to wrap their heads around the rules for D&D, while their DM is like, whoa, wait. Yeah, that's an action. You can't do that. That's some really amazing NPCs. Random ones, they do not like classic. Yeah. I also like writing stuff, you know, so I like to, as DM, try to homebrew as much as I can, or as much as my players will allow me, because there's always a mix. I've always had players that really like the original stuff, and I've always had players that really like the structured stuff, you know, that I've got options that I don't have to prepare myself, because oftentimes some of the best options when it comes to creative content isn't actually the stuff that you develop yourself. It's stuff that you get from elsewhere, you know, whether you're, you know, drawing inspiration from someone else, or really just using their structure, their outline, which isn't plagiarism for D&D DMing. I'm talking about that as a creative endeavor, not like actual like storytelling. Don't copy other people's work, guys. That's bad. I say as I'm considering putting out work of mine that I don't want other people to copy. Okay. I like the high ground presence. I guess I wonder why you drop at one point. I stopped paying attention to the cool for a reason, steal everything. Yeah. Oh, okay, no, I get the drop. I get the drop, I just don't agree with it. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, you're just moving on their side of the map, on their timing, when they control it. Your team goes for ult, so you don't necessarily need to stick your neck out there in order for your team to win that. So if that's not part of what you need to do, then don't worry about doing it. Don't force anything. Mm-hmm. Oh, don't lose the Genji. Rally up. Go ahead and rally. Go ahead and rally. Oh, you don't need to. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I made my players afraid of rocks one time. Granted, they were in the Feywild. Okay, no. You can't be like, oh yeah, granted, they were in the Feywild. Oh yeah, they were, haha, my players were so afraid of rocks. Like, are you kidding me? There are rocks in the Feywild. Like, yeah, I would be afraid too, freak. Oh my goodness. And flowers. I'd probably be more afraid of the flowers than the rocks. I know for a fact that Vermurin would be more afraid of the flowers than the rocks. Oh, they weren't in the Feywild? Doesn't matter. I like the rally carding. I like the inn. Help your Ana. Okay, perfect. Yeah, stop losing the Genji, bro. Oh, nice bonk. Like it. Okay, move back now, right? Because you're on their side of the map. You're not with your Ana. You're making your Ana compromise. You're compromising. Let's end up in... Oh, yeah. Cardi. Our players actually entered a goblin cave that was secretly a doppelganger hideout, and one of them had a character movement where they passed out because they were afraid of spiders. So I replaced them with a doppelganger, which will be a plot twist for later in the cave. Oh, no is right. Oh, no. It's so funny. I was talking to my DM the other day. He was kind enough to drive all the way out here and have dinner with me. Well, it's him and his brother, but they both were. And I had, in my conversation with my DM, he was talking about how he's got a run that he's doing where he shows up every time he dies. He shows up as like a new. They're changelings, I think, is what he's playing. So he shows up as like a new changeling, like newly emerged or newly sent off from the hive mind that has the memories of the old changelings that he was a part of, but like obviously isn't quite the same one. And he says it leads for some really interesting party dynamics. They play normally and reveal it later for the twist. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I also love colluding with my players to do things that are against their teammates, their party members' interests, if it helps me to perpetuate a stronger narrative. Yeah, 100%. I like that, Goose. Oh, Goose, I like it a lot. I didn't realize we had 3 DMs with us. Yeah. Oh, I'm out of tea. Buddy, have I missed anything good? Okay, I like the biscuits allocation. Actually, this is one of the drops that I don't worry from you. So I think that dropping faster is actually totally fine. Started doing it this year, so I'm very new. Oh, okay, gotcha. Let me tell you, I did it before BG3 came out. And when BG3 finally released, and I gave it a play, I was like, oh my god, so that's how the D&D rules work. I remember when I started DMing for D&D. If Chunky Chicken is here, yeah, Chunky Chicken, I can actually tell you, we could not, for the life of us, figure out if Healing Word was a spell slot or a bonus action. Like, okay, which is it? Because the website, the wiki, my handbook says both. So which is it? As it turns out, it's both. It is a spell slot that costs the amount of time as a bonus action. Right? So it's kind of funny. It actually took me until seeing the rule set adapted into a medium that I'm very used to playing, right? For me to understand, oh, that's what the rules as written mean. One shot I'm writing right now is super cool. I think nothing crazy like that, but as Valkyries and Amazons of the lore that I got. Oh yeah, that's very cool. We'll have to have a we'll have to at one point have a stream where I share some of the stuff that I work on. World building is very, very fun. And honestly, actually, if you guys want to know how to build a really good world, look, say what you will about Genshin Impact, but the music slaps and the world building is peak. Now, the rest of the story, kind of mid. Nothing we haven't ever seen before. But holy smokes, the world building, the way that the world is constructed, designed, the way that it works, the laws by which it abides, a very, very interesting one. So Hoyoverse is actually never a bad one to lean towards. I love world building, but I am a massive procrastinator. See, I don't know how you could procrastinate on something like world building. That's me. Actually, no, I see. I mean, I'm sitting here VOD reviewing instead of writing. So actually, I get it. I get it. I like the card. I like the rally card. I really like all of it. I haven't been distracted by your gameplay. So that's how you know you haven't been doing anything bad. That's how you know you can just maintain this as a status quo for your gameplay, and at least until you get diffed in one of our scrims, Cardi. You know, I'm not gonna become Lord the Yap, Lord the Mad. Especially since we have like D&D PG3 to talk about. I have a barrier ritual for the Valkyries who live on floating islands. They do a classic Viking ritual where flaming arrows and stuff, but they send the dead out on floating boats. They named this ritual after shooting stars, and it's actually a cool thing to watch from the ground, so it's really cool from the perspective of the Amazons. The dead then float all night till they reach the burial ground, where it basically becomes a Skyrim burial mound. Oh, wait, that's actually so cool. Holy smokes, there's a lot of like in world, not our real world, but there's a lot of like in your world tie-ins that you could go for that. Connections to civilization, humankind, spirit kind, the spirit world. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Oh my goodness, that is actually so cool. Kind of my hair's standing up a little bit on it. Awesome. Cody, I like the brig. You just actually, I really like the brig. Rally a little bit sooner, and I think be a little less willing to like drop off the high ground, and when you drop off the high ground, like be willing to be ready to make compromises in the rest of your gameplay for it, because I think that is that's a-okay. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Updating the spreadsheet in real time. We are on to another VOD review. Okay, perfect. We're going to be taking a look at some Masters DPS. We're right back to the DPS, actually, which is A-okay. So Cardi actually gets a nice little shout out from us. Thank you for the support gameplay. A little bit of a break. And we can get back into deeps. Yeah. Some good old fashioned DPS principles. We really like DPS. What is that line? And always bet on Hikari. Yeah. That's what we're going to be watching. There's some low masters DPS. I say low masters, right? And there's always a connotative thing that you're looking for, or a connotative interpretation that you're looking for whenever you hear someone say low masters, right? At the end of the day, it is just a rank, right? So we are connoting absolutely nothing from hearing the rank, and instead just looking to observe from Hikari what their playstyle looks like and how to make it even more effective. They said to me, hey, saw your post. Interesting getting a VOD review if you have the chance. I'm M4 DPS on PC and kind of hard to stuck masters. This is a code of a pretty close game on Lijiang. Played Tracer and Cast and felt I did well until last point where I was kind of lost. I want to eventually hit GM, but generally just want to improve. I feel like I've hit a plateau for the last few seasons. Thank you so much. Hey, Chubby, thank you so much for submitting the code. Hopefully, if you're watching live, if you managed to get around to it, I am so beyond grateful to you and to all of our friends who have submitted replay codes and opened themselves up to the opportunity for me to ruthlessly criticize them in the interest of helping them meet their goals. So let's see what there is to examine for you. Yeah, I love this off angle. We have already yamped plenty today about how much I like off angles. I like you completing the angle here, right? I like you not getting forced out of the main space, right? We actually have been talking today about how, not on this map, but on the other map that we were looking at, it's kind of like a straight line. Here it's kind of a V. And so I don't really like you being forced out of that straight line when alternatively you can just like comfortably play the corner of your perpendicular angle. You are really away from your team if you are out there. But also that's kind of the point. If you're out here and they start moving on you, then your team has a really good reason to move out of the white room and onto the objective, which is where eventually you guys want to be anyways, not only because it's the objective and you want to control it, but because that's the comp in where it plays. Hakari never learned reverse technique, but the infinite cursed energy flowing through him allowed his body to reflexively perform reverse curse technique. In other words, for the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds, Hakari is effectively immortal. Yeah, that's fun. Is that from the manga? I haven't actually read it. I read a couple of channels or chapters after. Okay. I read a couple of chapters after the season 2 content, but I didn't actually get to read too much. It is from the manga. Yeah, I didn't really like how Gege was handling his character, so I felt like he was doing some poor decisions. So I ended up putting it down, but I really liked Jujutsu Kaisen. I really liked, especially how it starts, is so strong. All right, so yeah, I don't mind you on a wider angle here, Hakari. I think that it puts you in a position to kind of help follow up your Rhine. You end up in your Lucio speed amp. You can walk on targets, and most importantly, like you're not out in the middle of the open, right? And being out in the middle of the open, right? You're thinking that. Like, you don't want to you don't want to take damage, you're susceptible, you're vulnerable out here, right? But really, the thing about the middle of the open is that it takes you a really long time to get from the middle of the open to where you might want to end up, right? If it's over here, or from the middle of the open to, like, where you want to end up if it's over here, right? So instead, sticking to one side so that you can do one thing or the other and not be torn between two options, you can just pick one good one, I think is a nice favor to you. So you end up, this is so interesting, because this is so little, right? But you get the pick on this Genji, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, perfect. So you've cleared the Genji, so there's literally no reason to get forced out of this angle, right? And then you walk away from this angle. When, like, there's damage to do on the Zarya, you want her to turn around on you so that she's not beaming down the Reinhardt, whose barrier is actually looking really good, but, might diminish over time. So there's pressure, attention that you can elicit over here, and you can do it as soon as you clear the Genji, and that way you're backing up, and then, or instead of backing up here, okay, I want to lay out, if instead you just hold this angle and you're looking at the Zarya and she starts looking at you, you can just back up, right? But here, you didn't start looking at the Zarya. You clear the Genji, you move over here, right? And then you take another step and then boom. Oh my God. As it turns out, the Zarya was walking up to me the entire time. And I have just walked up to the Zarya when if I had just held the angle that gives me the scouting information that tells me that the Zarya is going to be walking up at me, I know to move back, right? So it's interesting how, like, these extra little steps that you're fitting into your movement are actually really hurting the amount of value that you can get on these angles, not just in terms of damage and potential, but actually in terms of like the scouting information that you need to make sure that the next series of decisions that you make are decisions that help you continue making decisions, as opposed to decisions that keep you from making decisions because you have died. Jaina backed off by the Zarya. I just don't want you forced off this angle, like, at all. If my cast is playing, for one, I have my Sombra elsewhere, or I have my cast elsewhere, right? I don't have them on the same angle, but, like, if it's my cast that he's playing, I just don't have it in a position where he is ever forced to back off from an angle, especially if that angle is one where he can maintain that really comfortable, effective range, right? So it's amazing, Hakari. I actually already like what we're seeing from you. I think that we're seeing that you're willing to use the map, break off from the straight line, and that you can start in positions that, with your aim, I mean, you land shots so reliably, I can already tell. Yeah. With your aim, you can force these people away. Or you can jump him, you can surprise him, you start open with a pick, and it just involves you, like, starting on the angle that gives you the information you need to know how far up or how long you can play in a certain spot. So I have you holding here. Daria walks, and she's going to push you out, but she's going to push you out, and then you know what she's going to do? She's going to turn around and start doing something else, right? So I have you looking to just maintain presence on an angle that gives you more information than you have right now, so that you know where to be right now instead of where you end up here, right? So you're just operating off of too little information, and because you're operating off of too little information, you're not aggressive early enough to alleviate as much pressure as you could off of your team, which would help them move a little bit more forward, which would make you comfortable with some of these angles that I'm telling you to play in, right? So it's interesting. I'm telling you to start more aggressive because I'm hoping that your team will see you more aggressive, and even though I'm telling you to start more aggressive, even though your team isn't being aggressive, right? I'm saying that, like, if you start, they will make that a safe space for you, right? Or at least the teams that you deserve to win with will make that a safe spot for you, right? So I like the idea of you really making sure that that you're operating these off angles, right? Careful about the jumping. Ooh, be really, really careful about that jumping. I'm a big hater of the jumping, and you're not doing it. Okay, perfect. Ooh, very nice shot. You jumped for that shot, though. I kind of hate that. Good. I love that. Oh my gosh, I love that. I really like that. There's absolutely no need for it. like you can afford to take that damage. Although you can't afford to peek that angle. Yeah, I really like that. I love that flash, Hakari. Oh my goodness, absolutely beautiful. And the only reason I want to remark on that is because that's intuitive, right? That's like, I don't want to peek that angle, but I have a projectile that can clear this corner, right? And eliminate one of my pressures so that then I can move and deal with the other one. It's nice. It's really, really nice. It's thoughtful. It's considerate of all of your different variables here, right? And you're holding this angle that I want you to hold, too. Oh, my goodness, you're backing off on this angle that I wanted you to hold. And now you're jump peeking the angle that you bailed for no reason, even though at the time that you bailed, you could be working in shots. Or honestly, if the idea is to just, play this angle, so if the plan is to Deadeye this fight, then maybe you're actually just looking to see about setting up for Deadeye. You back off from this angle, which is totally fine. They were looking to push you. Your team, see how, like, you starting aggressive, right? Your team is going to move into that space. So you start that ball rolling, right? And now you can keep things going. So I really, really like this, especially. I probably stop holding as soon as she goes for the wall. In fact, this is a really interesting step that you go for. This is really interesting. Watch this. Keep moving right. 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 Don't move left. I don't need to say any more than that. The reason I say that is because it's actually really enticing. It's really tempting for me to, like, go on and on about, like, all the principles, right? Like the fact that you've already committed to the Deadeye, you need to get picks. That's a good space for them. You've ulted first, so you want to keep her from being able to ult on her response. There's all kinds of principles, but, like, watching this, that, like, you just keep holding right. Like, if you die here so that you kill their sim in a fight that they were planning a photon barrier, that is too great of a boon for you to be too selfish with your life for, especially since, like, you put yourself in the middle of that fight with Deadeye after seeing that fight engaged anyway. Right? So just understand action, intention, decision. I want it to all line up because it does in a perfect world. And I really like that fight resolves so favorably for us because I think that you guys had set up well for that fight and had to make compensations in later stages for, again, making sure or not getting that sim pick or not getting something else, right? Some other advantage that you guys might have been able to establish. But so I'm really, really happy that fight stabilizes the way that it does. But yeah, wow. If you have a plan, stick with it. Don't get cowed by a Symmetra who is TP'd the way that she wanted to into a fight where you can reasonably expect that she'll TP like that because she's on Sigma. Don't get spooked. Don't get spooked when people play their characters the way that the character wants to be played. And instead lean into that because you know that that's how they're going to be wanting to play, right? And if you don't know how that's how they're going to be wanting to play, well, that's why we VOD review, right? So that we can look at the Sim TPing there and we can say, well, she wants to do. Interesting target prioritization. I'm not necessarily remarking on that you should be shooting anyone other than the sim. There are you got a bunch of antis there, and she's just one of the targets that you could shoot. But she wasn't hard shots either. I don't shoot anyone different there, and no one that you shoot differently gives you an advantage that you can use to win the fight. Oh my god, that Mara faded already? Okay. You are down your Sombra, so what's that mean? That means that Deadeye is even more important than it was before. An opening trade is a really, really good thing. And also that, yeah, the fight, if we're going to lose it, we should lose it now. Good. Or get out. Right, so I like that you guys get out. Good Deadeye around the corner. Good. Really, really good Hikari. I like it. It's also very stable. Yep. Okay. Okay, Cardi. I'm sorry, Cardi. Hikari. Oh my goodness, for a minute there, you became my Tracer player. If it wasn't you and if it wasn't my Tracer player, I would be like, that should offend you. But it's you and my Tracer player, so honestly, on a day like today, it's probably closer to a compliment. Okay, so now the Tracer off the cast. The cast was really good, like I mentioned. I just want to see a little more activity on these angles, a little more movement that doesn't go against what your clear plans are. Okay, I know that we want to walk away from these VOD reviews with a really good takeaway, right? With I should use my ult every time they do a blank, right? Or I should play on this high ground every single time for this map. But no. And it's so unfortunate, Cardi, oh my god, I'm going to lose my mind. Hikari, it's so unfortunate for you. Because in order to get to the next level and the level after that, what you have to be on top of is actually these really minute details. So instead of walking away with big takeaways, I actually send you away with little steps and specifically with an eye on those little steps. How is the movement that you're committing to making either your pathing, your targets, your aim itself, or your decisions harder or easier? I think it's really, really important to know exactly how I'm moving, exactly how many steps, for exactly what reasons. If I don't exactly, but generally have an idea of what the consequences are, both positive and negative, or at least one of those two sets of consequences, then usually those are the fights that I don't even need to prove it to you guys, but I promise I've got the hours to let you know that those are the fights that I guarantee you I'm winning. Because I know what fights I'm losing, and those are the fights that I don't remember losing, and the reason I don't remember losing them is because I wasn't thinking about my steps, among other things. Something alert you to the Widow? See. Oh yeah, you marked her. Oh, nice. Attention to detail. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely incredible. Yeah, you watched her. You watched her walking across the bridge. In fact, I think she even got pinged a second ago. I'm not going to rewind again, but... you make things a little hard on yourself. Don't give her that much credit. She's just a Masters player, bro. Don't make things too hard on yourself. Oh, when you blink right back to her. Yeah. Okay. Yup. I mean, she's Widow. She's gonna place her Venom Mine there. You're caught out. Yeah, it's tough. You do just have to stay where you are. I really like that. Okay, so there's the blinks. Nice engage. Good. I'm amazed that she kind of leaves you alone there. Just shoot her. Just shoot her here. Making things a little too complicated on yourself. Body the damage. Get the recall forced out of you. Can't play point. I don't have you do anything different here. I don't think, Hikari. Or at least, like, I can have you doing something different here, but the different thing isn't necessarily, like, too much better than that, aside from just, like, this extra blink, which is, like, the I don't know where I want to be next, so I'm blinking, as opposed to the I'm blinking because I know where I want to be next. So, just, you can spare yourself a little bit of time. And you can do a little more observation. I can't hear through my classical music, but if she deployed her pulse bomb or her Venom Mine, then I would like to hear it. Or I would have liked to hear it if I was playing Tracer in your shoes. And again, just understand she's gonna place it there. Again, wow, I'm amazed that she ignores you. I'm amazed that she kind of like disregards your presence, your existence there. and makes herself easy to walk on, and doesn't hang out in the open where her Juno is willing to carry her, just like her Juno did before. So, really, really excellent capitalization off of that Lapse of Judgment from her, and that's exactly how you want to play this Tracer, is you want to use your brain and identify when these players are isolating themselves. There's definitely a fair bit of isolating that you end up doing yourself on the Tracer character, but it's recognition like this, like here initially when you see the Widow, right, who is full HP. So you probably could make your decision a little bit earlier to go on her, right? Because the Juno's just going to be hard to kill. You can chase her around, you can force resources, but like an opening pick in the fight that is actually happening over here from you on the Juno while your ball isn't engaged on their backline is I think that's pretty bold. I think that's like really, really that's really hopeful. In fact, maybe optimistic might be the term. So, recognition like this, which is I can just stay on the Widow. She's isolated herself. I know where she is. It brings me proximate to Omega, map control, and abides by the timing of this low to mid masters ranked lobby. I think is really excellent. It's why this jump onto the sim a little bit weird. Yeah, don't. I don't think I care too much for the blink melee. She's right there on top of Maga. There's a speed ring. It's Symmetra, so like as soon as you cross over the threshold, you're getting beamed by turrets, and she got her whole team with her. So you do need that burst, but I don't know if I like. I don't know if I care too much for your recall being forced out of you during, not necessarily because, but during this engagement with the Symmetra, where you have to blink through and hit her again afterwards and get forced out, no recall, have to step. So instead, is it possible that you can just... I mean, you do... Hold on, I need to look at Juno's HP. Let's find out. Okay, I mean, you do a fair bit of damage, even outside of your effective range, right there to the Juno, right? So is it possible that you could do even a little bit more damage to that Symmetra in a more effective range, as opposed to making this compromise and using 2 blinks, one to get a blink melee that we don't guarantee for ourselves in the first place, and then one to get behind her in a corner where she is really ready to whip around on us, right? So you're forcing something here. And I think you can play a little more patient. I think that doing a little more pelting, a little more scouting does you well. Not too much more time, by the way. I've been telling a lot of people to take a little more time because I know that they have a little more time, and I know that you don't have as much. Interesting. You can't just stay on this Maga with your team? You have to be on the Juno here? You're able to occupy her time. She grabs Mega. You're with her ball. Your team is fighting the Maga. They kill him. Anti on the Sim. You even kill the Juno. You're forced out. I mean, there are portions of this fight that you're taking here that you aren't even playing the game. And, like, you are 76% to a pulse bomb that I think you can at least hope to generate some of the last little bit off of this Maga. Even if it's not the Maga, if you linger for a little bit longer, you see that the Moira is here. I think it's the audio indicator. Let me listen through my classical music. Is it the Juno that you hear? Or you just decide to look for the Juno, and then you see her 2 blinks away. But, like, benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer is, like, Moira is actually that same distance and more valuable to force stuff out of right now, right? To force cooldowns out of, or to force out of this position. I like this, by the way. I want to mention, I really like this, right? I really like this blink across. Nice target acquisition, and good tracking as well. Into the melee, you're not doing a lot of extra movements as well, like you were on the cast, which I wasn't a big fan of, right? And then you are playing from point A to point B, and operating close to your walls, covers, and corners. So I really, really like this. I just don't think you got to be on the Juno. Is my thing, right? Not playing the game. Not playing. Blink across. And it does put you back on the Juno. into Nano. Yeah. Good. Right places, right timings. You have a really good blink melee. Good. I really like that. I really like all of that. I like a lot of it, especially. And going on the Juno here is not the wrong call, by the way. Eventually, you guys are able to win the fight. And in the context of a team where, you know, you're playing a brawl comp, they're playing a brawl comp, it definitely makes a lot of sense to just all in on the Maga. I also think that you guys save yourself a lot of time and buy yourself a lot of objective progress. If you chase the Juno after killing the Maga and the Moira, who are both low HP, I mean, Moira just used Fade, is regenning, half HP, still doesn't have Fade. Maga's hacked, uses his E, so he's unkillable, which is a good reason to disengage, by the way. Goes for the slam, playing his cover, hacked again, now anti. Yep. Moira's still up, Juno's still up, Widow's in position, and Sim's on the point. But looking at all of this, looking at the timing of it all, you keep shooting the Maga, and the Juno's going to be forced to you anyways. Because the Juno's going to go where the Maga is. You could chase her then. Your ball is with you. I don't think your ball is doing anything bad. But he's also, like, really out. He's really out. Even compared to you, he's really out. Yeah. Ultimately, I'm going to concede. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say, like, you make some really good decisions in a fight that I think, based on the way that we played it up until the point that we get the pick on the Juno, up until the point that we get the Nano, and up until the point that we flip the objective. I think that the decisions that you guys are making as a team, and that you're making here, Hikari, I think lock you into these choices. I really like the execution of all that you do here. But I also really wonder what it looks like in a world where we just wait out the Maga and then we just shoot him as a team. Because Maga does really well when we are not all shooting him at the same time as a team. How much can Tracer do to a Maga? You would actually be surprised. Busy with the cast. Okay. So you marked him. He marked you. I think you can just leave. I think you can just leave. You're limit testing here. I really love that. But you probably can't just leave. Click across and like occupying his time. You're like, oh yeah, it's a 4v4 right now, right? But like, who's the one with the ult, right? So like, I don't know that you have to make... I don't think that you have to do the 4-1 split to make it a 4-1 split via 4-1 split, right? I think that the Cassidy is, like, really bad against your comp on the objective, right? So, of course, he wants to, like, off-angle somewhere else. And, of course, on his off-angling, he's going to meet you. And, of course, in this particular position, he's in a spot that it's going to be really tough to move on him. And you're in a spot that, you know, he might be compelled to move on you. You can sit here and be ready for it. But I think I have you sitting elsewhere and being ready for Pulse. Oh, man. And, like, instead of bothering yourself with the cast, which you are only occupying yourself with the cast, I definitely have you picking up a lot more scouting information a lot earlier on, right? I mean, you are playing Tracer in a corner where you can see very little and very little. And, like, think about the map, right? I mean, even if you don't want to be wandering around in the open, right? Like, you're out here, all the way out here. Maga sees you. You go all the way here this early on. See where your team is? Like, your team is still technically wider, more in than you are, right? And they're setting up for this next fight. I don't know if you're looking to wrap out with a pulse pump, or if you think that they might move on you as a team. Although they have the Symmetra, so it's fair to consider that like they're probably just going to TP across. They have the Lucio, the Moira. They can just run. And you end up in this fight anyways. And because the Photon Barrier comes up before you've had the opportunity to pulse, you don't really have a good opportunity to pulse. And so this fight is really, really losable. Sorry, not because. It's not entirely cause and effect. there's a part that you play here to this fight where I think that being more ready to get a pulse earlier on to a target, perhaps a little more valuable to occupy your time with than the Cassidy, which being on a target that is more valuable to occupy your time with ends up helping you spend less of your valuable time on more valuable targets, right? Oh, man. 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 Okay. This is actually... Oh, man. Hikari, I'm so sorry. I'm being so tough on you. It's because we've reached the end of the session, and so I start to get a lot more candid, a lot more frank, and a lot more blunt in the interest of being more concise because I've already covered the principles behind a lot of these things up until this point, right? I'm just going to say it like this because it is blunt and concise. It's going to come off as curt, though, and really what it is it's more of a lamentation from me than a lambasting of you, or even what would you call it when you're like, well, I don't know what other word. We're at the end of the day, guys. I am really sad at the idea of Hikari, your Tracer, like revolving around their Cass, right? If this guy is the celestial body around which you are orbiting, then my guy, you are a moon, not the sun. And Hikari, on this replay code that I'm watching, I haven't seen anyone else get 3 with, 2 of whom, by the way, were Blink melees, right? I haven't seen anyone else get 3 with a nano in a fight where we should have won in a much different way, a lot easier, right? So, like, you're the star, right? You are not a moon. And I don't want you orbiting around Cassidy, your matchup, like you're a moon, right? Go do something. There's Pulse Bomb for Lucio, for Moira, for Sim. If you're not getting a kill, you're forcing a fade. You're forcing the amp. You're making Lucio drop his beat, or you're Ajaxing him, or you're bombing a turret. But, like, I'll tell you what you aren't doing with this Pulse Bomb. You're not Pulse Bombing Cassidy, even though you could do that too. Are you not Pulse Bombing him because you know that he'll roll, or because he scares you, right? So, I just, like... You're not a moon. You are not a moon. Don't be a moon. You are very good at this Tracer. And so I want you doing the things that Tracer are good. And she does mark her matchups. Remember, there are 3 rule sets that we abide by. That's the character rule set. How does my hero want to play? How does my hero want to play with my comp? That's the comp rule set. And then the matchup rule set, which is how does my character want to play against what they are running, the individual heroes and the comp that they're running. I just don't think that Tracer, even in the matchup rule set, I don't think the Tracer bogs herself down as much with Cassidy. You do want to mark him. It's very, very important to do what you're already doing, but a little bit less of it. Pulse him. He's low HP. He's low HP. If he rolls, he doesn't get mit. And he got knocked into you. And, like, I don't know, you're afraid of him or something, right? I'm so sorry, Hikari. I'm being so rude. Holy smokes. I gotta stop. Yo, chat, can we get, like, some, like, we love Hikari in the chat so that we balance out the Lord Thief and hate? Oh my god, I am being such a hateful, unfair person, right now. I gotta check myself. Yeah, Carter, Hikari, I want you going for that pulse. Yeah, because it is just a pulse that you feel a lot better about afterwards, too, right? So, yeah, 100%. Go for that pulse onto the cast, onto the sim. When they place TP, miss the pulse. And that way you can generate a new one, because you would be like 40% to your next pulse pump if you had used it. I mean, did you have pulse, like, when the Maga was, like, TPing? Oh, yeah. So, like, even if you use it on the Maga, like, you force him to use his E. That's his best cooldown. After he uses his E, he's just not good. So, like, even if you pulse the Maga after he teleports, if you force Maga to use his E on a timing that he doesn't actually want to use his E on, nice recall, by the way, then, like, he's cooked. So you can cook their team by not getting a pick with pulse. I would want you to explore your options, and your options that you have to explore are based off of earlier deployed pulse bombs, which possibly you feel a little bit better about if you have better scouting info. So opening up your angles that you're operating and making sure that that you are not closing off positions or lines of sight that give you the angle. Let's engage. Good blink. Or good. Did you? I mean, that wasn't blink melee, but you were blinking and meleeing. Haha, melee blinking. I'll take it. I like the looking around. Oh my god, that is terrifying. Yo, don't do nothing. Shoot the cage. Okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Looking around as well for other targets to shoot that aren't the shield HP. A-okay. Yeah, so I love the fact that you're getting on the Moira. So I absolutely love that. Now, while you're looking around, you can definitely still, like, shoot the cage. Like, you know, your Ana wants to help. Your Ana walks into the cage. Your ball is in the cage. You guys want to be winning this because it's 83%, and there's a cage on the point, and your whole team is in there. So, like, you know, your whole team is in on the Maga, and it is very important to be doing as much as you can. As much as you can possibly means making sure that your team is alive, and while in the cage, so that you're with them, so that they can also keep you alive and well out of the cage once it breaks. So I don't mind it either way, and that's it's so interesting, right? So it's in this matchup with the Widow, right, where you chased her, in the matchup with the Juno, right, where you jump on her here, versus the Maga here, and now the Maga versus the Moira, right? You've got a lot of really good options to play these fights. And look, I have a way that I would want you playing this, and this is the way that you've chosen to play this, right? And ultimately, if it wins or loses you the match, then that's going to be the outcome, right? You either win or you lose. And, but I think that I see you doing things because you understand to do them, and not necessarily because, you understand to do them, but not necessarily to do them in a different way or a different order. So I would want you to understand why I'm presenting these alternative options, and the advantages that they give you, or the principles that they help you access, even though the options that you're taking in up until a certain point, I guess, the choices that you're making are good ones. The decisions that you're committing to are good ones, especially because they're based off of the decisions that you had made earlier that I think close you off to the other options. But I'm still glad that you're taking this one, right? Shooting the Juno, staying on her, pulsing the Moira, right, after getting the cast, right? Who cares if the pulse drops harmlessly to the ground, right? It's just it's just a pulse. You're building a new one, right? Oh shoot. Okay, that's fine. Probably just getting a little too active here. I know, highly motivated by the anti-nade. Yeah, I can't blame you for that. But rounding this corner with only one blink, right? That's the downfall, right? So on the other side of a hard choke, right? Which is this position. This is a hard choke. You should be ready to use your recall to get back out to the other side. It's a-okay to have that force from you like that. Be good here. I see. Back out. No blink, so be careful. Don't blink here. Okay, yep. Yeah, because you had a second blink. It was a-okay. Get the third blink in. Recall out. Yeah, because it's that second blink. I was fine with the first one. It's the second one that I didn't really care for, because it puts you out of cover. You do that one. Now you can walk. You don't have to blink out here, because the Sombra, or the Symmetra wants you out here. And I think that she might have had you marked. Let's see. Oh no, she was looking for the Sombra, so it's actually like you're peeking the same angle your Sombra is, and so you end up getting you end up getting pressure for it. It's not even like you're peeking; you're just like blinking out to this angle, right? And then you get the recall force. So I like the first blink, not the second. And I like the first blink only because you regenerated the other one. The red dash now hasn't exploded. Like where you're at, the targets that you're shooting. Nice. Good dealing with the turrets. Okay. All right, perfect. Getting back to the Mega as well. Good. Is the stream lagging for just me? My bitrate looks pretty good. So, yeah, I think the stream is just lagging for you. It might be lagging a little bit on my end. Go for pulse here. Okay, like, if Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, right? a hacked Mega Pack, which they're going to have hacked because they have the Sombra, right? We know that, right? Then you don't have map control here, right? If you don't have map control here, how easy is it to abide your timings, right? As opposed to the enemy timings. So if you're not abiding by your timings, right, and you're not abiding by the enemy timings, then I don't have you here in the first place. And it's really hard to abide by either timing because you don't have the blinks or the resources or the motivation to recall, right? As in, nobody's shooting you, you're not low HP, you're not low HP enough to, like, really to yourself justify recalling at 175 health, back to the same position, right? Or a couple of steps back. So anyways, you don't have the resources yourself to engage by your rule set and or by your timings, and they also have all of the tools and the map control to engage you on their timing, right? So understand the risk that you are doing, that you're pulling, existing here just to generate Pulse Bomb, which generates really quickly anyways, and you would be able to generate just from a little bit of poke here or a little bit of poke here as they walk across. How early are you here compared to where they are? Okay, Lucio has you marked. Okay, but like you can't play this corner, right? You have to back all the way off over here because one Lucio shot a couple of pellets from the high ground into a spot that they can't even hit you anyways, especially if you're out this corner, right? So I put you a little bit closer if you want to be close, right? If you don't want to be close, that is a-okay. You don't have to be comfortable being that close. Yeah. So you get the mini after being poked out, but like they poked you, they marked you, right? So if they marked you, do they have even the inkling of an idea of how you're going to play this, right? And if they do, then maybe you don't want to play this the way that you are ready to play it, because the way that you're ready to play it is the way that they have read you are ready to play it. Does that make sense? So you end up in the middle of them because you weren't shooting them early enough, because you got a little bit spooked by this Lucio, and instead of just getting to point B, you occupy yourself with getting back, right? So your steps, they aren't helping you. Your little steps especially aren't helping you know where and how to be where you're going to be 8 seconds from now, right? And so we end up 8 seconds from now, like literally WS chasing a Lucio on a bridge, on a section of the map that we cannot in any way control because they have the health packed, the hacked mega pack, right? And they have a TP to get away from us when we generate the pulse. And they've crossed the spot by the time we get the pulse, because we haven't built it earlier, because we weren't willing to play a little more forward, a little more safely, a little smartly, according to our character's rule set to bite them as they approach on our timing instead of letting them play their timing when they turn around onto us. Perhaps not letting them... I don't know if they hacked this mega beforehand anyways. So I go on, you see my point, and now they have the timing to TP away from you, and you don't have the blinks because you've spent them traversing and dodging and covering and being in a section of the map, using them because you don't have control over that section of the map. See how all these little variables are just working against you here? It's actually not all the little variables, it's just your steps aren't accounting for them. That's a nice duel. I love it. I love the way you're playing your cover here. Get over to the health pack. See how you control this health pack, right? So this is a really good spot to engage. This is like intuitive. I love you here, right? I didn't love you here as much, right? I really liked where you have feasible control of the health pack, or of the map, right? Via the health pack. Nice stick. Oh, beautiful. How long have you had this? Oh, never mind. I answered my own question. You've had this for as long as you've been engaged on the bridge. Yeah, it's not worth it to stick just for the fade. I like that. Recall. That's a really nice stick. That's a really, really, really nice stick. Absolutely beautiful. You set yourself up for it really nicely as well. You know, you have control of this map. You can play that timing. The Lucio peeks you, and he gets stuck for it, right? So, really, really nice. Yeah, that's tough. I just love an earlier setup that's more aggressive, that helps you generate an ultimate that you're able to deploy before they're able to cross the bridge and TP, right? Onto a target that is not as mobile, or that has a cooldown that you want to force, like the Maga, right? Who has his E, right? And I mean, look, you pulse a Maga just to get his E, and that is a win con, right? If they don't have other ults to fall back on, if they don't have a strategy to rely on, if they don't have if they're not proper to bail themselves out, like your pulse won them the game because you forced out a Maga E on a timing that he wasn't ready for, right? He had to E for your pulse, right? Or he had to E to get health back from your pulse, right? Now he has to play aggressive a lot earlier than he wanted to. Now he wanted this E that he wanted to stabilize himself during the mid-fight as we go from the engage to the ult phase, right? He doesn't have that anymore, so... I like the idea of you forcing out those key cooldowns, key positions, key map controls, and key characters or key decisions. I don't know, Hakari. If the plan is to be out on there, just start by going this way, as opposed to using both of your blinks out in the open after doing poking from like actually menial range. You're not doing any damage here, so you could just double blinked over here to start with and had all three of your blinks by now. Now you can't move on Moira. And you are so far away. You're so far away. And if you are over here a little bit earlier on, do you know that they're TP? No. You're here early on. No. All right. So you probably end up having to circle this whole arc on the outside of the map anyways. I don't think you get to spare yourself any extra seconds, and you don't need to. The point isn't unlocked yet. Ready to play your corners? Ooh, nice. Dodging the Sombra hack. I love it. I love it. We gotta find some stuff that I can praise. Holy smokes. I have been such a rude, mean person to you, Hakari. Stop jumping. Stop doing that. Good. Okay, I really like your traversal. Really, really nice. Your blinks for the movement there. Hey, they have a Sombra. You know that. You know that's hacked. You didn't control this section of the map before they did, right? So, like, if they have a Sombra and you didn't control the section of the map, you just don't even... maybe there's a VOD review that I tell you, hey, it's worth at least going to check that mini isn't hacked, right? But, like, you know that mini isn't hacked. You know that mini is hacked. So, Man. And they know you want to anchor that. So, you know, are there options that you have that kind of violate the expectations or defy the expectations that they have for how you'll play? And does that make you harder to take down and give you more options? Maybe right there, no. But there's definitely another VOD that we get to look at that's very, very similar to this one where the answer is yes. So it looks a lot different, though. And honestly, you know, Hakari, you end up being able to look just as good. I have like... Oh my goodness, like I said, I've been an absolutely mean person to you in this VOD review. And it's really just because you do so much well, and it's just like the absolute teeniest, tiniest little things that you gotta fix. But holy smokes. I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like for you to be competitive at GM. You're gonna be so scary. You're gonna be so incredibly scary. Because, like, your tracking is so good. I love your target acquisition as well. Your sticks are really clean. And I really like that stick as well. You force the beat out of them. And that's so incredibly valuable. Beat for Pulse Bomb? Yeah, I'll take that any day of the week. So I really love that. Yeah, and your sticks are really incredible, actually. I only know that you've missed one onto that Moira, and that was because she was, like, coming out of Fade. So yeah, you being competitive at GM is going to be so easy, Hakari. I just want you to make sure that you're not playing in ways that they understand the Tracer will play. Don't play in ways that their characters want you to play, right? Defaulting to the mini pack that Sombra is hacked so that she can pop out from the shadows and virus you, right? Virus, y'all. And also make sure that you are not letting your movement disrupt what you're trying to do. Make a couple more of the decisions that you're making with a little bit more scouting info. You are trying to do things with an incomplete matrix of information, and that's fine for some of your earliest decisions in these fight phases, but it's not going to help you in the later fight phases, right? So you want to be really considerate about all the variables that are not only affecting your engage, but also how those variables might change over time. Now, that's a lot to keep track of. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you've got your team to scout for you, so make sure you're paying attention to your pings as well. You can see all of their little outlines, so do your 360s. Take time. I don't think I've actually seen you stop and just spin around to make sure that you know where everyone is, right? And you don't need to do that, right? I mean, you're Hakari, right? You can just hear, you can see. You made this observation of the Widow on the bridge. Where is that map? Is it all the way up here? is it all the way down there? I think it's actually out here. Yeah, yeah. You saw this Widow, right? On the bridge, right? And at like half HP on a whim, right? At a glance, right? And you're like, okay, I just have to, jump over here and kill her. So you've got the eye for detail as well. So you don't even need to spin around every once in a while. But I definitely want you taking in a lot more of your environment and making sure that what are the waters that I'm sailing into really look like here. You have some really excellent Cassidy, but Cassidy and Tracer is virtually the same stuff that I'm going to ask from you on both characters, which is make sure that you're not letting your movement get the best of the decisions and plays that you're looking to take on here. I think that Hakari, you're probably one of the players that has been the most fair to themselves that I've seen. I've VOD reviewed at this point probably up to a dozen players on stream. I've been coaching for a lot longer, but I've VOD reviewed a dozen players in the last week and a half that they're trying to do things that aren't fair for them. And it's awesome. It's refreshing that you are doing things that are absolutely within your capacity, that you can trust yourself to do, that I'm learning I could trust you to do, right? And I just want to make sure that you're able to do them by maintaining presence on your angles, being a little bit more aggressively confident, while also understanding that, don't worry, it's actually a lot more safe in than you think it is, than you realize in some of these instances. Play these walls and these covers a little bit better, especially if you're not having to use resources early on as part of your approach or as part of your dodging, right? Again, I think about the Lucio zoning you out with a couple of bullets that don't even hit, right? You could just use a blink to get to the wall, stay there for your blink to regenerate, and then go from there, right? So, trying to do something that isn't attainable. Can't imagine who would... Not me, definitely. Yeah, exactly. That is... Yeah, that's me as well. I constantly try to do things that are unfair. Oh my god. Well, I'm the diamond player, right? So for you, Hakari, it's awesome to see that you're in Masters because you are willing to do and able to do the things that we can trust, rely on Masters players to do, and not doing more, right? Not overreaching, and you're going to be GM, because and you're going to improve in general, because you're going to make sure that that all of the whole profile of your mechanics, that is at least in two primary components. There's a lot more to mechanics as well, but your two big components. A lot of people think aim. Hey guys, guess what? Movement is also part of it, right? So, yeah. You can 100% get that 1v5 blade. No, digital. We're saying no. We're saying that's not fair. No, you definitely can, though. I actually have done it. It was like the middle of Plat. Hey, yo, Platinum is an unironically hard rank to get 1v5 plays on. Okay, there are some seriously talented players in Platinum that absolutely know and have played there long enough to shut that down. So, hey, don't dismiss yourself saying it was, I got to 1v5 blade. It was in the middle of Plat lobby, though. Hey, if you're a Platinum player, going up against Platinum players, 1v5 blading, it might as well be me in one of my Bronze 5 lobbies, trying to blade, 5 Bronze players. Don't worry, it's just as hard, no matter where. All right, thank you so much for the VOD. I would be really, really, really interested in getting to watch a little bit more of your gameplay. I think that I actually got to learn a couple of really cool maneuvers, specifically on Tracer. And so beyond just the sheer joy that I get when VOD reviewing, even though I did not sound joyful, I sounded like, oh my goodness, I sounded rude and mad. And so, Hakari, if you end up being like, I never want this guy to VOD review him again. In fact, I'm going to take this guy down. This guy's a fraudulent coach. You take to Twitter and you find a way to cancel me or something, that's a-okay, Hakari. But at the end of the day, my honest opinion of you and your gameplay is like, holy smokes, wow. If there's anyone that I've seen who has what it takes, well, always bet on Hakari. So thank you so much for the gameplay and for the joy, Hakari. Hopefully I get to see more. Although I understand if I have basically blacklisted myself from you for, again, how incredibly rude I've been to you today. I wanted to get one more VOD review in, but I don't think that I will, guys. So K7, Laura, Jamie, Isaac, Big, Scuba. I'm going to get back to your VOD. Hopefully, going to be able to tackle that tomorrow. Digital and Patient. I get to all of you guys. Don't worry. I know Nackman sent me a code that I have to put in the spreadsheet, and so I'll do that. But for now, I need more tea. I need more honey. I probably need a little bit of a break from the yapping. And honestly, you guys you guys definitely deserve to start navigating to a much more entertaining stream. Um, Goose, Digital, Emmyfish, Overwatch. Wow, thank you guys so much. There's not a more emphatic way for me to say it. Oh my goodness, the ad. There's not more emphatic way for me to say it. There's not a more meaningful way to say it. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you guys so incredibly much. I've really enjoyed streaming and VOD reviewing. I'll enjoy getting to play a little bit at some point, hopefully. But mainly, I've really enjoyed getting to recognize all of the players that are submitting their codes and being like, hey, I'd like to be recognized. I'd like to, have my gameplay, observed and see what there is to fix. But fixing is the word that we like to use. But really, see what there is to celebrate, and there's a lot to celebrate. So thank you guys for celebrating with me. Thank you for indulging the celebration. Like I mentioned, oh my goodness, you guys are so handsome with your founders badges, all of you guys. And so the fact that you guys are here celebrating that with me, instead of another content creator, instead of, Super TF, or, I always loved Cliff Terrell's storytelling. He does Sea of Thieves now, but I strongly recommend checking him out. He is absolutely incredible. I learned a lot about storytelling from him, actually, in his early years of content creation. So anyways, the fact that you guys are sharing that with me, I wish I had the words, guys. I usually have the words, but I don't. I don't this time around. Thank you guys so much. Lord the nerd. Look at that guy. He's pushing up his glasses with his middle finger like he's in an anime. Hey, oh my goodness. I see the light reflecting off of them. Digital. I am so thankful for you. Hey, I'll get to one or two of your codes tomorrow. Probably closer one than two. But if you have some time to swing by, hang out tomorrow, I'll make sure that we get to celebrating you, because I want to see some of these new things on Friday. Goose, I think you sent me a follow-up code, so I'm actually really excited to look at that one as well. I don't know, we'll get to that one tomorrow, but we will soon. And guys, if you want to be featured on stream, have your replays reviewed, and celebrated, then absolutely please feel free to message me on Discord, Lord Thethan, same as the streamer name, but it is the Holly one is a little odd for sure. Okay, gotcha. We'll have to look at that one then. You guys can feel free to message me any play codes, as well as give me your battle tag, your rank, competitive goals, stuff like that, and we'll see if we can get to them on stream. Guys, thank you so much for watching, for spending this afternoon with me. I've said it 100 times. I'm ready to say it 100 more times. Even the 30 seconds that some people spend with us is awesome. You guys are not moons, you're stars. So thanks for orbiting around me for a little bit. Go have fun in the games that you guys play this evening. Have a wonderful rest of the night. Thank you so much for watching. Be good to each other, guys. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. Thank you guys so much for watching.